The Blue Cross. G.K. Chesterton. Early one morning, the boat arrived at Harwich, and from it poured a crowd of travellers. Among them, the man that we must follow did not look out of place in any way, nor did he wish to. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him, except a slight difference between the relaxed look of his holiday clothes and the rather serious expression on his face. He was wearing a pale grey coat, a white shirt, and a silver hat. His thin face was dark in comparison, and ended in a short black beard that looked rather Spanish. He was smoking. No one would have thought that the grey coat hid a loaded gun, that the pocket of his white shirt held a police card, or that the hat covered one of the most powerful brains in Europe. For this was Valentine himself, the head of the Paris police and the most famous detective in the world. And he was coming from Brussels to London to make the greatest arrest of the century. Flambeau was in England. The police of 3 countries had tracked the great criminal at last, from Ghent to Brussels, from Brussels to the Hook of Holland, and it was thought that he would make use of the unfamiliarity and confusion of the international meeting of priests, which was then taking place in London. Probably he would travel as some unimportant clerk or secretary connected with it. But of course, Valentine could not be certain. Nobody could be certain about Flambeau. It is many years now since this great criminal, Flambeau, suddenly stopped causing trouble. And when he stopped, there was relief around the world. In his best days, I mean, of course, his worst, Flambeau was an internationally known figure. Almost every morning the daily papers announced that he had escaped punishment for one unbelievable crime by breaking the law a second time. He was a Frenchman of great strength, size, and daring, and the wildest stories were told of the amusing uses that he made of his physical abilities. How he turned a judge upside down and stood him on his head to clear his mind. How he ran down the street with a policeman under each arm. But it must be said of him that his unusual physical strength was generally employed in bloodless ways. His crimes were chiefly those of clever robberies. It was he who ran the great Tyrolean Milk Company in London, with no cows, no delivery vehicles, and no milk, but with more than 1,000 customers. He did this by the simple operation of moving the little milk cans outside people's doors to the doors of his own customers. Many of his crimes were extremely simple. It is said that he once repainted all the house numbers in a street in the middle of the night, just to lead one traveller into a trap. It is quite certain that he invented a public letterbox which could be moved from place to place. This he put up in quiet corners of the town, in the hope that a stranger might drop a cheque or banknote into it. Lastly, he was known to be very quick and active, in spite of his large size. He could jump as well as any insect and hide in the treetops like a monkey. For this reason, the great Valentine, when he set out to find Flambeau, knew very well that his adventures would not end when he had found him. But how would he find him? The great Valentine still did not have a plan. There was one thing about himself which Flambeau could not change, whatever he did to his appearance, and that was his unusual height. If Valentine's quick eye had seen a tall apple seller, a tall soldier, or even a fairly tall woman, he might have arrested them immediately. But just as a lion cannot pretend to be a mouse, so there was nobody now on his train who could be Flambeau, dressed as someone else. Valentine had already made certain that he was not among the people on the boat, and only 6 other people had got on the train at Harwich or during the journey. There was a short railway official travelling up to London, 3 fairly short farmers, picked up 2 stations later, 1 very short old lady, going up from a small town in Essex, and a very short Catholic priest, going up from an Essex village. When it came to this last passenger, Valentine gave up looking and almost laughed. The little priest had a round, dull face. He had eyes as empty as the North Sea. He had several packages wrapped in brown paper, which he was quite unable to hold without dropping one. The meeting of priests in London must have brought out of their quiet villages many similar creatures who seemed blind and helpless, like underground animals dug out of the earth. Even Valentine, who had no love of priests, felt sorry for this one. He had a large, worn suitcase, which kept falling on the floor. He explained to everybody with a kind of foolish simplicity that he had to be careful, because he had something made of real silver with blue stones in one of his brown paper packages. Watching the priest's confusion continued to amuse the Frenchman, until this simple man got out, somehow, at Stratford with all his packages, and came back for his suitcase. When he returned for this, Valentine even had the good nature to warn him not to take care of his silver by telling everybody about it. But whoever he talked to, Valentine watched for someone else. He looked out for anyone, rich or poor, male or female, who was at least 6 feet tall. For Flambeau was 4 inches above this height. He got off the train in central London, though, quite sure that he had not missed the criminal so far. When he had been to Scotland Yard to arrange for help if it was needed, he went for a long walk in the streets of London. As he was walking in the streets and squares beyond Victoria, he stopped suddenly. He was in a quiet, attractive square, very typical of London. The tall, flat houses looked both expensive and empty. The gardens in the centre looked as deserted as a green Pacific island. One of the 4 sides of the square was much higher than the rest, like a stage, and the line of this side was broken by a restaurant. The restaurant stood specially high above the street, and some steps ran up from the street to the front door. Valentine stood and smoked in front of the yellow-white curtains, and studied them for a long time. Aristide Valentine was a thinking man. All his wonderful successes had been gained by slow, patient reasoning, by clear and ordinary French thought. But because Valentine understood reason, he understood its limits. Only a man who knows nothing about cars talks of driving without petrol. Only a man who knows nothing of reason talks of reasoning without any hard facts to start with. Flambeau had been missed at Harwich, and if he was in London at all, he might be anything from a tall beggar sleeping in one of the parks to an employee of the Metropole Hotel. When he lacked any such certain knowledge, Valentine had a view and a method of his own. In such cases, he trusted in the unexpected. In such cases, when reasoning was no use to him, he coldly and carefully looked for the unreasonable. Instead of going to the right places, banks, police stations, meeting places, he went to the wrong places. He knocked at every empty house, turned down every little side street, walked up every path. He defended this strange course of action quite reasonably. He said that if he had any facts about the criminal's movements to guide him, this was the worst way. But if he had no facts at all, it was the best. There was just the chance that anything unusual which caught the eye of the hunter might be the same that had caught the eye of the hunted. A man must begin somewhere, and it might as well be just where another man might stop. Something about the steps leading up to the shop, something about the quiet and rather unusual appearance of the restaurant, gave the detective an idea and made him decide to act without a plan. He went up the steps, sat down by the window, and asked for a cup of black coffee. Until his coffee came, he sat thinking about Flambeau. The criminal always had the advantage. He could make his plans and act. The detective could only wait and hope that he would make a mistake. Valentine lifted his coffee cup to his lips slowly and put it down very quickly. He had put salt in it. He looked at the container from which the white powder had come. It was certainly a sugar bowl. Why had they put salt in it? He looked around for a salt container. Yes. There were two which were quite full. Perhaps there was something unusual about what was in them, too. He tasted it. It was sugar. Then he looked round at the restaurant with new interest, to see if there were any other signs of that strange artistic taste which puts sugar in the salt containers and salt in the sugar bowls. Except for a strange mark of some dark liquid on one of the white walls, the whole place appeared neat, cheerful, and ordinary. He rang the bell for the waiter. When the waiter hurried up to him, his hair uncombed, and his eyes rather tired at that early hour, the detective asked him to taste the sugar and see if it was equal to the high standards of the restaurant. The result was that the waiter suddenly woke up. "Do you play this fine joke on people every morning?" inquired Valentine. "Do you never grow tired of the joke of changing the salt and the sugar?" When it became clear to the waiter what Valentine meant, he explained that the restaurant certainly had no such intention. It must be a strange mistake. He picked up the sugar bowl and looked at it. He picked up the salt container and looked at that, his face growing more and more confused. At last, he quickly excused himself, hurried away, and returned in a few seconds with the owner of the place. The owner also examined the sugar bowl and then the salt container. The owner also looked confused. Suddenly, the waiter started to speak with a rush of words. "I think," he said eagerly, "I think it was those two priests." "What two priests?" "The two priests," said the waiter, "that threw soup at the wall." "Threw soup at the wall?" repeated Valentine. "Yes, yes," said the waiter with excitement, and pointed to the large brown mark on the white wall. "Threw it over there, on the wall." Valentine looked questioningly at the restaurant owner. "Yes, sir," he said. "It's quite true, although I don't suppose it has anything to do with the sugar and salt. Two priests came in and drank soup here very early, as soon as we opened. They were both very quiet, respectable people. One of them paid the bill and went out. The other, who seemed much slower, was some minutes longer collecting his things together. He went at last, but the moment before he stepped into the street, he deliberately picked up his cup, which he had only half emptied, and threw the soup straight at the wall. I was in the back room myself, and so was the waiter, so I could only rush out in time to find the soup running down the wall and the shop empty. It didn't do any particular damage, but it was a very rude and surprising thing for a priest to do. And I tried to catch the men in the street. They were too far off, though. I only noticed that they went round the corner into Carstairs Street." The detective was on his feet, with his hat on his head and his stick in his hand. He paid his bill, closed the glass doors loudly behind him, and was soon hurrying round the corner into the next street. It was fortunate that even in such moments of excitement his eye was cool and quick. Something in a shop window went by him like a flash. But he went back to look at it. It was a fruit and vegetable shop, and the goods were arranged in the open air, with tickets on them, plainly showing their names and prices. Right in the front were two piles, one of oranges and the other of nuts. On the pile of nuts lay a ticket on which was written clearly, "Best oranges, 2 a penny." On the oranges was the equally clear and exact description, "Finest nuts, 4d. a pound." Valentine looked at these two tickets and thought that he had experienced this kind of humour before, and that he had done so rather recently. He drew the attention of the red-faced shopkeeper, who seemed in a bad temper and was looking up and down the street, to the mistake in his advertisements. The shopkeeper said nothing, but quickly put each card into its proper place. The detective leaned on his walking stick and continued to look closely at the shop. At last he said, "Please excuse me, my good sir, but I would like to ask you a question which may sound rather strange." The red-faced shopkeeper looked at him threateningly, but the detective continued to lean on his walking stick. "Why are 2 tickets wrongly placed in a fruit shop?" he went on. "Like a priest's hat that has come to London for a holiday. Or, in case I do not make myself clear, what is the connection between the idea of nuts marked as oranges and the idea of 2 priests, one tall and the other short?" The eyes of the shopkeeper stood out of his head. For a moment he really seemed likely to attack the stranger. At last he said angrily, "I don't know what you have to do with it, but you can tell them from me that I'll knock their stupid heads off, even if they are priests, if they knock my apples over again." "Really?" asked the detective, with great sympathy. "Did they knock your apples over?" "One of them did," said the angry shopkeeper. "He rolled them all over the street. I would have caught the fool if I hadn't had to pick them up." "Which way did these priests go?" asked Valentine. "Up that second road on the left-hand side, and then across the square," said the other. "Thanks," said Valentine, and moved off quickly. On the other side of the second square he found a policeman and said, "This is urgent. Have you seen 2 priests?" The policeman began to laugh heavily. "I have, sir, and if you want my opinion, one of them was drunk. He stood in the middle of the road, so confused that—" "Which way did they go?" interrupted Valentine. "They took one of those yellow buses over there," answered the man. "The ones that go to Hampstead." Valentine produced his official card and said very rapidly, "Call 2 of your men to come with me to follow these people." In a minute and a half, the French detective was joined on the opposite side of the road by an inspector and a policeman in plain clothes. "Well, sir," began the inspector, "and what may—" Valentine pointed suddenly with his stick. "I'll tell you on the top of that bus," he said, and ran into the busy traffic. When all 3 sank, breathing heavily, onto the top seats of the yellow bus, the inspector said, "We could go 4 times as quickly in a taxi." "Quite true," replied the leader calmly, "if we had an idea of where we were going." "Well, where are you going?" asked the other. Valentine smoked his cigarette thoughtfully for a few seconds. Then he said, "If you know what a man's doing, get in front of him. But if you want to guess what he's doing, keep behind him. Wander when he wanders. Stop when he stops. Travel as slowly as he does. Then you can see what he saw, and you can act as he acted. All we can do is to watch very carefully for something unusual." "What sort of unusual thing do you mean?" asked the inspector. "Any sort of unusual thing," answered Valentine, and became silent. The yellow bus went slowly up the northern roads for what seemed like hours. The great detective gave no further explanation, and perhaps the other 2 felt a silent and growing doubt about his purpose. Perhaps, also, they felt a silent and growing desire for lunch. For it was by now long past the normal lunch hour, and the long roads through the north of London seemed to stretch on and on. But even when the winter sun was already beginning to set, the Parisian detective still sat silent and watchful, looking out at the shops and houses that slid by on either side. By the time that they had left Camden Town behind, the policemen were nearly asleep. At least they gave something like a jump as Valentine suddenly stood up, struck each man on the shoulder, and shouted to the driver to stop. They hurried down the steps and into the road, without knowing why they were doing so. When they looked round for an explanation, they found Valentine pointing his finger in excitement towards a window on the left side of the road. It was a large window, forming part of the long front of a hotel. It was the part for eating in, and was marked Restaurant, and in the middle of the window was a big black hole. "Our sign at last," cried Valentine, waving his stick. "The place with the broken window." "What window? What sign?" asked the inspector. "Why, what proof is there that this has anything to do with them?" Valentine almost broke his stick in anger. "Proof?" he cried. "Good heavens! The man is looking for proof! It is, of course, most unlikely that it has anything to do with them. But what else can we do? Don't you see we must either follow one wild possibility or else go home to bed?" He entered the restaurant with a great deal of noise, followed by his companions, and they were soon eating a late lunch at a little table and looking at the broken glass from inside. Not that it was very informative to them even then. "You've had your window broken, I see," Valentine said to the waiter as he paid the bill. "Yes, sir," the waiter answered. "A very strange thing, that, sir." "Really? Tell us about it," said the detective. "Well, 2 gentlemen in black came in," said the waiter. "2 of those priests that are running around the city at the moment. They had a cheap and quiet little lunch, and one of them paid for it and went out. The other was just going out to join him when I looked at the money he had given me and found that he had paid me more than 3 times too much. 'Here,' I said to the priest, who was nearly out of the door, 'you've paid too much.' 'Oh,' he said, 'have we?' 'Yes,' I said, and I picked up the bill to show him. Well, that was a real surprise." "What do you mean?" asked Valentine. "Well, I could have sworn that I'd put 4 shillings on that bill, but now I saw quite clearly that I'd put 14 shillings. "Well," cried Valentine, with burning eyes, "and then?" "The priest at the door said quite calmly, 'Sorry to confuse your accounts, but it'll pay for the window.' 'What window?' I said. 'The one I'm going to break,' he said, and threw a stone through the window." The inspector said quietly, "Are these people completely crazy?" The waiter continued, obviously enjoying his strange story. "I was so surprised for a second that I couldn't do anything. The man marched out of the place and joined his friend just round the corner. They went so quickly up Bullock Street that I couldn't catch them." "Bullock Street," said the detective, and ran up that road as quickly as the strange pair that he was following. Their journey now took them up narrow brick passages, streets with few lights and even with few windows. The sun had set further, and it was getting dark. It was not easy, even for the London policeman, to guess in what exact direction they were heading. But the inspector was fairly certain that in the end they would reach some part of Hampstead Heath. Suddenly, one gas-lit window broke the half-light, and Valentine stopped for a second in front of a small, brightly painted sweet shop. He thought for a moment, and then went in. He stood among the bright colours of the shop with a serious expression on his face, and chose some sweets with great care. He was clearly looking for an opportunity to ask some questions. But this was not necessary. A thin young woman in the shop had looked at him without interest, but when she saw the door behind him blocked with the blue uniform of the inspector, her eyes seemed to wake up. "Oh," she said, "if you have come about the package, I've sent it off." "Package?" repeated Valentine. "I mean the package the gentleman left. The religious gentleman." "Please," said Valentine, leaning forward eagerly, "tell us what happened exactly." "Well," said the woman, a little doubtfully, "the priests came in about half an hour ago and bought some sweets and talked a bit, and then went off towards the heath. But a second later, one of them ran back into the shop and said, 'Have I left a package?' Well, I looked everywhere and couldn't see one. So he said, 'Never mind, but if you find it, please post it to this address.' And he left me the address and a shilling for my trouble. And then, though I thought I'd looked everywhere, I found he'd left a brown paper package, so I posted it to the place he said. I can't remember the address now. It was somewhere in Westminster. But as the thing seemed so important, I thought perhaps the police had come about it." "So they have," said Valentine shortly. "Is Hampstead Heath near here?" "Straight on for 15 minutes, said the woman, "and you'll come right out on the open ground." Valentine hurried out of the shop and began to run. The others followed him rather more slowly. The street that they passed through was so narrow and shut in by shadows that when they suddenly came out into the open park and sky, they were surprised to find the evening still so light and clear. As he stood on the slope and looked across the valley, Valentine saw what he was looking for. Among the dark groups in the distance was one that was especially dark. 2 figures dressed as priests. Though they seemed as small as insects, Valentine could see that one of them was much smaller than the other. The other was slightly bent, but was clearly well over 6 feet tall. Valentine went forward, swinging his stick impatiently. By the time he had shortened the distance and increased the size of the 2 figures, he had noticed something else, something which surprised him, but which he had somehow expected. Whoever the tall priest was, there could be no doubt who the other one was. It was his friend from the Harwich train, the short little Essex priest whom he had warned about his brown paper packages. Now all this was reasonable enough. Valentine had learned from his inquiries that morning that a Father Brown from Essex was bringing up a jewelled silver cross, an ancient object of great value, to show to some of the foreign priests at their meeting in London. This, without any doubt, was the silver cross with blue stones, and Father Brown was undoubtedly the simple little man on the train. Now there was nothing surprising about the fact that what Valentine had found out, Flambeau had also found out. Flambeau found out everything. There was also nothing surprising in the fact that when Flambeau heard of a jewelled cross, he would try to steal it. It was the most natural thing in the world. And most certainly there was nothing surprising about the fact that Flambeau would do as he wished with such a silly sheep as the man with the suitcase and the packages. He was the sort of man whom anybody could lead on a string to the North Pole. It was not surprising that an actor like Flambeau, dressed as another priest, could lead him to Hampstead Heath. So far, the crime seemed clear enough, and while the detective pitied the priest for his helplessness, he thought less of Flambeau for choosing such a simple, trusting person to deceive. But when Valentine thought of all that had happened in between, of all that had led him here, he could see no reason in it. What was the connection between the stealing of a jewelled silver cross from a priest from Essex and the throwing of soup at walls? And how were these connected with calling nuts oranges, or with paying for windows first and breaking them afterwards? He had come to the end of his search, but somehow he had missed the middle of it. He had found the criminal, but still could not understand how it had happened. The two figures that they followed were moving like black flies across the top of a green hill. They were clearly in deep conversation, and perhaps did not notice where they were going. But they were certainly going to the wilder and more silent heights of the heath. As the policemen came nearer, they had to hide behind trees, and even to go along on their hands and knees in deep grass to remain invisible. By these means, the hunters even came close enough to the priests to hear the sound of their discussion. But no word could be clearly heard and understood except the word reason, which was spoken frequently in a high and almost childish voice. Once, over a sudden rise in the ground and in thick bushes, the detectives actually lost the two figures that they were following. They did not find the right path again for an anxious 10 minutes. And then it led round the top of a great round hill, overlooking a wide hollow of rich, empty sunset scenery. Under a tree in this beautiful but lonely spot was an old wooden seat. On this seat sat the two priests, still talking seriously to each other. Valentine signalled silently to his followers and moved forward to hide behind a big, branching tree, where, hardly breathing, he heard the words of the strange priests for the first time. After he had listened for a minute and a half, he experienced a terrible doubt. For the two priests were talking exactly like priests, talking calmly and knowledgeably about religion. The little Essex priest spoke more simply, with his round face turned to the brightening stars. The other talked with his face to the ground, as if he were not fit to look at them. But no more priest-like conversation could have been heard. The first he heard was the end of one of Father Brown's sentences, which was, what they really meant in the Middle Ages by the heavens being unchanging and unchangeable, the taller priest replied, "Ah, yes. Who can look up at those millions of worlds and not feel that there may well be wonderful universes above us where reason is quite unreasonable?" Valentine, behind his tree, was tearing his fingernails with silent anger. He could almost hear the quiet laughter of the English detectives whom he had brought so far on a wild guess, only to listen to the talk of two old priests. When he listened again, it was again Father Brown who was speaking. "Look at those stars. Don't they look like diamonds? But don't imagine that all that study of heavenly bodies would make the slightest difference to the reason and justice of behaviour. In fields of jewels, under hills cut from gold, you would still find a notice saying, 'You must not steal.'" Valentine was just about to rise from his stiff and bent position and to move away as quietly as he could. But something in the silence of the tall priest made him stop until this man spoke. When at last he did speak, he said simply, his head still lowered and his hands on his knees, "Well, I still think that other worlds may perhaps rise higher than our reason. The mystery of heaven cannot be understood, and I myself can only bend my head in respect." Then, with his head still bent forward, and without the slightest change in expression, he added, "Just give me that cross of yours, will you? We're all alone here, and I could pull you to pieces like a child's toy." The completely unchanged voice and attitude added a strange violence to that shocking change of speech. But the little priest only seemed to turn his head by the smallest degree. He seemed still to have a rather foolish face turned to the stars. Perhaps he had not understood. Or perhaps he had understood and sat frozen with fear. "Yes," said the tall priest, in the same low voice and with his head still low. "Yes, I am Flambeau." Then, after a pause, he said, "Now, will you give me that cross?" "No," said the other, and the word had a strange sound. Flambeau suddenly stopped pretending to be a priest. The great robber leaned back in his seat and laughed quietly, but for a long time. "No," he cried, "you won't give it to me, you simple fool. Shall I tell you why you won't give it to me? Because I've got it already in my pocket." The small man from Essex turned towards him what seemed, in the half-light, to be a confused face, and said carefully, Are you sure?" Flambeau shouted with pleasure. "Really, you are amusing," he cried. "Yes, you fool, I am quite sure. I had the sense to make a copy of the real package, and now, my friend, you've got the copy, and I've got the jewels. An old trick, Father Brown, a very old trick." "Yes," said Father Brown, and passed his hand through his hair in the same strange, confused manner. "Yes, I've heard of it before." The great criminal leaned over to the little country priest with a sort of sudden interest. "You have heard of it?" he asked. "Where have you heard of it?" "Well, I mustn't tell you his name, of course," said the little man simply. "He was a man who had come back to the church after a life of crime. He lived very comfortably for about 20 years on copies of brown paper packages. And so, you see, when I began to suspect you, I thought immediately of this poor man's way of doing it." "Began to suspect me?" repeated the criminal. "Did you really have the sense to suspect me just because I brought you up to this lonely part of the heath?" "No, no," said Brown, with a faint smile. "You see, I suspected you when we first met. It's the shape of the gun showing under your coat." "How?" cried Flambeau. "Did you notice that? It's supposed to be invisible." "Oh, one's work, you know," said Father Brown. "When I was a priest in Hartlepool, I knew quite a number of people who always carried guns. So, as I suspected you from the start, I made sure that the cross would be safe. I'm afraid I watched you, you know. So I saw you change the packages. Then I changed them back again, and then I left the right one behind."
"Left it behind?"
repeated Flambeau, and for the first time there was another note in his voice beside victory. "Well, it was like this," said the priest, speaking in the same simple way. "I went back to the sweet shop and asked if I'd left a package, and gave them a particular address if it was found. Well, I knew that I hadn't, but when I went away again, I did. So, instead of running after me with that valuable package, they have sent it by post to a friend of mine in Westminster." He added rather sadly, "I learnt that, too, from a poor man in Hartlepool. He used to do it with handbags that he stole at railway stations. But he's a good man now. One gets to know, you know," he added, rubbing his head. "We can't help it, being priests. People come and tell us these things." Flambeau pulled a brown paper package out of his pocket and tore it open. There was nothing but paper and pencils inside. He jumped to his feet and cried, "I don't believe you. I don't believe that a simple fool like you could manage all that. I believe that you've still got the cross with you, and if you don't give it up, well, we're all alone, and I'll take it by force." "No," said Father Brown simply, standing up too. "You won't take it by force. First, because I really haven't still got it, and second, because we're not alone." Flambeau stopped in his step forward. "Behind that tree," said Father Brown, pointing, "are 2 strong policemen and the greatest detective alive. How did they come here, do you ask? Well, I brought them, of course. We have to know about such things when we work among the criminal classes. Well, I wasn't sure you were a thief, and it would not be right to charge one of our own priests. So I just tested you to see if anything would make you show yourself. A man usually complains if he finds salt in his coffee. If he doesn't, he has some reason for keeping quiet. I changed the salt and sugar, and you kept quiet. A man generally objects if his bill is 3 times too big. If he pays it, He has some reason for passing unnoticed. I changed your bill, and you paid it." "Well," went on Father Brown, "as you weren't leaving any tracks for the police, of course somebody had to. At every place we went to, I took care to do something that would get us talked about for the rest of the day. I didn't do much harm: a dirty wall, apples in the street, a broken window. But I saved the cross, as the cross will always be saved. It is in Westminster by now." "How on earth did you think of these things?" cried Flambeau. The shadow of a smile crossed the round, simple face of his opponent. "Oh, by being a foolish priest, I suppose," he said. "Have you never thought that a man who does almost nothing except listen to men talking about their crimes is likely to know a little of human evil?" And as he turned to collect his property, the 3 policemen came out from under the dark trees. Flambeau was an artist and a sportsman. He raised his hat to Valentine as a respectful greeting. "Do not raise your hat to me, my friend," said Valentine in a clear voice. "Let us both raise our hats to our master." And they both stood for a moment with their hats in their hands, while the little Essex priest looked around for his suitcase. End of CD 1. The Mezzotint. M.R. James. Mr. Williams, whose job involved adding to his university's collection of prints and drawings, was a regular customer of the well-known London art dealer J.W. Britnell. Mr. Britnell would send out excellent lists of his large and ever-changing collection, which included plans and old drawings of country houses, churches and towns in England and Wales. These lists were, of course, very important to Mr. Williams, but he bought regularly rather than in great quantity. He expected Mr. Britnell to fill the less important holes in the university collection rather than to supply him with rare works. Then, in February of last year, a list from Mr. Britnell appeared on Mr. Williams's desk, and with it a letter from the dealer himself. This letter read as follows: "Dear Sir, we beg to call your attention to number 978 in our enclosed list, which we shall be glad to send for your examination. Yours, J.W. Britnell." When Mr. Williams turned to number 978, he found the following entry: 978, unknown. Interesting mezzotint, view of a country house. Early part of the last century. 15 by 10 inches. Black frame. £2, 2 shillings. It was not specially exciting, and the price seemed high. But as Mr. Britnell, who knew his business and his customer, seemed to think well of it, Mr. Williams wrote a postcard asking for the picture to be sent on approval, together with some other prints and drawings which appeared in the same list. And so he moved on, without much excitement, to the ordinary work of the day. A package of any kind always arrives a day later than you expect it, and the one from Mr. Britnell was no exception. It was delivered to Mr. Williams's office by the Saturday afternoon post, but after he had left the office. A servant, therefore, brought it round to his rooms in college, so that he would not have to wait until Monday for an opportunity to examine what was inside and return what he did not wish to keep. And that's where he found it, when he came into tea with a friend. The only object with which I am concerned was the rather large, black-framed Mezzotint that was described in Mr. Britnell's list. It was not of a high quality, and a Mezzotint which is not of a high quality is perhaps the worst sort of print there is. It showed a view of the front of a not very large 18th century country house. The house had 3 rows of plain windows, and some interesting features. There were trees on either side, and in front there was a large area of well-cut grass. The words A.W.F. Sculpsit were written along the narrow edge of the picture, but no other words appeared on it. The whole thing gave one the feeling that it was the work of someone with little experience, and Mr. Williams could not imagine why Mr. Britnell was demanding £2 and 2 shillings for such an object. He turned it over with a good deal of amusement. On the back was a piece of paper, the left-hand half of which had been torn off. Only the ends of 2 lines of writing remained. The first had the letters Ngley Hall, the second Sex. Mr. Williams thought that it would, perhaps, be just worth the trouble of finding out where the place was, and this he could do easily with the help of a map. He would then return the picture to Mr. Britnell with some sharp remarks about that gentleman's judgment. When the lamps were lit, because it was now dark, and the tea was made, the friend, let us call him Dr. Binks, took up the framed print and said, "What's this place, Williams?" "That's just what I'm going to try to find out," said Williams, as he went to the shelf for a map. "Look at the back. Somethingly Hall, in either Sussex or Essex. Half the name's gone, you see. You don't happen to know it, I suppose?" "It's from that man Britnell, I suppose, isn't it?" said Binks. "Is it for our collection?" "Well, I think that I would buy it if the price was 5 shillings, said Williams. "But for some strange reason he wants over £2 for it. I can't imagine why. It's not a good print, and there aren't even any figures to give it life." "I certainly don't think it's worth as much as that," said Binks. "But I don't think it's so badly done. The moonlight seems rather good to me. And it looks to me as if there are figures, or at least a figure, just on the edge, in front." "Let's look," said Williams. "Well, it's true that the sense of light is rather cleverly done. Where's your figure? Oh, yes, just the head, right in the front of the picture." And it was true, although it was little more than a black spot on the extreme edge of the print, that there was the head of a man or a woman. It was well wrapped up. Its back was turned, and it was looking towards the house. Williams had not noticed it before. "But even so," he said, "though it's more skilfully done than I thought at first, I can't spend over £2 of the university's money on a picture of a place I don't know." Dr. Binks, who had work to do, soon went, and Williams spent the remaining time before dinner attempting, without success, to find out the name of the hall in the picture. If the vowel before the ng had been left, there would have been no difficulty, he thought. But as it is, the name may be anything from Guestingly to Langley. There are many more names that end in ngly than I thought. And this useless book doesn't provide a list of endings. Dinner in Mr. Williams's college was at 7 o'clock. But we do not need to know what happened during the meal. Later in the evening, he returned with some friends to his rooms, where, doubtless, they played cards and smoked tobacco. After some time, Williams picked up the Mezzotint from the table. He did not look at it, but handed it to a person interested in art, and told him where it had come from, and the other details, which we already know. The gentleman took it without great excitement, looked at it, and then said, in a voice of some interest, "It's really a very good piece of work, Williams. It has quite an imaginative quality. The light is excellently controlled, it seems to me, and the figure, though it's rather shocking, is somehow very impressive." "Yes, isn't it?" said Williams, who was just then pouring out drinks for his other friends and was unable to come across the room to look at the view again. It was by this time rather late in the evening, and the visitors were beginning to leave. After they had gone, Williams had to write 1 or 2 letters and finish some pieces of work. At last, a short time after midnight, he was ready to go to bed, and he lit a small lamp to take to his bedroom. The picture lay face upwards on the table, where the last man who had looked at it had put it, and Williams caught sight of it as he put out the sitting-room lamp. He says now, in fact, that if he had been left in the dark at that moment, he might have fainted with fear. But as that did not happen, he was able to steady himself and take a good look at the picture. It was certain. Quite impossible, no doubt, but completely certain. In the middle of the grass, in front of the unknown house, there was a figure where no figure had been at 5 o'clock that afternoon. It was moving on its hands and knees towards the house, and it was wrapped in strange black clothing, with a white cross on the back. I do not know what is the right thing to do in a situation of this kind. I can only tell you what Mr. Williams did. He took the picture by one corner and carried it across the passage to a second set of rooms which he possessed. There he locked it up in a drawer, locked the doors of both sets of rooms, and went to bed. But first he wrote out and signed an account of the strange change that had taken place in the picture since it had come into his possession. Sleep came to him rather late, but he was comforted to know that he was not the only witness of the behaviour of the picture. Clearly, the man who had looked at the Mezzotint earlier that night had seen the same sort of thing that he himself had seen. If not, he might have started to believe that something seriously wrong was happening either to his eyes or to his mind. As this was fortunately impossible, there were two things he must do in the morning. He must ask a second person to act as a witness and examine the picture with him. And he must make a determined effort to find out the name of the house that was represented in it. He would therefore invite his neighbour, Nisbet, to have breakfast with him, and then he would study a map for the rest of the morning. Nisbet was free, and arrived at about 9:30. I am sorry to say that his host was not quite dressed, even at this late hour. During breakfast, Williams said nothing about the Mezzotint, except that he had a picture about which he wished to have Nisbet's opinion. Those who are familiar with university life can easily imagine the pleasant conversation of two members of Canterbury College during a Sunday morning breakfast. I am forced to say, though, that Williams found it difficult to pay attention. His interest was naturally centred on that very strange picture which was now lying face downwards in the drawer in the room opposite. At last, breakfast was finished, and he was able to light his pipe. The moment had arrived for which he had been waiting. His excitement was so great that he was almost trembling. He ran across and unlocked the drawer, then took out the picture, still face downwards, ran back and put it into Nisbet's hands. "Now," he said, "Nisbet, I want you to tell me exactly what you see in that picture. Describe it in detail, if you don't mind. I'll tell you why in a moment." "Well," said Nisbet, "I have here a view of a country house. English, I believe, by moonlight." "Moonlight? Are you sure of that?" "Certainly. It seems to be past the full moon, if you wish for details, and there are clouds in the sky." "All right. Go on. I'll swear," added Williams to himself, "that there was no moon when I saw it first." "Well, there isn't much more to be said," Nisbet continued. "The house has 1, 2, 3 rows of windows, and there are 5 windows in each row, except at the bottom, where there's a door instead of the middle one, and—" "But what about figures?" said Williams, with marked interest. "There aren't any," said Nisbet. "But what? There is no figure on the grass, in front?" "Not a thing." "You'll swear to that?" "Certainly. But there's just one other thing." "What?" "Well, one of the windows on the ground floor, to the left of the door, is open." "Is it really? Good heavens! He must have got in," said Williams, with great excitement. He hurried to the back of the chair on which Nisbet was sitting and seized the picture from him to check it for himself. It was quite true. There was no figure, and there was an open window. For a moment, Williams was so surprised that he could not speak. Then he went to the writing table and wrote hurriedly for a short time. When he had finished, He brought 2 papers to Nisbet. He asked him to sign the first one, which was the description of the picture that you have just read. And he asked him to read the second one, which was the description that Williams had written the night before. "What does it all mean?" said Nisbet. "Exactly," said Williams. "Well, there is one thing that I must do. Or, rather, there are 3 things. First, I must find out what Garwood, who looked at the picture last night, saw. Secondly, I must photograph the thing before it changes further. And thirdly, I must find out where the house is." "I can photograph it myself," said Nisbet, "and I will. But you know, I feel as if we were watching some terrible event taking place somewhere. The question is, has it happened already? Or is it about to happen? You must find out where the house is." He looked at the picture again. "Yes," he said, "I expect that you're right. He has got in. And I feel sure that something unpleasant is going to happen in one of the rooms upstairs." "I've got an idea," said Williams. "I'll take the picture across to old Green." Green was the oldest member of the college and had managed its business for many years. He'll probably know where the house is. The college has property in Essex and Sussex, and he must have travelled a great deal in those parts of England. "Yes, he probably will know where it is," said Nisbet. "But just let me take my photograph first. Listen, though, I don't think that Green is here today. He wasn't at dinner last night, and I think I heard him say that he would be away on Sunday." "Yes, that's true," said Williams. "I know that he's gone to Brighton. Well, if you'll take the photograph now, I'll go across to Garwood and get his statement. While I'm doing that, you must keep an eye on it. I'm beginning to think that £2 and 2 shillings is not such a high price for it after all." In a short time he had returned and brought Mr. Garwood with him. Garwood said that when he had seen the figure, it was no longer at the edge of the picture, but that it was not far across the grass. He remembered that the figure had had a white mark on the back of its clothing, but he was not sure if it had been a cross. All this was written down and signed, and Nisbet then photographed the picture. "Now, what do you mean to do?" he said. "Are you going to sit and watch it all day?" "Well, no, I don't think so," said Williams. "I rather imagine that we are intended to see the whole thing. You see, between the time that I saw it last night and this morning, there was time for lots of things to happen, but the figure only got into the house. In that time, it could have done its business easily and left again. But as the window is open, I think that it must be inside now. So, I feel confident that we can leave it. And besides, I have an idea that the picture won't change much, if at all, in the daytime. We could go for a walk this afternoon and come in to tea when it gets dark. I shall leave it out on the table here and lock the door. Then only my servant can get in." The three men agreed that this would be a good plan, and so we may leave them alone until 5 o'clock. At or near that hour, the three returned to Williams's rooms. They were slightly annoyed to see that the door of his rooms was unlocked, until they remembered that on Sunday the college servants came for their orders earlier than on weekdays. But a surprise was waiting for them. First, they saw that the picture was leaning against a pile of books on the table, as it had been left. The next thing that they saw was Williams's servant, Robert, who was sitting on a chair opposite it and looking at it with fear in his eyes. Why was this? Robert was known for his excellent manners. He would never normally sit down on his master's chair, or appear to take any particular interest in his master's furniture or pictures. In fact, he jumped up quickly when the three men entered the room and said, "I beg your pardon, sir. I shouldn't have sat down." "It doesn't matter, Robert," answered Mr. Williams. "I was meaning to ask you for your opinion of that picture." "Well, sir, I know my opinion is worth little in comparison with yours, but I wouldn't hang that picture where my little girl could see it." "Wouldn't you, Robert? Why not?" "No, sir. Well, I remember that once the poor child saw a book with pictures in it that were not nearly so bad as that one there, and we had to sit up with her for 3 or 4 nights after that. And if she saw this skeleton, or whatever it is, carrying off the poor baby, she would be in a terrible state. You know what children are like. But what I say is that it doesn't seem the kind of picture to leave about, sir. If anybody saw it accidentally, he might have an unpleasant shock. Do you want anything else this evening, sir?" "Thank you, sir." With these words, the excellent man left to visit the rest of his masters. The three gentlemen immediately moved closer to the Mezzotint. There was the house, as before, under the clouds and the moon, that was no longer full. The window that had been open was shut, and the figure was once more on the grass. But this time it was not moving slowly on hands and knees. Now it stood up straight and was marching quickly, with long steps, towards the front of the picture. The moon was behind it, and the black clothing hung down over its face, so that hardly anything of it could be seen. In fact, the little of it that could be seen made the three gentlemen deeply thankful that they could see no more than the white forehead and a few untidy hairs. The head was bent down, and the arms were tightly closed over an object which could just be seen and recognized as a child. It was not possible to say whether it was dead or living. Only the legs of the figure carrying it could be seen clearly. and they were terribly thin. Between 5 and 7 o'clock, the three companions sat and watched the picture in turn. But it never changed. They agreed at last that it would be safe to leave it, and that they would return after dinner and wait for further developments. They met again as soon as possible. The print was there, but the figure had gone, and the house was quiet in the moonlight. All they could do now was to spend the evening searching through the maps and guidebooks until they found out where the house was. Williams was the lucky person in the end, and perhaps he deserved to be. At 11:30 p.m, he read the following lines from Murray's Guide to Essex. 16.5 miles, Anningley. The church was originally an interesting building from the 12th century, but was greatly changed in the last century. It contains the graves of the Francis family, whose country house, Anningley Hall, stands just beyond the churchyard in a large park. The family has now died out. The last son disappeared mysteriously in childhood, in the year 1802. The father, Mr. Arthur Francis, was known in the area as quite a good artist in Mezzotint. After his son's disappearance, he lived completely alone at the Hall. He was found dead exactly 3 years later in the room where he had just completed a mezzotint of the house, copies of which are extremely rare. This seemed to be the end of the search, and when Mr. Green returned to the college, he immediately recognized the house as Anningley Hall. "Is there any kind of explanation of the figure, Green?" Williams asked him. "I really don't know, Williams. I knew Anningley before I came to this university, and there used to be 1 or 2 stories about Arthur Francis. He was always very severe with any man whom he suspected of hunting on his land. Gradually, he got rid of all such thieves, with the exception of one man, called Gawdy, I believe, who continued to take animals from the Hall grounds. Gawdy was the last member of a very old family, which, it was said, had once been the most important family in the area. The graves of his relations were inside the church, and not out in the churchyard, like those of common people, and he felt a good deal of bitterness that his family had lost its former greatness. It was said that Francis could never prove anything against him, but in the end Francis's keepers caught him in a wood on the edge of the park. I could show you the place even now, because it is right beside some land that used to belong to my uncle. As you can imagine, there was a fight, and this man, Gawdy, most unluckily shot one of the keepers. Well, that was just what Francis wanted. There was a quick and most unsatisfactory court case, and poor Gaudy was hanged as quickly as possible. I've been shown the place where he was buried. It's on the north side of the church, where they buried any person who had been hanged or who had killed himself. The poor man had no relatives, because he was the last member of his family. But people believed that some friend of his must have planned to seize Francis's boy in order to put an end to his family too. But you know, I should say now that it looks more as if old Gaudy had managed the thing himself. Ah, I hate to think of it. Have a drink, Williams? I have only to add that the picture is now in the Ashleyan collection. It has been tested in order to find out whether the artist used a special kind of ink which could account for its strange behaviour, but without any result. Mr. Britnell knew nothing about it, except that he was sure that it was an uncommon picture. And although it was carefully watched, it has never been known to change again. End of CD 3. The Unlucky Theatre. Elliott O'Donnell. For many years, there was a theatre in London which was regarded as unlucky because, for a very long time, no play produced in it was a success. It was called the Mohawk, and it had changed its name many times. But none of the names brought it any good luck. Also, people believed that it was visited by ghosts, and this gave it an even worse name. When my friend Fernaghan heard about this theatre, he was eager to spend a night there. He came from an old Irish family which had, for many centuries, taken an interest in the ways and habits of ghosts. He asked me if I knew who owned the theatre, and I told him that I believed the owner was Peter Lindsay. Fernaghan soon went to see him and asked if he could keep watch in the theatre for a night. Lindsay agreed on condition that he did not tell the newspapers, and that whatever happened was kept a secret. It was arranged that Fernaghan would go to the stage door at 11 o'clock on a Monday night in June, and that he would be admitted when he rang 3 times. Fernaghan was looking forward eagerly to the night, and at last it arrived. He went to the Mohawk at the correct hour, rang the stage door bell 3 times, and was let in by the night watchman, John Ward. On this particular occasion, Ward was allowed to go home, since Fernaghan was taking his place. Ward showed him round the building, explained to him what to do if there was a fire, and left him alone in the theatre. The place seemed lonely, and after Ward had gone, there was an uncomfortable stillness. This was broken only by occasional noises, such as one hears in old, empty buildings at night. Fernaghan had never imagined that a theatre could be so quiet. He wandered up and down stairs and along the passages on various floors, looked at the seating areas and then went round behind the stage. The dust lay thick on the boards, and there were signs everywhere of lack of care and attention. Fernahon was looking at the remains of a large black insect, and hoping that there were no more live ones around, when he heard a movement in the nearest dressing room. He slowly opened the dressing room door and looked in. A man was doing something to a stage sword. The man turned round and saw Fernahon. A guilty, surprised look appeared in his eyes, and, since Ward had told him that there was nobody in the building, Fernahon asked him what he was doing there. There was something strange about the man. His clothes had long been out of fashion, and somehow he did not seem quite real. "Who are you?" Fernahon asked. "And what are you doing to that sword?" He took a step towards the man, who suddenly, and without explanation, melted away. This gave Fernahon a shock, but he gradually calmed himself, and although he was still rather shaken, he continued to wander round the dusty old place. When it was nearly 1 o'clock by his watch, he thought that it was time to have something to eat. So he sat below the stage, eating some cold chicken and drinking some hot coffee. While he was drinking, he had the feeling that someone was watching him. He looked around him and got such a shock that he almost dropped his cup. At the edge of the stage was a tall, graceful woman with dark hair and eyes. She was beautiful, but the paleness of her face was striking and very ghostly. She was looking anxiously around the theatre, and when she seemed satisfied that there was no cause for anxiety, she slipped silently across the stage and out of sight. Fernahon thought that he had had enough shocks, and that he had better leave the Mohawk, because he certainly did not want to see a third ghost. But, as he did not like to give up on anything, he stayed on. He looked slowly round the theatre. How lonely it seemed. What a feeling of sadness and emptiness surrounded it. There was no sign of life anywhere. He thought of the many feet that had stepped out on the stage, of the attractive faces whose beautiful eyes and smiles had given pleasure to so many people. Where were those well-known actors and actresses now? Probably they were all dead and forgotten. He leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and dreamed of the past. Suddenly, he heard voices. He opened his eyes, and to his surprise, he was no longer alone. The seats were completely filled with people dressed in a style of long ago. The house was full, but, like the man in the dressing room, these people did not seem real. Their faces were as pale as those of the dead, and there was something unpleasantly inhuman about them. The woman whom Fernahon had seen on the edge of the stage was now seated alone in one of the more expensive seats in a box. She wore a rich evening dress of the kind that might have been fashionable in the early years of the 19th century. She was leaning forward and watching the stage with great attention. The musicians below the stage were playing an old tune which had once, no doubt, been popular, but which had since been forgotten. They stopped suddenly as the curtain rose. The scene was a wood, in which two men were about to have a sword fight. One man was tall, with fair hair and a beard. The other was dark. At a signal, they began to fight. There was an immediate silence in the theatre, which was broken only by the sharp noises of the fight. Fernahon looked up at the lady in the box, whose beauty held his attention. She was watching every sword stroke of the fighters with the greatest anxiety and excitement. Suddenly, the fair man's sword flashed forward and struck the dark man in the chest. He gave a long cry, took a few unsteady steps, and fell. There was a terrible cry from a girl who had been watching from behind a stage tree, and a joyful shout from the lady in the box. The curtain dropped. In a few moments it rose again, and Fernahon was shocked to see a row of skeletons in the clothes that they had probably worn in the play. The musicians and the people watching were all skeletons, and as their bony hands showed their approval, the actors smiled and then threw back their heads and burst into devilish laughter. The curtain fell, and the theatre was once again in darkness. Fernahon could not bear any more. He hurried out to the street. Peter Lindsay listened to Fernahon's account of his ghostly experiences in the Mohawk with great interest, and told him that they might have been the result of an unfortunate event in the theatre in 1803. A play called The Watching Eyes was being performed at the Cascade, as the Mohawk was then named. Two leading actors were in it, Guy Lang and Raymond Ross. Ross was known to be very much in love with Mrs. Lang. She encouraged him and repeatedly told him that she hated her husband, who treated her badly. In the play, there was a fight between Lang and Ross, and one night Ross killed Lang. The stage swords always had rubber buttons on their points, so that no one would be hurt. But on this occasion, the sword used by Ross had no button. It was always thought that Mrs. Lang was responsible, and that she intended her lover, Ross, to kill Lang. It was never known for certain whether Ross knew about her intentions, and since his guilt could not be proved, he simply lost his job. Mrs. Lang married a man called Lord Delahoo, whom she had known for some time. Because of the suspicion of murder that was connected with it, the theatre was closed down, and when it opened again, it was no longer called the Cascade. From that time on, Lindsay said, people have claimed that there are ghosts in the theatre, and no play produced in it has ever been a success. It has cost me a lot of money and worry, and if I can't sell it, I'll have it pulled down. But it was so well known for its ghosts and the bad luck it brought that he could not sell it. So he had it pulled down and sold the land on which it had stood. The Case of the Thing That Whimpered. Dennis Wheatley. It would have been hard to find two men more different in appearance, character, or lifestyle than the pair who were crossing the sunny garden of old Mark Hemingway's home at Oyster Bay, Long Island. Bruce was the old man's nephew. He was 6 feet 2 inches tall, with thick black hair and a strong, good-looking face. He was a clever international lawyer. His companion, Niels Orson, a delicate little man with large pale blue eyes like those of a Siamese cat, was a Swede. He had chosen to spend his life in the study of ghosts and spirits. When their ship, the SS Orion, was 3 days out from England, they had discovered that they had worked very close to one another in London. It was Orson's first trip to the United States, and Bruce had invited him to spend at least a week at Oyster Bay to see what a real American home was like. They had come straight out to Long Island after the ship had arrived that morning. Bruce pointed out a heavy, grey-haired figure relaxing in a chair outside the house. "There's Uncle Mark, taking his usual Saturday afternoon rest." "Then please, let us not wake him," Orson said. "No, we won't do that. Tea will be out in a minute, and he'll wake up then." They lowered themselves quietly into basket chairs, and while Orson leant back and closed his eyes, happy to enjoy the sweet smells of the garden, the big American bent down to pick up a newspaper from the grass. He loved facts and could never miss an opportunity to get information. His eyes wandered over the page. There was more trouble in Europe, but that was nothing new. The daughter of the steel factory owner, Morgenfeld, had been kidnapped, and the reward which was being offered for the return of 6-year-old Angela had been increased to $500,000. She had been missing now for nearly 2 months. From her photographs, she seemed to be a lovely child. Suddenly, Uncle Mark began to make strange noises in his sleep. "Wake him," said Orson, opening his eyes. "Wake him now." Bruce leant over and shook him slightly. "Wake up, Uncle, wake up." Mark Hemingway gave a little cry, sat up, and looked at them. "Hello. So, you've arrived. It's good to see you again, Bruce. And this is Mr. Orson, whom you sent me the message about, eh?" Orson smiled. "I am sorry if we woke you, sir, but you were having a bad dream, were you not?" "Bad dream? Well, yes. How did you know?" "That was not difficult. The noise that you were making. But I know quite a lot about dreams, and I'll try to explain yours, if you would like to tell me what it was about." "It's that storehouse. I can't get the place out of my thoughts." His nephew looked confused. "Storehouse?" Yes, storehouse. But never mind my troubles. Not when Mr. Orson has just arrived. His real interest is ghost hunting, Bruce explained to his uncle with a smile. And though I don't think we'll find any ghosts round here, I hope that we'll be able to give him a good time. We'll certainly do our best, replied Mr. Hemingway. But as for ghosts, I just don't believe in such things, although I've had cause enough to believe in anything these last few weeks. Thank you, Mr. Hemingway, answered Orson. It is most kind of you to receive me in your lovely home. But what you say naturally excites my interest. I'm not surprised that you don't believe in ghosts, because they really appear very rarely. What people believe to be ghosts are nearly always the working of the imagination, or tricks which have been played for a special purpose. Do tell me what it is that has recently caused you so much worry. It's the terrible events that have happened one after the other in this storehouse that I was dreaming about just now. Bruce sat back and said, Let us have the details. His uncle paused for a moment, and then, with a look at the stranger, he began. As Bruce may have told you, I'm a director of one of the biggest shops in New York. In recent months, we have had to take a new storehouse in East 20th Street. It's not a good place, because it's a long way from my shop, and is built among blocks of poor flats down on the Lower East Side. But we needed it quickly, and it was the best our agents could find. The building stands 10 floors high, and the night watchman has 2 rooms on the top floor, an office and a sitting room. These are connected by a short walkway, one side of which is formed by the outer wall. The other is open, except for a single handrail, so that the guard can look down over the whole storehouse. The 2 rooms and the walkway are built on a raised platform, which can only be reached from the ground by some iron stairs. I'm giving you these details because the events in this place have provided a problem which the cleverest detectives in New York have failed to solve. But stop me if you're not interested. No. Please, go on. Right then. The morning after we took the place, the night watchman was found on the ground floor, very badly hurt. There had been no robbery. All the doors and windows were still locked. But somehow, this unfortunate man had been attacked in the most violent manner while he was checking the storehouse by someone or something that has the most unbelievable strength. Something? Really? Uncle Mark, we don't have ghosts in New York? Bruce interrupted, a half-smile twisting his mouth. What did the man say when he gained consciousness? The poor man could tell us very little. The last thing he remembered was having just left the sitting room at midnight to check the building. He said that he paused for a moment outside because he thought he heard a strange whimpering sound, like that of an animal in pain. And then, suddenly, the whole place seemed to melt. That's how he described it. and he found himself falling through the air to the stone floor below. He knew nothing more until he woke up in hospital. "Surely he can give some description of the thing that attacked him," Bruce said. "No. In the poor light, he saw nothing. He had no time to look round. He says that his legs bent under him, and he was thrown forward and down with great force." "That doesn't make sense." "It's the best description that he could give us, and we were lucky to get that, as his terrible experience has had a serious effect on his mind." Mark Hemingway paused as two servants came out with the tea. When they had gone, and he had poured out some tea for his guests, he went on. "But that isn't all. We put a second night watchman in, and on the third night of his stay, he was found just like the other one. But since he had a broken neck, as well as other terrible injuries, he had no story to tell." "And the police? What did they say?" Orson asked. "They discovered nothing in their search, nothing at all. There was not a single sign of any living thing ever having entered the building after it had been closed for the night. But they did suggest one thing. It was this, that as this place had been empty for 3 years before we took it, a group of criminals might have been using it for unlawful purposes. And by these attacks on night watchmen, they hoped to frighten the new owners away. That was the suggestion. But the police could not produce any proof that the storehouse had ever been used for anything. And although hundreds of people who live in that crowded neighborhood were questioned, not one of them could remember ever having seen a vehicle of any kind drive up to the place by day or night until we arrived." "Why should they?" Bruce asked. "People who live down on the Lower East Side don't generally regard the police as their friends. If criminals are working there, no one is going to risk being shot by them." "That's so. I think you're right about that. Anyway, after the death of the second watchman, it was very difficult to find another. But 2 days ago, we employed a really strong man who knew nothing of the history of the place. This morning, he was found alive, but terribly badly hurt. His face was beaten in. One arm was twisted behind his back and broken, and his chest was crushed. It was just as though some great force had picked him up and thrown him against the storehouse floor like a toy. In hospital, when he was conscious, he could hardly talk. All he could tell the police captain was, 'Something whimpered at me, something whimpered, and then I was thrown through the air.'" "So they both heard the strange whimpering," Orson said thoughtfully. "What did the police chief have to say about that?" "Nothing. He couldn't explain it at all. They are not even sure yet of the exact place where the attacks were made. The first man doesn't remember going down the iron stairs, but that doesn't mean much, as there were no signs of a struggle on the walkway, and all 3 bodies were found down below.
One of the youngest of the policemen who are working on these crimes did suggest, although he felt a little silly about it, that there might be ghosts in the place, and that this is the work of some sort of devil. Quite honestly, I have a strange feeling that the man might be right. No human has the strength to beat men as violently as that. Even if he had, they would remember something of what had happened to them.
"I see," said Niels Orson. "Of course, there are rare cases when evil spirits take on violent and dangerous strength. But I'm more ready to believe the first suggestion, that your storehouse has been used for unlawful purposes, and that somebody is particularly anxious to frighten you into giving it up. Still, I would very much like to try to solve the mystery. May I take on the duties of night watchman tonight?"
Good heavens, no! You're my guest. I cannot allow, well, anyone like yourself to spend a night in that place alone.
Orson smiled. "I see you're thinking of my size, but I would carry a gun. We could also have a police guard outside the building, and if they are criminals who are doing this, my shots would bring immediate help. But if it really is a ghost or an evil spirit, I am far better able to deal with it than the most experienced policeman in New York."
No. You've never met the sort of criminals we have in this country. They are killers, and they would murder you before the police even got through the door. I'll tell you what I will do, though, since you're so interested. I'll take you and Bruce to have a look round the place tomorrow afternoon.
The three of them, with a police officer, made a careful search of the storehouse. But they found nothing new. The policeman was sure that the attacks had been made on the floor of the storehouse. But Orson thought that they had happened while the watchman was up on the walkway, because the only man who could give even a partly sensible account of what had happened could not remember coming down the iron stairs. For this reason, it was up on the walkway that he put the scientific instruments that he had brought with him. These were 2 cameras with flashlights, which would take pictures if anyone crossed the walkway, and a sound recording machine of his own invention, which was so sensitive, he said, that it could pick up voices from the world of spirits. The police officer watched his preparations with amusement, while Hemingway and Bruce only hid their disbelief out of politeness. But Orson stated, with great confidence, that he intended to find out whether the attacker was a ghost or a man. On the following morning, they visited the storehouse again. The locks on the doors and windows had not been touched. But Orson's 2 cameras and his recording machine were no longer up on the walkway. They lay in small pieces on the floor below. The little Swede began to collect the bits, and with Bruce's help put them all in a bag. But although the cameras could not help them, they found, when they returned to Oyster Bay, that the material on the recording machine could be played. Orson tried it on another machine. For a moment, a low, whimpering cry filled the pleasantly sunny room, with the cold breath of evil. Then the sound suddenly stopped.
"Well, the watchman certainly didn't imagine that," said Bruce, with a nervous laugh.
"No." Orson's large, pale blue eyes filled with a sudden light. "And that's not the sort of noise a killer makes when he is about to murder someone. I really believe now that we're on the track of an ab-human."
"What is that?" asked Bruce.
"It's not a ghost in the ordinary sense at all. By that, I mean it's not the spirit of a dead person forced to remain on earth, but a bodiless force, something that has somehow made its way up out of the great depths and found a gateway by which it can get back into this world. Such appearances are very rare, but to a scientist like myself, extremely interesting. Now, nothing can prevent me from going back to the storehouse this evening and spending the night there."
"I won't allow you to do that alone," Bruce said quickly.
"I shall be pleased to have your company," Orson smiled. Orson made many careful preparations for the night's watch, because he knew that he and Bruce might have to face great danger. Both men carried guns, in case the ghost was found to be a murderous human after all. Both also had magic items, which had proved to be powerful against evil spirits. Bruce felt like laughing at these protective measures, but the little man was so serious about them that Bruce had no difficulty in hiding his amusement. At 9 o'clock, they went to the storehouse. The place was badly lit, and every packing case seemed to throw the shadow of some terrible being after them as they walked.
"Brrr. I wouldn't like to be the man whose job it is to stay here all night, whether there are ghosts or not," said Bruce.
"It'll be more cheerful upstairs, in the watchman's sitting room," Orson said quietly. When they had climbed the iron stairs, he began to explain his plans to Bruce. "I intend to go round the whole place every hour, but I want you to remain in this room, Bruce. You are not to leave it, whatever happens. You will stay by the door and watch the walkway outside with your gun ready and protect my back each time I go downstairs. Even if all you see is a shadow, shoot immediately. Light will always drive back the powers of darkness, at least for a moment. The flash from your gun will give me just enough time to say the words which will protect us from evil spirits." At 10 o'clock, Orson went round the storehouse for the first time. Bruce stood in the doorway of the sitting room and guarded the walkway with his gun, until his little friend was hidden from sight in the shadows. He then returned to his seat in the room. A quarter of an hour later, Orson quietly appeared again. Bruce jumped nervously to his feet and asked, "Well?" "No, nothing," replied Orson. Conversation was difficult. The frightening silence all round them seemed to forbid even a whisper. The sun had shone on the roof all day, and the heat in the room was uncomfortable. Both men had taken their coats off. The minutes dragged on. 11 o'clock came at last, and once again the little Swede went out into the unfriendly shadows beyond the warm sitting-room, while Bruce watched from the door. Once again he returned with nothing to report. Time seemed to stand still. Bruce suddenly began to think of the people in the town outside who were laughing and talking without a worry in the world. They would sleep in warm, comfortable beds tonight, while he sat waiting for some terrible, unknown thing to come out of the half-darkness, violently attack him, and then throw him away like a broken toy. He shook himself. He was not easily frightened, and if his gun and strength could have been of any use, there would have been no fear in his heart. But the calm, clever little man opposite him really believed in ghosts and spirits, and had told him of their terrible power to harm human beings. The minutes went slowly by. Suddenly, Orson began to move uncomfortably in his seat, his long, thin fingers tapping on his knees. Bruce watched him with quick anxiety. Then a low, whimpering cry broke the stillness of the quiet room. Immediately, Orson jumped to his feet and ran to the door. As he ran, he called out some Latin words from an ancient prayer for protection against evil spirits. Bruce quickly took hold of his gun and followed. When Orson stepped out onto the walkway, the whole thing moved beneath him. He almost lost his balance. His legs were unable to support him, and he was thrown violently forward into space. At the same moment, Bruce, who was still at the door of the sitting-room, had seen that both the walkway and the wall behind it were turning by 90 degrees. In another moment, the block of wall would fall forwards into the place where the walkway floor had been. In the dark space behind the falling wall, Bruce saw a shadowy shape. His gun fired and fired with a bright red flame until it was empty. There was a cry of pain, and the wall began to move back up again, bringing the floor of the walkway up with it. "Niels! Niels!" Bruce cried as he looked out into the half-darkness. To his great relief, he heard an answering cry. Orson had managed to hold onto the single rail of the walkway as he was thrown outwards. It was a frightening moment as he hung there by one hand, 80 feet above the stone floor below. But as the wall moved back into place, the floor of the walkway rose with it and brought him back to safety. Bruce, whose face was white with fear, pulled him into the sitting-room, and for a few moments they both stood there, breathing heavily. When their strength had returned, they set to work to solve the mystery of the hidden entrance. With the help of an iron bar, they managed to pull down the block of wall, and they saw how the floor of the walkway turned over as they did so. "That's what happened to the unfortunate night watchman," Orson said. "An 80-foot drop. That's why they remembered nothing and were so badly injured."
"Come on, let's see what's in here," Bruce whispered, and pointed to the dark space which the opening of the wall had left. As he stepped forward, his foot touched something. He pointed the beam of his flashlight at the ground and bent down. He saw that it was the body of a man. Together, they dragged it into the light. It was not a pretty sight. The man had clearly not been very fond of soap and water. He was bleeding badly from several bullet wounds and was quite dead. "I suppose I must have killed him," said Bruce slowly. "What do you think he was doing?" "Who can say? Clearly, he has been coming and going to this secret room for some time, and entering it by a hidden door. Then, when your uncle's people moved in, he thought he would frighten them away by killing off your night watchman. He just had to wait for the men to begin their midnight check and then pull a handle. Too simple." Suddenly, the whimpering started again. Bruce felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, but Orson calmly turned on his flashlight and shone it round the secret room. Its beam fell on a child. "Angela Morgenfeld!" cried Bruce in surprise. With 2 steps he reached her and picked the thin, frightened little thing up in his arms. "Orson!" he cried. "Do you realize that this is the factory owner's daughter, who was kidnapped over 2 months ago?" He laughed then with a mixture of relief and excitement. "That man that I killed must have been coming in every night over the roof to feed her. And this poor child is your great abhuman." Orson smiled. "I would rather have found her, though, than the most interesting spirit from another world. But wait until we are back in England next month, and I'll certainly show you a real ghost." Bruce laughed. "I'll be with you." CD 3. An Unpleasant Man. Cyril Hare. The police car, which had been called from the main police station at Markhampton, drove quickly around the edge of the American airfield and on up the village street. It was 8:30 on a fine spring morning, and the road was empty, except for a line of the American army cars that now seemed to be a common sight on the country roads of that particular part of England. Sergeant Place of the Berkshire Police, who was sitting beside the young driver, looked at them with little pleasure. It was not that he had any real objection to Americans. On the whole, they did not behave worse than the local people. But when they did behave badly, the way in which they did so was different. This was, in itself, an offence to Place, who had been brought up to believe in the regular order of things. Consider this business at Hawthorne House, for example. There was sure to be an American mixed up in it, and that would cause trouble. Hawthorne House was an old, rather dark little house which stood by itself on the far side of the village. There were many like it in the area. The owners rented them out to visiting army officers, and profited greatly by asking high rents. As the police car reached the entrance,
The police doctor's car came up behind it, and the three men went into the house together. Sergeant Place was rather relieved when the door was opened by someone who was clearly an Englishman. A middle-aged man with rather unhealthy skin, wearing the dull clothes of a manservant. "Will you come this way, please?" he said in the accepted language of his profession, and led them upstairs to the best bedroom. He opened the door and stood to one side for them to enter. The man in the bed had certainly been dead for some hours, because the body was already cold. Sergeant Place judged that he was about 45. There was little character in the round face. He was dressed for bed in expensive and rather bright clothes, which did not seem to go with the simple furniture. On the table by the bed there was a half-empty bottle, an empty glass, and a small round medicine box, which was also empty. On the floor beside the table was a letter with an envelope that was simply addressed to Mr. William Harris. It had not come by post. Place gave some instructions to the young police driver and left the room. He found the servant standing in the passage just outside the door. "Let's go downstairs, shall we?" he suggested. "We can talk better there." The man went before him down the narrow staircase into the sitting room. Place watched him closely as he stood, respectful but anxious, in front of the empty fireplace. "You haven't been here long, have you?" he began.
No, sir. Only 3 days. We were in London before that."
"But how—" "Easy," said Place with a smile. "You forgot to lower your head for the wooden beam at the top of the stairs." "This place was let with furniture, I suppose, to an American?"
"No, sir, not to an American. Mr. Harris was English. But I understood that he had lived in the United States for some years, and I may say, picked up some American habits."
He was talking more easily now. Place's smile usually made people feel comfortable. "And what's your name?"
"Wilson, sir. Thomas Wilson."
"Well, Wilson, tell me when you found out that your master was dead."
"When I went in this morning to give him his cup of tea, sir. I didn't touch anything, but rang up the police immediately. I hope that I did right."
"Quite right. And when had you last seen him before that?"
"Last night, sir, at about 10:30. He'd given me a free evening, and when I came in, he was just getting into bed."
"And what can you tell me about Mr. Harris?"
"I can tell you very little, sir. I had only been with him for 2 weeks. He hired me through Chilton's, the employment agency. No doubt you've heard of it, sir. But I can tell you that his ways were, well, a little strange, sir."
"Strange? Well, naturally. You've just told me that he had American habits."
"No, sir. I don't mean that they were strange in that way. He was afraid."
"What of?"
"Oh, of people, sir, and of Americans especially. That was why he took this house. He said that there were too many Americans in London and that he wanted to get right away from them. Sergeant Place laughed at the idea of a person coming to Berkshire in order to get away from that particular danger.
"He chose the wrong area to come to, then," he said. "Didn't he know that the Americans had an army base in the village?"
"It seems that he didn't, sir. I think that it was a great shock to him when he found out. Only yesterday he said to me—" Place thought to himself that by helping these anxious witnesses to get over their fear, you encourage them to wander on forever. He decided that he had better return to the more important matter of Mr. Harris's death. He interrupted Wilson.
"Do you know anything about this?" he said,
and produced the envelope which he had taken from the bedroom. "That, sir? Oh, yes. I gave it to Mr. Harris last night when I came in."
"Where did it come from?"
"The staff officer gave it to me to give him."
"I don't understand. What staff officer?"
"I was going to tell you, sir, when you interrupted me," the man said patiently. "It happened yesterday morning. Mr. Harris and I drove down to the village to do some shopping, and we had to stop in the village street, where they are repairing the road. They were only letting through one line of cars at a time. There was an American Army car coming the other way. This staff officer was in the front, and as he passed, he seemed to recognise Mr. Harris, sir."
"How did you know that?"
"He spoke to him, sir. Just one word. It sounded like, 'Blimey.'"
"Not a very American word, Wilson. Are you sure it wasn't limey?"
"It could have been that, sir. What does that mean, if I may ask?"
"It's a rather insulting name for an Englishman. Go on."
"Whatever it was, it seemed to trouble Mr. Harris a good deal, sir. He drove on as soon as the car had passed, and never stopped in the village at all. We did our shopping in Markhampton. Then, last night, I saw the staff officer again."
"Where?"
"At the local inn, sir, the Spotted Dog. I was spending my evening there. The place was full of American soldiers, and he was with them. He recognised me immediately and spoke to me. He bought me 1 or 2 drinks, and then he began to ask me questions, sir."
"He found out who you were, and where you were living, and so on?"
"Exactly, sir. Then, just before the inn closed, he asked the innkeeper for a bit of paper and an envelope, and wrote something and told me to give it to Mr. Harris. So I did, sir."
"And you don't know what was written in the letter?"
"Naturally not, sir." In spite of his polite voice, the man was offended. Sergeant Place recognised this and smiled slightly.
"You might be interested to know. Here it is."
Place read.
"Well, Limey, this is quite a surprise. I'll pay a visit to your little hiding place about midday tomorrow, so you had better be there."
"Is that all, sir?"
"That's all. And it's signed Joe."
"That's the name of the staff officer, no doubt, sir."
"If you saw him again, would you recognise him?"
"All these Americans look very much alike to me, sir. But I expect I would."
"Well," said Place, as he put the letter away, "that appears to be all. You gave him that letter, and he's dead. He died of— What exactly did he die of, Doctor?" he asked, as the police doctor came into the room. "A form of poison, without doubt. I can't say more until we've made a thorough examination. He died about 8 to 10 hours ago, I should think. I can see no sign of violence. I'm going now, unless you still want me. Shall I make arrangements to have the body moved?" "Not just yet, thank you, Doctor. I would prefer not to have anyone in the house until the afternoon. We may have a visitor about midday." When the doctor had gone, Place called to the young driver, who was upstairs. "Percy?"
"Yes, Sergeant Place."
"Take the car round to the back of the house, will you? I don't want it to be seen from the road." Percy came downstairs.
"I've searched his room fairly thoroughly," he remarked. "He's got some very bright American clothes. I found this in a drawer. I thought that it might interest you."
He handed to Place a small pile of newspaper cuttings and went out to the car. Place saw that they were all taken from American papers and were arranged so that the most recent was on top. It was the top one, in fact, that caught his eye. "This morning, John Benjamin Spencer was put to death for the murder of bank guard Edward Hart," it began. He looked through the rest of the cuttings and found a familiar name. William S. Harris, who was born in England and was a former business partner of the defendant, was today called as a witness in the case against John B. Spencer. "Do you need me any more, sir?" said Wilson, who was still in the room. "No," said Place, whose attention was fixed on the newspaper cuttings. "Yes," he added immediately. "What did Mr. Harris do when you gave him the note?" "He read it, sir." "Anything else?" "Then he sent me downstairs to get a bottle of alcohol and 2 glasses.
2 glasses?
Mr. Harris was very informal, the man explained. He had American habits, although he was an Englishman, like you or me. He asked me to have a drink with him. He was not at all like any other gentleman that I have served." Place looked at his unhealthy face and his unsteady fingers, which were yellow with tobacco. "You drink quite a lot, don't you, Wilson?" he said. "A little, sir, I must admit, now and again." "Is that why you lost your last post?"
"No, sir."
He was deeply offended.
"I've been in first-class service all my life, and my employers have always been pleased with me. My last position was with Lord Gaveston. I was in his service for 5 years, and I only lost that post when he and his wife separated and the family broke up. This position was not really good enough for me. I accepted it because Chiltern's agency had nothing else to offer at the time, and the wages were good. Chilterns know me, sir, and they would put me forward for the best employment. Ask them now if you don't believe me. The telephone number is Belgrave 8290. You can make a long-distance telephone call immediately, if you like."
I think you've said enough, Wilson. There's no need to get excited, said Place, to calm him down.
I'm sorry, sir, but a man in my position depends on having a good name. I've had a shock, and I've had no breakfast this morning yet.
Just finish your story. You said that you brought Mr. Harris the bottle of alcohol.
That's right, sir. When I brought it, he was sitting on the side of his bed. He poured some of it out into 2 glasses, and we both had one. Then he told me to leave the bottle and his glass with him, and we said good night. I didn't see him again until I found him this morning.
Thank you, Wilson.
You've been most helpful. Now, go to the kitchen and get yourself something to eat. Place looked at his watch. It was just 9 o'clock. He had a 3-hour wait, if Staff Officer Joe came on time, if he chose to come at all. If he did not, it would not be easy to find him. He considered how many staff officers at the big American base were called Joe. The situation could have been worse, of course. The name on the letter might have been Butch or Red. Half the men in the American forces seemed to share those strange names. But Joe was nearly as common. For now, he must wait. A policeman often has to wait, but this time Place found it quite pleasant. He had a comfortable chair to wait in, and a pile of newspaper cuttings to read. The cuttings reported a very ordinary kind of murder. A guard had been killed during a bank robbery. And, like many murderers, John B. Spencer looked a very ordinary young man in his photographs. As for Mr. Harris, it seemed that he had been lucky only to have been a witness and not to have been charged with Spencer. Or had he been so lucky? Sergeant Place was not so sure when he thought of the man who had been frightened and was now lying upstairs. He read the cuttings again and again until he heard Percy call from the hall.
Here he comes, Sergeant Place.
Place opened the door for a young man in army uniform, who looked at him in surprise.
Have I come to the right place?
He asked.
They told me that this was Mr. Harris's house. They told you quite correctly. Come in.
The visitor entered. He looked hard at Place and then at Percy.
You're a policeman, aren't you? He said. What's happened?
Did you write a letter to Mr. Harris last night?
I did.
He was found dead in bed this morning. The young man took a little time to think this information over. His face showed no expression. As Place watched him, he thought that the line of his jaw seemed familiar.
Well, he said at last, that saves a lot of trouble, doesn't it?
Does it? Place asked. That rather depends on why you wanted to see Mr. Harris.
Perhaps we needn't discuss that at present. I'm grateful that you gentlemen gave me the news, that's all. I'd better go now.
Wait a minute. Before you go, there are 2 questions that I'd like to ask you.
What sort of man was the late Mr. Harris? He was an extremely unpleasant man, said the staff officer. What's the other question? Is your name Spencer by any chance? Yes, I'm Joseph Wilbur Spencer. And John Benjamin Spencer? He was my brother. Thank you, Spencer. You have told me all I want to know. Now, would you care to see the body and make sure that it is Mr. Harris? Sir, said Spencer, during my stay in this country, I have developed a great respect for your police. A very great respect. If you tell me that Harris is dead, I don't ask for any proof. No, sir. The word of the British police is good enough for me. But I will say this. You've given me a piece of news that is going to make the people in my hometown very thankful when it is known. As certainly it will be. And now I will say good day to you. Percy, ask Wilson to come in here for a minute, said Place, after the visitor had gone. Percy went out to the kitchen and returned with a smile on his face. I think that Wilson decided against breakfast and had a few drinks instead, he said. I can't wake him up. Well, he's had a shock, as he said himself. I don't really need him. We'll ask Scotland Yard to send a man round to Chilton's. Perhaps they can tell us something about the late Mr. Harris. We shall have to find out more than the fact that he was unpleasant. He picked up the telephone. I want to make a trunk call, please, miss. Get me... He put the instrument down with a crash. Percy, he shouted, get the car out, quick, and go after that staff officer. Bring him back immediately, by force, if necessary. To a confused and rather annoyed Spencer, Sergeant Place said, I'm sorry, but I must know for certain if the body upstairs is really Harris. If you say so, sir. I have no real objection to dead bodies, but I would have thought... He stopped suddenly, as Place threw open the door to the kitchen. Limey! He cried. He bent over the half-conscious figure, which was breathing heavily. They said that you were dead. Not yet, said Place cheerfully. But he soon will be. There is less delay over British criminal cases than over yours, I expect. Now, if you don't mind, we'll go upstairs and examine the body of Thomas Wilson, the poor, harmless servant whom Harris poisoned last night when he got your note. He hoped that when you spread the news of his death, he wouldn't be troubled by John Spencer's friends and relatives again. It was a neat plan, and it might have succeeded if he hadn't forgotten that he was playing the part of an English servant and talked about long-distance telephone calls instead of trunk calls. As he told me himself, he'd picked up a lot of American habits while he was away. I expect that he came down here specially in order to be seen by you, and then to pretend to kill himself. Mr. Harris was quite a clever criminal. Didn't I say that he was an unpleasant man? Said Staff Officer Spencer. CD4. Family Affair. Margery Allingham.
The newspapers were calling the McGill's house in Chestnut Street the Mary Celeste house, before Chief Inspector Charles Luke noticed that the two mysteries were alike. He was so shaken that he telephoned Albert Campion and asked him to come over. They met in the Sun, a quiet little inn in the High Street, and discussed the case in the small public bar, which, at that time of day, was empty.
"The two stories are alike,"
Luke said as he picked up his drink. He was a dark, strong, and very active man, and, as usual, he was talking continuously, using his hands to emphasize his words. "I'd almost forgotten the Mary Celeste mystery, but I read a fresh report of it in the morning news today. Of course, the Mary Celeste was a ship, and 29 Chestnut Street is an ordinary, unexciting little house. But in other ways, the two stories are nearly the same. There was even a half-eaten breakfast left on the table in both of them. It's very strange, Campion." Campion, who was quiet and fair and wore glasses, listened closely, as was his habit. And, as usual, he looked a little uncertain of himself. A great many men had failed to take him seriously until it was too late. At the moment, he appeared to be slightly amused. He was always entertained by the strength of Luke's excitement. "You think that you know what has happened to Mr. and Mrs. McGill, then?" he asked.
"Good heavens, no."
The policeman opened his small black eyes to their widest.
"I tell you that it's the same story as the mystery of the Mary Celeste. They've simply disappeared. One minute they were having breakfast together, like every other husband and wife for miles around, and the next minute they had gone without a sign."
Mr. Campion paused. He looked rather self-conscious.
"As I remember the story of the Mary Celeste, it was completely unbelievable," he said at last. "Consider it. A band of quite ordinary-looking sailors brought a ship called the Mary Celeste into Gibraltar and had a wonderful story to tell. They said that she was found in mid-ocean with all her sails up, but without a single person on board. The details were shocking. There were 3 cups of tea on the captain's table, and they were still warm. In his room there was a box of female clothes which were small enough to be a child's. A cat was asleep in the kitchen, and in a pot on the cooker was a chicken ready to be cooked." Campion let out a long breath. "Quite beautiful," he said. But witnesses also swore that, although there was no one at the wheel, she was still following her course. The Court of Inquiry found that too much to believe, although they discussed it for as long as they could. Luke looked at him sharply. "That wasn't what the morning news suggested this morning," he said. "They called it the world's favourite unsolved mystery." So it is.
Mr. Campion was laughing.
Because nobody wants an ordinary explanation which uncovers dishonesty. The mystery of the Mary Celeste is an excellent example of a story which really is a bit too good to spoil, don't you think?
I don't know. I hadn't thought of it.
Luke sounded slightly annoyed.
I was just telling you the main story of the two events.
Actually, 1872 is rather too long ago for me.
But 29 Chestnut Street is certainly my business, and I'm not allowing any witness to use his imagination in this inquiry. Just give your attention to the facts and details, Campion.
Luke put down his glass.
Consider the McGills, he said. They seem ordinary, sensible people.
Peter McGill was 28, and his wife, Maureen, was a year younger. They had been married for 3 years and got along well together. For the first 2 years, they had to live with his mother, while they were waiting for the right kind of house to become available. But they weren't very happy there. So they rented 2 rooms from Maureen's married sister. Then, after 6 months, this house in Chestnut Street was offered to them.
Did they have any money troubles?
Mr. Campion asked.
No.
Luke clearly thought that this was very unusual.
Peter seems to be the one member of the family who had nothing to complain about. He works in the office of a company that makes locks, and they are very pleased with him. He is known for not spending more than he can afford, and, in any case, his salary was raised recently. I saw his employer this morning, and he was really anxious, poor old boy. He liked the young man, and had nothing but praise for him.
What about Mrs. McGill?
She's another good type. She's steady and careful, and she remained at work until a few months ago, when her husband decided that she should leave her job in order to enjoy the new house and raise a family. She certainly did her housework well. The place is still in excellent order, although it has been empty for 6 weeks.
For the first time, Mr. Campion's eyes lit up with interest.
"Forgive me," he said, "but do the police usually enter a case of missing persons so quickly? What is it that you are looking for, Charles? A body or bodies?" "Not officially," Luke said, "but I can't help asking myself what we shall find. We came into the case quickly because we heard about it quickly.
The situation was unusual, and the family were rather frightened. That's the explanation of that." He paused for a moment.
"Come along and have a look at the house. We'll come back and have another drink after you've seen it. But this is something that's really special, and I want your help."
Mr. Campion followed him out into the network of neat little streets which ran between rows of box-shaped houses set in neat little flower gardens.
"We go down to the end and along to the right,"
Luke said, as he pointed towards the end of the road. "I'll tell you the rest of the story as we go." On the 12th of June, Bertram Hesketh, who is the husband of Maureen's older sister and lives in the next but one house, dropped in to see them as he usually did about 7:30 in the morning. He came in by the back door, which was open, and found a half-eaten breakfast for two on the table in the bright new kitchen. No one was around, so he sat down to wait. Luke's long hands were busily forming the scene in the air as he talked, and Mr. Campion felt that he could almost see the little room, with its inexpensive but not unattractive furniture, and the flowers in the window. "Bertram is a toy salesman, and one of a large family," Luke went on. "He's got no work at the moment, but he's not unhappy about it. He talks rather a lot. He's grown a little too big for his clothes, and he enjoys a drink. But he's got a sharp mind. Too sharp, I would say. He would have noticed anything unusual. But in fact, the tea in the pot was still warm. So he poured himself a cup, picked up the newspaper, which was lying open on the floor by Peter McGill's chair, and started to read it. After a time, he realized that the house was very quiet. So he went into the hall and shouted up the stairs. As there was no reply, he went up and found that the bed was unmade, that the bathroom was still warm and wet with steam, and that Maureen's everyday hat, coat, and handbag were lying on a chair. Bertram came down, examined the rest of the house, then went out into the garden. Maureen had been doing some washing before breakfast, and the clothes on the line were almost dry. Otherwise, the little square of land was quite empty. He gave Campion a quick look out of the corner of his eye. "And that, my boy, is all," he said. "Neither Peter nor Maureen has been seen since." As they didn't appear again, Bertram told the rest of the family and, after 2 days, went to the police. "Really?" Campion showed some interest. "Is that all that you know?" "Not quite, but the rest of the information is hardly helpful." Luke sounded almost pleased. "Wherever they are, they're not in the house or garden. If they walked out, no one saw them. And they would need both skill and luck for that, because they were surrounded by concerned relatives and friends. The only things that are definitely missing are 2 clean sheets. A fine pair of sheets, one lady called them. Mr. Campion looked surprised. "That's a small detail," he said. "I suppose that there is no sign of any crime." "Crime is really becoming quite common in London. I don't know what's happening to the old place," Luke said sorrowfully. But this house seemed healthy and happy enough. The McGills appear to have been ordinary, pleasant young people, although there are 1 or 2 things that make one think. As far as we can find out, Peter did not catch his usual train to work. But we have one witness, a third cousin of his, who says that she followed him up the street from his house to the corner, just as she did every morning during the week. At the top of the street, she went in one direction, and she thought that he went in the other, as usual. But no one else seems to have seen him, and she's probably mistaken. Well now, here we are. Stand here for a minute. He had paused on the path of a narrow street, shaded by trees and lined with pairs of pleasant little houses. The next house along here belongs to the Hlighsniths, he went on, lowering his voice. We'll walk rather quickly past it, because we don't want any more help from Bertram at the moment. He's a good man, but he believes that Maureen's property is in his trust, and the way in which he follows me around makes me feel self-conscious. His house is number 25, and 29 is next but one. Now, number 31, which is actually joined to 29 on the other side, is locked up. The old lady who owns it is in hospital. In 33 live two sisters, who are aunts of Peter's. They moved there soon after him and Maureen. One has lost her husband, and the other is unmarried, but they are both very interested in the nephew and his wife. The one whose husband has died speaks quite kindly about her young relatives, but her unmarried sister, Miss Dove, is rather critical of them. She told me that Maureen was careless with money, and I think that from time to time she had had a few words with the girl on the subject. I heard about the fine pair of sheets from her. I believe that she had told Maureen she shouldn't have bought something so expensive, but Maureen had saved up a long time for them. Luke laughed. Women are like that, he continued. They get a desire for something, and they make sure that they have it. Miss Dove says that she watched Maureen hanging out the sheets on the line early in the morning of the day she disappeared. She has an upstairs window in her house from which she can just see part of the garden of 29, if she stands on a chair. He smiled. For some reason she was doing that at about 6:30 on the day the McGills disappeared, and she is quite sure that she saw them hanging on the line. The sheets, I mean. She recognized them by the pattern along the top edge. They're certainly not in the house now. Miss Dove suggests delicately that I should search Bertram's house for them. Mr. Campion looked thoughtful, though his mouth was smiling. It's quite a story, he said quietly. The whole thing just can't have happened. How very strange, Charles. Did anybody else see Maureen that morning? Could she have walked out of the front door and come up the street with the sheets over her arm and not have been noticed? I'm not asking if she would have done so, but if she could. No, said Luke. Even if she had wanted to do so, which is unlikely, it's almost impossible. There are the cousins opposite, you see. They live over there in the house with the red flowers, directly in front of number 29. It is one of them who says that she followed Peter up the road that morning. Also, there's an old Irish grandmother who sits up in bed in the window of the front room all day. You can't completely trust what she says. For example, she can't remember if Peter came out of the house at his usual time that day, but she would have noticed if Maureen had come out. No one saw Maureen that morning except Miss Dove, who, as I told you, watched her hanging the sheets on the line. The newspaper comes early. The milkman heard her washing machine when he left his bottles at the back door, but he did not see her. What about the postman? He can't help. He hasn't been doing this work for very long, and can't even remember if he called at number 29. It's a long street, and, as he says, the houses are all alike. He gets to 29 at about 7:25, and doesn't often meet anybody at that hour. He wouldn't recognize the McGills if he saw them, in any case. Come on in, Campion. Look around and see what you think. Mr. Campion followed his friend up a narrow garden path. A police officer stood on guard at the front door. Mr. Campion looked back over his shoulder just in time to see a movement behind the curtains in the house opposite. Then a tall, thin woman, whose face was completely expressionless, walked down the path of the next but one house, and said hello to Luke as she paused at her gate before going back. "Miss Dove," said Luke unnecessarily, as he opened the door to number 29, Chestnut Street. The house held few surprises for Mr. Campion. It was almost exactly as he had imagined it. There was not very much furniture in the hall and front room, but the kitchen was clearly used a great deal and possessed a character of its own. Someone without much money, but who liked nice things, had lived there. He or she, and he thought that it was probably she, had been generous too, in spite of her efforts to save, because he noticed little things which had clearly been bought at the door from beggars. The breakfast table had been left exactly as Bertram Hesketh had found it, and his cup was still there. Campion wandered through the house without saying anything, and Luke followed him. The scene was just as he had been told. There was no sign of packing, hurry, or violence. There were nightclothes on a chair in the bathroom. The woman's coat and handbag were on a chair in the bedroom, and contained the usual mixture of things, including £2, 3 shillings, and a few pennies, and a set of keys. Mr. Campion looked at everything, the clothes hanging neatly in the cupboards, and even the flowers that had died from lack of water. But the only thing which seemed to interest him was a photograph, taken at Peter and Maureen's marriage, which he found in a silver frame on the dressing table. Although it was a very ordinary picture, he stood in front of it for a long time, in deep thought. As sometimes happens, the two figures in the centre attracted less attention than the rest of the group of guests, who were laughing cheerfully. Maureen, with her graceful figure and big dark eyes, looked gentle and a little frightened, and Peter, although solid and with a determined chin, had an expression of anxiety on his face, which compared strangely with Bertram Hesketh's confident smile.
"You can see what sort of a person Bertram is," said Luke. "You wouldn't call him a gentleman, but he's not a man who imagines things. When he says that he felt the two had been in the house that morning, as safe and happy as usual, I believe him." "Miss Dove isn't here?" said Campion, still looking at the group in the photograph. "No, her sister is there, though, and that's the girl from the house opposite, who thinks that she saw Peter go up the road." Luke pointed to the face of another girl. "There's another sister here, and the rest are cousins. I understand that the picture doesn't do justice to Maureen's looks. Everybody says that she was a very pretty girl." He corrected himself. "Is, I mean." "Peter looks a reasonable type to me," said Mr. Campion, "although a little uncomfortable, perhaps." "I wonder." Luke spoke thoughtfully. "The Heskeths had another photo of him, and in that there was a kind of hardness and determination about his face. In the war, I knew an officer with a face like that. Generally, he was quite a gentleman, but when something upset him, he behaved very decisively. But that's unimportant. Come and examine the clothesline, and then you'll know as much as I do." Luke led the way to the back and stood for a moment on the stone path, which ran under the kitchen window, and separated the house from the small square of grass which formed the garden. On the right, the garden was separated from the neighbouring gardens by a fence and a line of bushes. On the left, the plants in the uncared-for garden of the old lady who was in hospital had grown up so high that one was sheltered from the eyes of everyone except Miss Dove. Mr. Campion supposed that at that moment she was standing on her chair to watch them. At the bottom, there were a garden hut and a few fruit trees. Luke pointed to the empty line which hung above the grass. "I brought in the washing," he said. "The Heskeths were afraid that it would decay, and there seemed no reason to leave it outside." "What's in the hut?" "A spade, a fork, and a few other garden tools," said Luke. "Come and look. The floor is made of beaten earth, and it has clearly not been dug up for years. I suppose that we'll have to dig it up in the end, but it will be a waste of time." Mr. Campion went over and looked into the wooden hut. It was tidy and dusty, and the floor was dry and hard. Outside, an old ladder leaned against the high brick wall at the end of the garden. Mr. Campion carefully tried the strength of the old ladder. It supported his weight. So he climbed up and looked over the wall. There was a narrow path between the wall and the fence of the back garden of the house in the next street. "That's an old path that leads down between the 2 rows of houses," Luke said. "This isn't really a very friendly area, you know. The people in Chestnut Street think that they're of a better class than the people in Philpot Road, Which is the road on the other side of the path? Mr. Campion got down from the ladder. He was smiling, and his eyes were bright. "Do you think anybody in Philpot Road noticed her?" he said. "She must have been carrying the sheets." Luke turned round slowly and looked at him in surprise. "Are you suggesting that she simply walked down the garden and over the wall and out? In the clothes in which she'd been washing? It's crazy. Why would she do it? And did her husband go with her?" "No. I think that he went down Chestnut Street as usual, and turned back down this path as soon as he came to the other end of it near the station. Then he picked up his wife and went off with her through Philpot Road to catch the bus. They only needed to go as far as Broadway in order to find a taxi." Luke was still completely in the dark. "But why?" he demanded. "Why should they disappear in the middle of breakfast on a Monday morning? And why should they take the sheets? Young married people can do the most unlikely things, but there are limits, Campion. They didn't take their savings books, you know. There isn't much in them, but they're still in the writing desk in the front room. What are you suggesting, Campion?" Campion walked slowly back onto the grass. "I expect that the sheets were dry, and that she'd put them into the clothes basket before breakfast," he began slowly. "As she ran out of the house, she saw them lying there and couldn't stop herself from taking them with her. The husband must have been annoyed with her, but people are like that. When they're running away from a fire, they save the strangest things." "But she wasn't running away from a fire, wasn't she?" Mr. Campion laughed. "Listen, Charles, if the postman called, he reached the house at 7:25. I think that he did call, and that he delivered a plain brown envelope, which was so ordinary that he couldn't remember it. Now, who was supposed to come at 7:30? "Bertram Hesketh, I told you." "Exactly. So, there were 5 minutes in which to escape. 5 minutes for a determined man like Peter McGill to act quickly. Remember, his wife was generous, but she was not the sort of person to argue with him. And so, because of his decisive nature, Peter seized his opportunity. He had only 5 minutes, Charles, in which to escape from all those people whose cheerful faces we saw in the photograph. They all lived very close to him. They surrounded him, in fact, and it wasn't easy to leave unseen. He went out by the front door, so that the watchful eyes would see him as usual, and not be suspicious. There wasn't time to take anything with them. But as Maureen ran through the garden to escape by the back way, she saw the sheets in the basket and couldn't stop herself taking them with her. She wasn't as hard as Peter. She wanted to take something from their past life, although the promise of a new life was so bright. Campion stopped suddenly.
Chief Inspector Luke, who had begun to understand, was already moving towards the gate on his way to the nearest police telephone box. Mr. Campion was at home in Bottle Street, Piccadilly, that evening when Luke called. The Chief Inspector came in cheerfully and seemed very amused. "It was the Irish sweep, not the football pools, that they won," he said. "I got the details from the organisers. They've been considering what to do since they read the story in the newspapers. They're in touch with the McGills, of course, but Peter has taken great care to keep his good fortune secret. He must have known that his wife had a generous nature, and decided what he would do if he had a really big win. As soon as he got the letter which told him of his luck, he put his plan into action." Luke paused and shook his head in admiration. "I can understand why he did it," he said. £75,000 is more than enough for 2 people, but not very much if it is shared around a very big family. What will you do?" "The police? Oh, officially we are completely confused, and in the end we shall drop the matter. It's not our business. It's strictly a family affair." He sat down and took the drink that his host handed to him. "Well, that's the end of the Mary Celeste house," he said. "I was completely fooled by it. I just didn't understand it. But good luck to the McGills. You know, Campion, you were right when you said that an unsolved mystery is only unsolved because no one wants to spoil it. How did you guess the solution?" "The character of relatives who call at 7:30 in the morning makes me suspicious," said Mr. Campion. End of CD 4. CD 5. The Invisible Man. G.K. Chesterton. In the cool blue of the late evening, at the corner of 2 steep streets in Camden Town in London, a young man of not less than 24 was looking into the window of a cake shop. He was a tall, strong, red-haired young man with a determined face. His name was John Turnbull Angus. For him, this shop held some kind of attraction, but this attraction was not completely explained by the cakes and sweets in the window. He entered at last and raised his hat to the young lady who was serving there. She was a dark, neat girl in black, with red cheeks and very quick, dark eyes. He walked through the shop into the back room, which was a sort of tea room. After a short pause, she followed him into the back room to write down his order. His order was obviously a usual one. "I want, please," he said clearly, "1 halfpenny cake and a small cup of black coffee." A moment before the girl turned away, he added, "Also, I want you to marry me." The young lady of the shop stiffened suddenly and said, "Those are jokes I don't allow." The red-haired young man lifted his grey eyes and said,
Really and truly, I am serious."
The dark young lady had not taken her eyes off him and seemed to be studying him closely. Then, with a slight smile on her face, she sat down in a chair.
"Don't you think," remarked Angus, "that it's rather cruel to eat these halfpenny cakes? They might grow up into penny cakes. I shall give up these cruel sports when we are married, Laura."
The dark young lady rose from her chair and walked to the window, clearly in a state of deep but not unsympathetic thought. At last she swung round, returned to her chair, put her arms on the table, and looked at the young man, not unkindly, but with some annoyance.
"You don't give me time to think," she said.
"I'm not such a fool," he answered.
She was still looking at him, but she had grown more serious behind the smile. "Before there is a minute more of this nonsense," she said steadily, "I must tell you something about myself."
"I would like to hear it," replied Angus.
"It's nothing that I'm ashamed of, and it isn't even anything that I'm specially sorry about. But what would you say if there was something which is not my fault, but which troubles me like a bad dream?"
"In that case," said the man seriously,
"I would suggest
that you bring me another cake."
"Well, you must listen to the story first," said Laura. "To begin with, I must tell you that my father owned the inn called the Red Fish at Ludbury, and I used to serve people in the bar. Ludbury is a sleepy, grassy little place in eastern England. Half the people who came to the Red Fish were occasional business travellers. The rest were the most unpleasant people you can see, only you've never seen them. I mean little, lazy men who had just enough to live on, and nothing to do except lean about in the inn, in bad clothes that were just too good for them, and talk about horse racing. Even these characters were not very common at our inn, but there were two of them that were much too common. They both lived on money of their own, and were extremely lazy, and dressed in very bad taste. But I was a bit sorry for them, because I half believe they came into our little empty bar because each of them was rather ugly, with the sort of ugly features which unsympathetic people laugh at. One of them was surprisingly small. He had a round black head and a neat black beard, and bright eyes like a bird's. He wore a great gold watch chain, and he never came into the inn except dressed just too much like a gentleman to be one. He was not a fool, though he never did any work. He was strangely clever at all kinds of things that couldn't be the slightest use. He was always playing tricks with matches, or cutting toys out of fruit and making them dance. His name was Isidore Smythe. I can see him now, with his little dark face, amusing us in the inn. The other man was more silent and more ordinary, but for some reason he frightened me much more than poor little Smythe. He was very tall and thin,
and light-haired. He might almost have been good-looking, but he had the most terrible squint I have ever seen or heard of. When he looked straight at you, you didn't know where you were yourself, and you certainly didn't know what he was looking at. I always thought this squint made the poor man rather bitter. While Smythe was ready to show off his tricks anywhere, James Welkin, that was the name of the man with the squint, never did anything except drink in the inn and go for long walks by himself in the flat, grey country all round. All the same, I think that Smythe, too, was a little self-conscious about being so small, though he hid it quite successfully. And so I was really confused, as well as surprised and very sorry when they both offered to marry me in the same week. Well, I did what I've since thought was perhaps a silly thing. But after all, these men were my friends in a way, and I was frightened that they would think I refused them for the real reason, which was that they were so impossibly ugly. So I made up some nonsense of another sort, about never intending to marry anyone who had not made his own way in the world. I said that I could not live on family money, like theirs, which had not been earned. 2 days after I had talked like this, the whole trouble began. The first thing I heard was that both of them had gone off to make their fortunes, as if they were in some silly children's story. Well, I've never seen either of them from that day to this, but I've had 2 letters from the little man called Smythe, and really, they were rather exciting. "Ever heard of the other man?" asked Angus. "No, he never wrote," said the girl, after a moment's pause. Smythe's first letter was simply to say that he had started out to walk with Welkin to London. But Welkin was such a good walker that the little man dropped behind and took a rest by the side of the road. He was picked up by some travelling show, and partly because he was so very small, and partly because he really was clever at his tricks, he got on well in show business. That was his first letter. His second was much more surprising, and I only got it last week. The man called Angus emptied his coffee cup and looked at her with patient eyes. Her own mouth twisted slightly with laughter as she went on. "I suppose that you've seen the advertisements about this Smythe's silent service, or you must be the only person who hasn't." "Oh, I don't know much about it. It's some clockwork invention for doing all the housework by machinery. You know the sort of thing. Press a button, a servant who never drinks. Turn a handle, 10 servants who never eat. You must have seen the advertisements. Well, whatever these machines are, they are making a great deal of money. And they are making it all for that little man whom I knew down in Ludbury. I can't help feeling pleased that he is a success. But the plain fact is that I am frightened that he will arrive here at any minute and tell me that he has made his fortune, as he certainly has." "And the other man?" asked Angus quietly. Laura Hope got to her feet suddenly. "I haven't seen a line of the other man's writing, and I haven't the slightest idea what or where he is. But it is of him that I am really frightened. He seems to be everywhere. It is he who has nearly driven me crazy. In fact, I think he has driven me crazy, because I've felt him where he couldn't have been, and I've heard his voice when he couldn't have spoken."
"If he were the devil himself, he is defeated now that you have told somebody," said Angus cheerfully. "One goes out of one's mind all alone. When did you think you felt and heard our squinting friend?"
"I heard James Welkin laugh as plainly as I hear you speak," said the girl steadily. "There was nobody there. I was standing just outside the shop at the corner and could see down both streets at once. I had forgotten how he laughed, though his laugh was as strange as his squint. I had not thought of him for nearly a year, but a few seconds later the first letter came from the other man."
"Did you ever make this invisible man speak or anything?" asked Angus with some interest.
Laura trembled, and then went on in a steady voice. "Yes. Just when I had finished reading the second letter from Isidore Smythe, announcing his success, I heard Welkin say,
'He won't have you, though.'
It was quite clear, as if he were in the room. It is terrible. I think I must be crazy."
"If you were really crazy," said the young man, "you would think that you were not. But certainly there seems to be something a little strange about this invisible gentleman. If you would allow me, as a practical sort of man—"
As he spoke, there was a loud noise in the street outside, and a small motor car, driven at wild speed, pulled up at the door of the shop. In the same flash of time, a small man in a tall, shiny hat stood, stamping his feet in the outer room. Angus, who up to now had pretended to be amused at the girl's story in order to hide the fact that he was troubled by it, showed his anxiety by marching immediately out of the inner room and meeting the stranger face to face. One look was quite enough for a man in love to recognize him. This very well-dressed little man, with a pointed black beard, clever eyes, and neat but very nervous fingers, could only be the man just described to him. Isidore Smythe, who had made a fortune out of clockwork servants made of metal. For a moment the two men looked at each other with cold generosity, immediately understanding each other's air of possession. Mr. Smythe made no mention of it, but said simply and loudly, "Has Miss Hope seen that thing on the window?" "On the window?" repeated Angus in surprise. "There's no time to explain other things," said the rich man shortly. "There's a matter here that we have to look into." He pointed his polished walking stick at the window. Angus was surprised to see that a long piece of paper had been stuck along the front of the glass. This had certainly not been on the window when he had looked into it some time before. He followed Smythe outside into the street and looked at the paper. On it had been written in irregular letters, "If you marry Smythe, he will die." "Laura," said Angus, as he put his big red head into the shop, "you're not crazy." "It's that man Welkin's writing," said Smythe. "I haven't seen him for years, but he's always annoying me. 5 times in the last 2 weeks he's had threatening letters left at my flat, and I can't even find out who leaves them, and certainly not whether it's Welkin himself. The doorkeeper swears that no suspicious characters have been seen, and now he's stuck this paper on a shop window, while the people in the shop—" "Quite so," said Angus, "while the people in the shop were having tea. Well, sir, let me tell you, I am pleased with your common sense in dealing so directly with the matter. We can talk about other things afterwards. The man cannot be very far off yet, since I swear there was no paper there when I last looked in the window 10 or 15 minutes ago. But he's too far away to be followed, as we don't even know the direction. If you'll take my advice, Mr. Smythe, you'll put this immediately in the hands of some detective, private rather than public. I know an extremely clever man who has set up in business 5 minutes from here in your car. His name's Flambeau, and although his youth was a bit wild, he's a strictly honest man now, and his brains are worth money. He lives in Lucknow Flats, Hampstead." "That's strange," said the little man. "I live myself in Himalaya Flats, round the corner. Perhaps you would like to come with me. I can go to my rooms and sort out these strange Welkin documents, while you run round and get your friend, the detective." "You're very good," said Angus politely. "Well, the sooner we act, the better." Both men said goodbye to the girl with careful formality and jumped into the fast little car. As Smythe drove and they turned the corner of the street, Angus was amused to see a large advertisement for Smythe's silent service, with a picture of a headless machine carrying a cooking pan. Under it were the words, "A cook who is never cross." "I use them in my own flat," said the little black-bearded man with a laugh. "Partly for advertisement, and partly because they're convenient. Honestly, these big clockwork toys of mine do bring you coals or wine quicker than any live servants I've ever known, if you know which button to press. But I will also admit that such servants have their disadvantages too." "Really?" said Angus. "Is there something that they can't do?" "Yes," replied Smythe. "They can't tell me who left those threatening letters at my flat." The man's motor car was small and quick, like himself. In fact, like his silent servants. It was his own invention. Soon they turned a corner and were in the street which contained Himalaya Flats. Opposite the flats was a bushy garden, and some way below that was a river. As the car swept into the street, it passed, on one corner, a man selling hot soup. At the other end of the street, Angus could just see the blue figure of a policeman walking slowly. These were the only human shapes in that quiet scene. The little car arrived at the right house like a bullet, and Smythe got out very quickly. He immediately asked the doorkeeper and a cleaner whether anybody or anything had passed them since he had last made inquiries. Then he and the slightly confused Angus went up in the lift to the top floor. "Just come in for a minute," said Smythe. "I want to show you those Welkin letters. Then perhaps you will run round the corner and bring your friend." He pressed a button hidden in the wall, and the door opened by itself. It opened on a long, wide hall, of which the only unusual features were the rows of tall, half-human machines that stood up on both sides. They were like the figures which dressmakers use. Like these figures, they had no heads, and, like them too, their chests and shoulders seemed to be slightly too large. Apart from this, they were not much more like a human figure than any machine at a railway station that is about human height. They had two great hooks, like arms, for carrying things, and they were painted bright green, or red, or black, so that the owner could tell one from the other. In every other way, they were only machines, and nobody would have looked twice at them. On this occasion, at least, nobody did. Because between the two rows of these machines lay something far more interesting. It was a white piece of paper written on in red ink. The little inventor seized it almost as soon as the door flew open. He handed it to Angus without a word. The red ink on it was actually not dry, and the message was, "If you have been to see her today, I shall kill you." There was a short silence, and then Isidore Smythe said quietly, "Would you like a drink?" "I rather feel as if I would." "No, thank you. I would like to see Flambeau," said Angus. "Good," said the other, clearly making an effort to be cheerful. "Bring him round here as quickly as you can." But as Angus closed the front door behind him, he saw Smythe push back a button, and one of the clockwork figures moved smoothly from its place and slid along the floor, carrying drinks. There did seem something rather strange about leaving the little man alone among those dead servants who were coming to life as the door closed. 6 steps down from Smythe's flat, the cleaner was doing something with a bucket. Angus stopped and made him promise, by giving him money, to stay there until his return with the detective, and to watch carefully for any kind of stranger who came up those stairs. He hurried downstairs to the front hall and got the same promise from the doorkeeper. Angus learnt from him that there was no back door. Not satisfied with this, he caught the policeman and persuaded him to stand opposite the entrance and watch it. Then, last of all, he paused for a moment to buy some chestnuts. He inquired how long the chestnut seller intended to stay in the neighbourhood. The man turned up the collar of his coat and told him that he would probably be moving soon, as he thought that it was going to snow. It was true that the evening was growing grey and cold, but Angus managed to persuade him to remain where he was. "Keep yourself warm with your own chestnuts," he said seriously. "Eat them all. I'll pay you well for them. I'll give you £1 if you'll wait here until I come back, and then tell me whether any man, woman, or child has gone into that house where the doorkeeper is standing." He then walked away quickly, with a last look at the house. "I've made a ring round that room now," he said. "They can't all 4 of them be friends of Welkin." Lucknow Flats were lower down the same hill on which Himalaya Flats stood. Mr. Flambeau's flat was on the ground floor. Flambeau, who was a friend of Angus's, received him in a little private room behind his office. It was decorated with swords and weapons of all kinds, strange objects from the East, bottles of Italian wine, ancient cooking pots, and a grey cat. With him in the room was a small, dusty-looking priest who looked particularly out of place in these surroundings. "This is my friend, Father Brown," said Flambeau. "I've often wanted you to meet him. Wonderful weather this. A little cold for southerners like me." "Yes, I think it will keep clear," said Angus as he sat down. "No," said the priest quietly. "It has begun to snow." And, as he spoke, the first snow began to fall gently across the darkening window. "Well," said Angus seriously, "I'm afraid I've come on business, and rather frightening business too. The fact is, Flambeau, very close to your house is a man who badly wants your help. He is being threatened by an invisible enemy, a man whom nobody has ever seen." Angus went on to tell the whole story of Smythe and Welkin. He began with Laura's story, and went on with his own. The strange laugh at the corner of 2 empty streets, the clear words spoken in an empty room. Flambeau grew more and more interested, and the little priest seemed to be forgotten, like a piece of furniture. When Angus came to the piece of paper stuck on the window, Flambeau rose and seemed to fill the room with his large shoulders. "If you don't mind," he said, "I think that you'd better tell me the rest on the shortest road to this man's house. It seems to me that there is no time to lose." "With pleasure," said Angus, and he also rose. "Though he is safe enough for the present, since I've asked 4 men to watch the only door to his house." They went out into the street, the small priest following them like a small dog. He said, in a cheerful way, like one making conversation, "How quickly the snow gets thick on the ground." As they walked along the streets, already powdered with silver, Angus finished his story. And by the time they reached the street where Smythe lived, he was able to turn his attention to the 4 guards whom he had left there. The chestnut seller, both before and after he had received £1, swore that he had watched the door and seen no visitor enter. The policeman was even more sure. He said that he had had experience of criminals of all kinds, both well and badly dressed. He wasn't so foolish as to expect suspicious characters to look suspicious. So he had looked out for anybody, and there had been nobody. And when all three men stood round the doorkeeper, who was standing, smiling, in the doorway, the answer was even more certain.
"I've got a right to ask any man, rich or poor, what he wants in these flats," said the big man. "And I'll swear there's been nobody to ask since this gentleman went away."
The unimportant Father Brown, who stood back, looking at the ground, said quietly, "Has nobody been up and down stairs, then, since the snow began to fall? It began while we were all round at Flambeau's."
"Nobody has been here, sir. You can believe me,"
said the official with authority. "Then what is that?" said the priest, and looked hard at the ground. The others all looked down too, and Flambeau swore in French. There was no doubt that down the middle of the entrance, guarded by the doorkeeper, actually between his stretched legs, ran a pattern of grey footprints stamped on the white snow. "Good heavens!" cried Angus. "The Invisible Man!" Without another word, he turned and ran up the stairs with Flambeau following him. But Father Brown still stood and looked around him in the snow-covered street, as if he had lost interest in his own question. Flambeau clearly wanted to break the door down with his big shoulder, but Angus, with more reason, if less imagination, felt about on the frame of the door until he found the invisible button. The door swung slowly open. The hall had grown darker, although it was still lit here and there by the red light of the setting sun. One or two of the machines had been moved from their places for this or that purpose, and stood here and there around the half-dark room. But in the middle of them all, exactly where the paper with the red ink had lain, there lay something that looked very like red ink out of a bottle. But it was not red ink. Flambeau simply said, "Murder." He ran into the flat and went into every corner and cupboard of it in 5 minutes. But if he expected to find a dead body, he found none. Isidore Smythe simply was not in the place, either dead or alive. After a careful search, the two men met each other in the outer hall. "My friend," said Flambeau, speaking French in his excitement, "not only is the murderer invisible, but he also makes the murdered man invisible." Angus looked round the dark room, full of clockwork figures, and then trembled. One of the machines stood beside the blood, called perhaps by the dead man just before he fell. One of the hooks that the thing used for arms was slightly lifted, and Angus suddenly had the terrible thought that Smythe's own iron child had struck him down. The machines had attacked their master. But even if this were true, what had they done with him? Eaten him? His imagination suggested. He felt sick for a moment at the idea of broken human remains, swallowed and crushed by those headless clockwork figures. With an effort, he became calm and said to Flambeau, "The poor man has just disappeared completely. That simply can't happen in this world."
"There is only one thing to be done," said Flambeau. "Whether the story belongs to this world or the other, I must go down and talk to my friend." He went down the stairs and past the man with the bucket, who once again said that he had let no stranger pass. The doorkeeper and the chestnut seller also swore again that they had been watchful. But when Angus looked round for his fourth guard, he could not see him, and called out nervously, "Where's the policeman?"
"I beg your pardon," said Father Brown. "That is my fault. I have just sent him down the road to find out something."
"Well, we want him back soon," said Angus, "since the poor man upstairs has not only been murdered, but his body has disappeared."
"How?" asked the priest.
"Father," said Flambeau after a pause, "I believe it's more easily understood by a priest than a detective. No friend or enemy has entered the house, but Smythe is gone, as if stolen by spirits. If that has a natural explanation,
As he spoke, he was interrupted by an unusual sight. The big blue policeman ran round the corner. He came straight up to Brown.
"You're right, sir," he said. "They've just found poor Mr. Smythe's body in the river."
Angus put his hand to his head. "Did he run down and drown himself?" he asked.
"He didn't come down, I'll swear," said the policeman. "And he wasn't drowned, since there's a knife wound over his heart."
"Let us walk down the road a little," said the priest to the others. Then, as they reached the corner, he remarked, "How stupid of me. I forgot to ask the policeman if they found a large, light brown bag." "Why light brown?" asked Angus in surprise. "Because if it was any other colour, I must start again," said Father Brown. "But if it was light brown, the case is finished."
"I am pleased to hear it," said Angus. "It hasn't begun, as far as I'm concerned." "You must tell us all about it," said Flambeau, with a strange simplicity, like a child. Father Brown was silent for a moment. At last he said, "Well, have you noticed this? That people never answer what you say. They answer what you mean, or what they think you mean. When those 4 quite honest men said that no man had gone into the building, they did not really mean that no man had gone into the building. They meant no man whom they could suspect of being the criminal. A man did go into the building and did come out of it, but they never noticed him." "An invisible man?" inquired Angus with wide eyes. "A man who was invisible to the mind," said Father Brown. A minute or two later, he went on in a gentle voice, like a man who is thinking out what he has to say.
Of course, you can't think of such a man until you do think of him. That's the way in which he is so clever. But I came to think of him through 2 or 3 little things in the story that Mr. Angus told us. First, there was the fact that Mr. Welkin went for long walks. And then there were the 2 things the young lady said, things that couldn't be true. Don't get annoyed, he added quickly when he noticed a sudden movement of Angus's head. She thought that they were true, all right, but they couldn't be true. A person can't be quite alone in a street a second before she receives a letter. She can't be quite alone in a street when she starts to read a letter which she has just received. There must be somebody near her. He must be invisible to the mind.
Why must there be somebody near her? Asked Angus.
Because, said Father Brown, somebody must have brought her the letter.
Do you really mean to say, asked Flambeau eagerly, that Welkin carried his competitor's letters to his lady?
Yes, said the priest. Welkin carried the letters to his lady. You see, he had to.
Oh, this will drive me crazy, exploded Flambeau. Who is this man? What does he look like? What is the usual dress of a man who is invisible to the mind?
He is dressed in a rather attractive red, blue, and gold, replied the priest immediately. And in these striking and even showy clothes he entered Himalaya Flats in front of 8 human eyes. He killed Smythe and came down into the street carrying the dead body in his arms.
Sir, cried Angus, are you crazy? Or am I?
You are not crazy, said Father Brown. But you do not always notice things. You have not noticed such a man as this, for example. He stepped forward and put his hand on the shoulder of an ordinary postman who was hurrying past them under the shade of the trees. Nobody ever notices postmen, he said thoughtfully, but they have feelings like other men, and they even carry large bags, where a small body can be hidden quite easily. The postman, instead of turning naturally, had jumped with surprise and fallen against the garden fence. He was a thin, fair-bearded man, of very ordinary appearance. But as he turned a frightened face over his shoulder, he looked at all 3 men with a terrible squint. Flambeau went back to his flat, since he had many things to attend to. John Turnbull Angus went back to the young lady at the shop, with whom he is now very comfortable. But Father Brown walked those snow-covered hills under the stars for many hours with a murderer, and what they said to each other will never be known.
Chapter 1. Is Billy Marr telling the truth? Tell me again about this woman you killed, Billy, said Logan. It was late one Thursday afternoon, and Inspector Jenny Logan of the Edinburgh Police was sitting at her desk in the London Road police station. Opposite her was an ordinary-looking man wearing a dirty pair of jeans, an old blue pullover, and a dark green jacket with holes in it. His name was Billy Marr. "I've told you already, Inspector," said Billy, waving a finger in the air. "She's up in Calton Hill. I killed her with my own hands. I killed her and left her body in the grass." In a corner of the room by the door sat Sergeant Grant. There was a notebook on his crossed legs. But the notebook was closed and he did not have a pen in his hand. He looked bored. "What did she look like?" he asked Marr. Billy Marr turned to look at Grant. "You think I'm lying, don't you? You think I'm not telling you the truth this time? Just because I've come in here sometimes when I've had a few drinks, and I've told you about things I haven't really done, you think I'm making this up?" Billy turned back to Logan. "Well, it's true this time. This time I've really done it." He sat up straight and met Logan's eyes. "This time I've really killed her." Marr's breath smelt of alcohol. Out of the corner of her eye, Logan could see Grant shaking his head slowly from side to side. "Well, what did she look like?" asked Logan. "She was blonde," said Billy Marr very definitely, still looking Logan straight in the eye. "Okay," she said. "And how exactly did you kill her?" "How?" repeated Marr. "Yes, how?" Marr looked confused for a moment. Then his face lit up. "Like I said, with my own hands," he said. "I put them round her throat and I pressed and pressed." "You strangled her?" "Yes," said Marr. "I strangled her." "Did you knock her out first?" asked Grant. "What do you mean?" asked Marr. "I mean, did you knock her out? Hit her? Anything like that?" asked Grant patiently. No, said Marr. "Why would I do that? I just strangled her." Grant did not say anything. He just looked at Logan. Logan put her elbows on the desk in front of her and her head in her hands. She ran her fingers through her short brown hair and then looked up at Billy Marr. Poor Billy. He came into the London Road police station once every couple of months or so to tell the police about something he had done, or rather had not done, because his stories were never true. "OK, Billy," said Logan. "Sergeant Grant will take you downstairs and show you out." "Out?" said Marr. There was some surprise in his voice. "You're not keeping me in then?" "No, Billy," said Logan. "We're letting you go. You see, if you try and strangle someone and they're conscious, they fight back at you. There aren't any cuts or scratches on your face or hands where this poor blonde woman tried to fight you off. Because of that, I don't think you killed anyone at all, Billy. So goodbye and off you go." There was an edge of anger to Logan's voice. Billy was wasting police time, but to take any action would waste even more time. The best thing to do was to listen to him and send him away. Grant stood up and so did Marr. But then Marr pointed at Logan. "You'll be sorry you let me go," he said. "I told you this time was different. This time I really did it." And then he turned and left Logan's office with Sergeant Grant close behind him. Logan sat back in her chair and looked out of the window. It was a cool and cloudy September day. A few leaves on the trees in the park over the road had started to change colour. Within a few weeks, they would turn a rich golden brown. Edinburgh preparing for another winter. Logan hoped it would be a peaceful one, but thought it unlikely. Edinburgh was a big city with all the usual problems that big cities had. There was a quiet knock at the door, and Sergeant Grant came back into the room. "I've got rid of Billy," he said, "and I told him I didn't want to see him again until well after Christmas." Logan shook her head and smiled sadly, her anger gone. "He's a strange one, isn't he?" she said. "Just wanting the attention, someone to talk to. But can you actually imagine Billy killing anyone?" Grant shook his head and started to say something, but Logan's phone rang. She picked it up. "Inspector Logan." Grant watched as her eyes opened wide in amazement. "We'll be there," she said, putting the phone down. She looked at Grant. They found the body of a young woman on Calton Hill. Blonde. Dead. Grant's mouth opened in surprise. "Find Billy Marr and get him back here," ordered Logan. "I'll get up to Calton Hill and I'll be back as soon as I can." Grant was already on his way along the corridor as Logan took her jacket from the back of her chair and followed him. Chapter 2. A Discovery on Calton Hill. The road to the top of Calton Hill goes up behind the old Royal High School, a beautiful building that, in Logan's opinion, should have been used to house the new Scottish government. Instead, millions of pounds had been wasted on a new building. About halfway up the hill, Logan pulled her car over to the side of the road behind 2 police cars and an old blue Volvo. She recognised Helen Robertson, the police doctor, among a group of police officers near a wall some metres below the level of the road. As she got out of her car, Logan turned and looked up towards the Nelson Monument and the City Observatory. She thought that the view from the top of Calton Hill was one of the best over the city. Well, it was when there wasn't a dead body on the side of the hill. Walking down through the long grass by the side of the road, Logan could see the body of the young woman, lying half on her side, with her back against the wall. Helen Robertson, who had been bending over the body examining it, stood up when she saw Logan arrive. Robertson had dark hair and was wearing black trousers and a light blue blouse. She and Logan had worked together before on a number of cases and had always got on well. "Jenny, hi," she said. She took a deep breath. "It's an unpleasant one, I'm afraid." Logan said nothing. She just looked down and studied the body and its position. She waited for Robertson to speak. "Young woman, blonde, mid-20s, possibly a bit younger. I don't know who she is. She's been strangled, but it wasn't done here." Logan looked up sharply when Robertson mentioned how the woman had died. "The body was brought here some time after death," continued Robertson. "She was also hit on the head at some time, and her hands have been tied." Logan bent down to have a closer look at the woman's body. She was wearing a pink t-shirt and a dark blue skirt. "A sex attack?" asked Logan. "I don't think so, but I can't be sure until I've done some scientific tests," replied Helen. "There don't seem to be any cuts or marks on the lower part of her body." "What about the time of death?" asked Logan. "Again, I'll know more when I've done some tests," said Robertson. "But at a guess, I'd say about 18 to 20 hours ago." Logan looked at her watch. It was 5 o'clock. So sometime between 10 and midnight last night, then? That sounds right, said Robertson. Look, I'll do the tests and the scientific examination first thing in the morning, and if I find anything interesting, I'll give you a call. Great, said Logan, and she put her hand lightly on Robertson's arm in thanks. Robertson bent down again and started to pack her things into a small black bag. Logan turned and looked at the police officer standing nearest to her. She recognised him from the London Road police station, but he was new, and she did not know his name. He was tall with sandy-coloured hair and fair skin. Logan guessed that he was about the same age as her. I'm Sergeant Graham, madam, said the officer, introducing himself. Davy Graham. I found the body at 4:25 and reported it into the station. Right, said Logan. Do we know who she is? I'm afraid not, said Graham. No bag, no wallet, no ID of any kind. How did you find the body? Asked Logan. I was on a routine call, nothing important. Anyway, as I was driving past, I noticed something pink down here. It looked kind of odd, so I came over to see, and it was this poor girl. Who was around here at the time? I don't remember anyone of any interest, said Graham, half closing his eyes in thought. An old lady walking her dog, a few tourists, nothing unusual. Tourists often came up Calton Hill to look at the view and to visit the Edinburgh Experience, a show about the history of Edinburgh in the Old City Observatory. Even though the summer was over, there were still quite a few tourists around. OK, said Logan. I'd like you to direct things here for the moment. Right, madam, said Graham. The scientists will be here soon to look round this area. Logan pointed to the area around where the body was found. But I'd like you to get some more men and search the whole hill. Look for anything that might be important, especially for a bag or wallet or ID that someone's thrown away. OK, madam. Logan looked up towards the top of the hill. Has anyone been allowed to leave since you found the body? She asked. Not yet, madam. Good. Talk to everyone up there. Find out if anybody saw anything. Find out, too, if anyone was here last night between 10 and midnight. I'll be at London Road. Call me when you've finished, she said. Logan turned to take a last look at the body of the unknown girl, and, as she did so, an icy feeling ran down her back. A young life had been needlessly taken away, and once again, a killer was on the streets of Edinburgh. As she walked back to her car, Logan thought about Billy Marr. Would Grant have been quick enough to catch him before he had got too far from the police station? Could he really have killed this woman? Or was it just complete chance that a body had been found on Calton Hill 10 minutes after he had admitted killing someone there? As she drove back towards the police station, she wondered what Billy Marr was going to say. Chapter 3. Another talk with Billy Marr. Billy Marr is as mad as a tree full of monkeys, said Sergeant Grant, when Logan arrived back at her office. You found him then? Said Logan. He was just round the corner, in a cafe on Leith Walk. When he saw me go past, he ran out after me, shouting, "Here I am! Here I am!" Logan smiled at the thought, but her face quickly became serious again. You've had more to do with Billy Marr than me, she said. Do you really think he could be a murderer? Sergeant Grant was 60 and had lived and worked in Edinburgh all his life. Logan had worked with him for the last 4 years, and she knew he had an excellent memory and was a very good detective. If there was anything useful to know about Billy Marr, Grant would know it. "I've known Billy since he was a kid," said Grant, "and he's certainly an odd guy. He was strange at school, and he's even stranger now. But could he kill someone?" Grant shook his head. "I think it's very unlikely." He looked at Logan. "Admittedly, the dead person is a young woman, and I would guess that Billy's never had normal relationships with women. But even so..." Grant shook his head again. "I'd be very surprised if it was Billy." Logan put her jacket over the back of her chair and moved towards the office door. "Let's go and talk to him again," she said. "And we'll have to try and forget about his regular visits here and keep an open mind." "Do we know who the woman is yet?" asked Grant. "No," replied Logan. "We haven't found any ID." She looked out of the window at the darkening sky. "They're still looking up on Calton Hill, but it'll soon be too dark." An hour and a half later, Logan and Grant were still sitting with Billy Marr in a small interview room in the London Road police station. Grant had taken his tie off and was sitting back in his chair. Logan had her elbows on the table, her fingers together under her chin. She was looking at Marr, who was sitting opposite her. A cassette recorder was on the table, recording their conversation. Logan spoke. "Billy, I've been patient for as long as I can, but I'm beginning to get angry." Billy just looked at her without speaking. Logan continued. "You say you met this woman. She was young and blonde, and you strangled her on Calton Hill sometime in the early hours of this morning." "That's right," said Billy. He was watching Logan carefully as if he wasn't quite sure what she was going to do. "You see, my problem is this," continued Logan. "You won't tell me where you met this woman or what you talked about. You can't tell me who she was. You haven't told me how you managed to strangle her without her fighting back and leaving scratches on your face. And you've told me that you killed her on Calton Hill, but I know she wasn't killed there." "I killed her," said Billy. "I put my hands round her throat and strangled her." He sat with his hands on his knees and looked at Logan. Logan closed her eyes for a moment and then opened them again. "Right," she said, her teeth pressed tightly together in anger. "I'm ending this interview, Billy. I'm keeping you here tonight and I'll want to talk to you again in the morning. And I'm warning you, I want the truth from you or you're going to be in serious trouble." Logan left the room with Grant close behind her. Back in her office, Logan sat down heavily on her chair and threw her notebook onto the desk. "Why does he do it?" she asked angrily, not expecting an answer. Grant remained standing. "If you want my opinion," he said, "I thought you were very patient." Logan looked up at him. "Thanks," she said. Just then there was a knock at the door and Sergeant Graham came into the room. "We managed to finish searching Calton Hill before it got dark," he said. "And?" asked Logan. "Nothing, I'm afraid. There were a few old cigarette packets and things like that which we've sent to the scientists, but I'd be surprised if they find anything. And nobody there saw anything." He put a piece of paper on Logan's desk. "Names and addresses of the people who were there, in case you need them." Logan gave the paper a quick look and then put it to one side. It was unlikely to be useful, but you could never be sure. "Okay," she said. "Thanks for your help." Graham remained standing in the doorway. "Is it right that you've been interviewing Billy Marr about this?" he asked. Logan looked up. "Yes." "Why?" she asked. "Well, I happened to see him last night." "Where was this?" asked Logan. "Over on Lothian Road. There was a bit of trouble in an Indian restaurant. We were called. The trouble was nothing to do with him, but he was in the restaurant." "What time was this?" asked Logan. "About midnight. He was still there when we left at 1. "Had he been there long, do you think?" "Oh, yes. One of the waiters mentioned that he'd come in early in the evening." Logan and Grant looked at each other. "If he arrived early and was still there at 1, began Grant, "then he can't be the killer." "So why does he say he is?" asked Logan. She looked at Graham and Grant, but no one spoke. She looked at her watch and took a deep breath. "Right," she said to Graham. "Send Billy home, but make sure he knows how angry I am. And if I catch him in here again telling us about something he hasn't done, tell him I'll—" Logan stopped to think about what she would do. "I'll think of something," said Graham. Chapter 4. Student Life. Claire Rutherford, aged 25. She was a student at the university, said Logan. It was 9 o'clock on Friday morning. Logan was sitting at her desk. Sergeant Grant had just come into the room. "How do we know?" he asked. "She shares a flat in Marchmont with a girl called Katie Jardine. Jardine reported her missing this morning." For many years, the Marchmont area had been popular with students. A number of the university buildings were just a short walk away across an area of parkland called the Meadows. 25 is quite old for a student, said Grant. "Research student," explained Logan. "She finished her degree course a couple of years ago and stayed on to do some research. She's in the computer science department. Well, she was." "What about Jardine?" asked Grant. "Also a research student," replied Logan. "Apparently, Rutherford was going to a concert at the Usher Hall on Tuesday night. Jardine is from Glasgow and was staying at her parents' place in Glasgow that night. It was her father's birthday. She came back on Wednesday afternoon, and when Rutherford hadn't appeared by late Thursday evening, she called the police." "Are we sure it's Rutherford?" asked Grant. "The body matches her description, but we need to go over and talk to Jardine now. Get someone to call the university, or perhaps better still, the computer science department, and find out what they can. Rutherford's home address, a photograph if they have one, who directed her research, who her friends were. Tell them we think she's missing, but don't say we think she's dead. Not yet. Not until we're absolutely certain it's her. I'll meet you in the car park in 5 minutes." Marchmont Road was a wide street with tall buildings on each side. The flat that Claire Rutherford and Katie Jardine shared was a light and airy second-floor apartment. The living room contained a sofa, a couple of armchairs and a TV. But as the flat was always rented out to students, the furniture was neither expensive nor tasteful. "When I got back on Wednesday afternoon and she wasn't here, I didn't think anything of it," Katie Jardine was saying. She was short, with rather wild dark hair. She wore blue jeans and a red sweater. Jardine continued. "But when she didn't come back on Wednesday night, I got worried. I mean, we always told each other if we were going to be away for the night. She would at least have left a note, I'm sure she would." Have you been in touch with any of her friends? Asked Logan. Yes, said Jardine. Everyone I could think of. No one saw her at the university on Wednesday or Thursday. Boyfriends? Asked Grant. No. Jardine shook her head and smiled at Grant. I mean, it's not as if guys aren't interested in her. She's very popular. But, well, she always says she doesn't want to get tied down in a relationship. Not yet, anyway. She's from New Zealand. Her grandparents were Scots. That's why she came here to university. But even though she's been in Scotland quite a while, she hasn't decided if she wants to stay. Have you looked round the flat and in her room? Has anything been taken? Asked Logan. Not that I can see. All her things seem to be here. Do you have a photo of her? Asked Logan. No, said Jardine. I don't. But there are quite a few photos in her room. There might be one of her there. Does she ever wear a pink t-shirt and a dark blue skirt? Jardine's hand went up to her mouth. Yes, sometimes, she said, almost in a whisper. And as she spoke, a tear started down her cheek. You've found her, haven't you? Logan put her hand on Jardine's arm. We're not sure about anything just yet, she said gently. Is it okay if we have a look in her room? When Jardine nodded through her tears, Logan looked at Grant, who left the room to look round the rest of the flat. Half an hour later, Logan and Grant were sitting in Logan's car on Marchmont Road. Grant was holding a list of the names and addresses of Rutherford's friends that Katy Jardine had given him. Logan was looking at a photograph of Claire Rutherford that Grant had found in her room. Apparently, Rutherford's supervisor is a guy called Dr. David Balfour, said Logan. He directs a lot of the research in the computer science department. Logan reached up to get her seatbelt and pull it down. He's got an office in King's Buildings out on West Mains Road, she continued. I suggest we go and see him. We're going to need someone to look at the body and tell us for certain that it's Claire Rutherford. We can't really ask Katy Jardine, can we? No, said Grant. It would break the poor girl's heart. At least we think it would, said Logan. Grant looked at her sharply. I'm sure you're right, she said. But we still need to check that Katy Jardine was at her parents' house on Tuesday night. True, said Grant. One of the reasons that Logan was such a good detective was that she was careful. She checked everything, even the obvious. Logan looked at the photograph again for a moment and said, Perhaps we should think about giving this photo to the newspapers and television and asking for help from the public. We've very little information so far. We don't know where she met her killer, where she was killed, or why. Grant looked at Logan. She was staring out of the car window, watching two boys kicking a football along the pavement. She had a good relationship with journalists. Well, with one journalist, really. It was a relationship that had been helpful in the past. Logan smiled at Grant and then started the car. OK, let's go and see Dr. Balfour. While we're getting there, use your phone. Get someone to go to the Usher Hall to find out about the concert on Tuesday evening. See if they can find out where Rutherford was sitting and who was sitting near her. Maybe she met someone at the concert. Grant took his phone out of his pocket and Logan headed the car south along Marchmont Road. Chapter 5. Claire Rutherford's Supervisor. King's Buildings was a collection of ugly modern buildings set very close together in an area off Westmains Road. Dr. David Balfour's office was in the James Clerk Maxwell building. It was a grey, two-storey block with tall, narrow windows, named after a famous 19th century Scottish physicist. The building contained the university's computer science department, and a sign on the door read, Edinburgh Regional Computing Centre. When Logan introduced herself and Sergeant Grant, Balfour came round from behind his desk to shake their hands. His actions were friendly, but he didn't smile, and to Logan his eyes seemed to be grey, careful, and rather cold. He was much older than her, and had black, rather oily hair, combed very flat across his head. He was wearing an old, dark brown patterned jacket and light brown trousers which looked as if they hadn't been cleaned for a long time. "Please!" He waved a hand at two chairs in front of his desk. "Do sit down. How can I help?" He moved back and sat on the front edge of his desk. Grant gave a small cough. Looking out of the corner of her eye, Logan saw that Grant had moved away from the chairs a little and wasn't going to sit down. Logan decided to remain standing too. She was as tall as David Balfour, but if she sat, he would be looking down at her. That was an advantage she did not want him to have. "Thank you," she said. "I'll stand." Balfour said nothing. He looked at Grant and then back at Logan and smiled. Not nervously, thought Logan, which was what most people did when the police walked in. It was more of an unpleasant smile. "Dr. Balfour, I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you," said Logan. "Oh," replied Balfour, and the smile dropped from his face. "I understand you direct the work of a research student called Claire Rutherford." Logan paused as Balfour nodded agreement. "Well," Logan continued, "we found a dead body on Calton Hill yesterday evening which we believe to be her." "Oh, no!" Balfour's hand went up to his mouth. "God! That's awful! Poor Claire!" Logan watched him carefully. He was saying all the right words, but his eyes seemed to be without feeling. Perhaps they were always like that. Then, for a moment, he looked as though he was going to cry. Logan and Grant looked at each other. "How did she die? Was she murdered?" asked Balfour. Logan looked back at Balfour. "Yes, she was," she said. "Oh, no, how awful," said Balfour. He looked out of the window, lifted his head, and bit his bottom lip. "You directed her research," said Logan, inviting him to tell her more. "Well, yes, I did," said Balfour, turning back to Logan. His eyes still seemed watchful. He went on. "I have a number of students working on different research programmes. I check how they're getting on, make sure they know what they're supposed to be doing, make sure they explore all the right areas. And of course, if they have any problems, research problems or personal problems, they can always come and talk to me." Logan wondered if students would want to take their personal problems to someone like Balfour. He did not seem an especially caring sort of person. "And did she have any?" asked Logan. "Did Claire Rutherford have any problems?" "Not that I know of," said Balfour, raising his eyebrows a little. "She was very adult, very intelligent." "Popular?" asked Grant. "Yes, she seemed to have a lot of friends." "A favourite one?" asked Grant. "You mean a boyfriend?" asked Balfour, his mouth unsmiling, his eyes still empty of feeling. Not that I know of, no. And how did you get on with her? Logan asked. Very well, said Balfour, his eyes narrowing a little. Undoubtedly he realised that he was now part of a murder investigation, and that the police might be thinking that he was the murderer. She was an excellent student, hard-working, intelligent, yes, excellent. And her research, continued Logan. What was it about? She was looking into wireless technology, ways of running computers and other sorts of hardware without having them physically joined together by wires. I see. Not knowing much about how computers worked, Logan didn't see at all. But she wasn't going to tell Balfour that. She would find out later. Did you meet her outside the university? She asked, looking Balfour straight in the eye. Balfour said nothing as he returned Logan's look. I don't think that's any of your business, he finally answered quietly. This is a murder investigation, said Logan equally quietly. Everything is my business. Did you meet her outside the university? I took her out for dinner once or twice, but I do that with all my research students. I find it leads to a better relationship. But it's just dinner. Balfour's eyes were hard now. Nothing else. OK, said Logan easily. Now, I understand that Miss Rutherford's parents are in New Zealand. Yes, replied Balfour. The thing is, she began, we need someone to look at the body and tell us for certain that it's her. The colour started to leave David Balfour's face. Her parents are not in this country. We feel it would be very difficult to ask one of her friends. So we were wondering, I'm sorry to have to ask you to do this, but we really do need your help. Chapter 6. Getting Help. Balfour had not wanted to see Claire Rutherford's dead body, but Logan had pointed out that, as no relatives were available, and as he was her supervisor, he was the obvious person to ask. Finally, they agreed a time for him to visit the London Road police station. As they were walking down the steps in front of the James Clerk Maxwell building, Grant turned to Logan. It's difficult to know what to make of him, he said. How do you mean? Asked Logan. Well, he seemed quite friendly and helpful, except when you asked if he met Rutherford outside the university, though the fact that he wasn't so helpful then is perhaps understandable, said Grant. But, said Logan. But his eyes, said Grant, leaving the sentence unfinished as they reached their car. Yes, his eyes, said Logan, opening the door and getting in. She smiled at Grant and started the car. You find out about Balfour, his home life, his relationship with his students, that sort of thing, she said, and I'll find out about his research. On their way back to the police station, the car phone rang. Logan turned on the speaker. Logan, she said. Jenny, it's Helen Robertson, said a voice from the speaker. Hi, Helen, said Logan. What have you got for me? Not much, I'm afraid, Jenny, said Robertson. I've got no improvement on the time of death, about 18 to 20 hours before she was found. And, as we thought, she was strangled. The only injuries are the bang on the back of the head and those that came from being strangled, so it definitely wasn't a sex attack. What was she hit with? Asked Logan. Something wooden, said Robertson. Possibly even just a piece of wood. You can see the square shape on her head where it hit her. And I've found a few tiny pieces of wood in her hair. Her clothes? Asked Logan. Again, not much, said Robertson. The clothes are very ordinary and certainly hers. There's nothing there to help find the killer except... Yes? There were some tiny bits of a sort of orange material sticking to the back of her t-shirt and her skirt. What is it? Asked Logan. Well, from what I can tell, it's some sort of roof insulation material. You know, the stuff that people put in the roofs of their houses to stop the heat escaping in winter. I don't know how that might help you. Logan was quiet for a moment. Then she spoke. I guess it means that either she was kept in a shop or somewhere where they keep that sort of stuff, or else the murderer kept her in the roof of his house. She stopped speaking again for a moment while she thought. Then she said, Helen, if we find more of that material, can you match it to what you found on Claire Rutherford's body? Well, yes, she said. I can match it to similar material, but this stuff is everywhere. However, if you find where she was kept, I'll almost certainly be able to show that she was there. OK, that'll be useful. Thanks for phoning, Helen, said Logan, and she turned off the phone. It was midday when they arrived back at London Road. Grant went to find out more about David Balfour, and Logan asked Sergeant Graham to organise a team of officers to interview Claire Rutherford's friends. Then she went up to her office to arrange some help. Sitting at her desk, Logan picked up the phone and tried a number she knew well. Tam MacDonald, Scottish Daily News. Tam, my dear, said Logan. It's Jenny. Jenny, said Tam, his voice warm and friendly. How are you? Not great, actually, said Logan, and I'm ringing to ask for some help. When Logan's friendship with Tam MacDonald, a journalist, had first come to the attention of Logan's senior officers, they had not liked the situation at all. They liked it even less when the friendship developed into a more serious relationship, but they had to admit that it had not yet been a problem. In fact, just over a year ago, Tam had saved the police a lot of time by finding a criminal who had recently escaped from prison. What's the problem, Jenny? Asked Tam. You don't sound your usual self. Tam MacDonald usually joked with Logan about the police asking journalists for help. However, he realised from Logan's voice that this was not a good time. I'm sure I don't, replied Logan. I'm working on the Calton Hill murder. The main problem is information. We think we know who the girl is now, but... Logan pushed her fingers back through her hair. It's just taking a long time to find out anything. I mean, she's been dead for 36 hours and her name is about the only useful piece of information we have. That doesn't sound like the Jenny Logan I know, said Tam. You're not usually so pessimistic. Tell me how I can help, and then I'll take you out tonight to cheer you up. The following day, Claire Rutherford's picture was on the front page of the Scottish Daily News. Tam obviously had friends in television too, as the photo appeared on a number of television news programmes. Anyone who had seen her on the Tuesday evening of her disappearance was asked to ring the London Road police station. Police were especially interested in anyone who had seen her at the Usher Hall or between the Usher Hall and Marchmont after the concert. A team of officers spent the weekend answering calls. Although Grant and Logan investigated the more interesting ones, they got no further in finding the murderer. Then, on Sunday evening, there was another disappearance. Chapter 7. Another student disappears. Francis Stewart, said Sergeant Grant, reading Logan information from his notebook. Called Fran by her friends, aged 25, university student. She has a room in a flat in the New Town, Drummond Place. The owner of the flat, a Mrs. Dalwhinnie, rang in a few moments ago. Apparently, Fran went out to a party last night and she hasn't been back since. The party was at the home of one of her university teachers. She might have just met some guy at the party, said Logan, and gone back to his place. I suggested that to Mrs. Dalwhinnie, said Grant, with a small smile, and she told me at some length what is wrong with the world today. Mrs. Dalwhinnie has a loud voice and strong feelings about what is right and wrong. Logan smiled. Apparently, Grant continued, Fran Stewart is the perfect young lady. Her parents are friends of Mrs. Dalwhinnie, and she and Mrs. Dalwhinnie go to church together every Sunday evening. That's why Mrs. Dalwhinnie is sure that Fran is missing. Grant spoke in a different voice, obviously trying to sound like Mrs. Dalwhinnie. My Fran would never miss a Sunday evening without telling me. Logan smiled again and stood up. I think we'd better go and have a word with her. I thought you might say that, said Grant. She's expecting us. The New Town is the part of Edinburgh immediately north of Princes Street. It is still called the New Town, even though it is over 200 years old. In some ways, it is the most beautiful part of the city. It has wide streets and large squares with grand houses built around private parks. Mrs. Dalwhinnie's flat was in one of these big houses. Mrs. Dalwhinnie was a big woman in her late 50s. She was wearing a grey dress with a grey, pink and blue scarf around her neck. She had attractive, shoulder-length grey hair and wore half-moon glasses on the end of her rather large nose. I hope you're not intending to repeat any of the suggestions about Fran's behaviour that your sergeant mentioned over the phone, said Mrs. Dalwhinnie in a rather loud voice. Just because some young people have no idea how to behave properly, it doesn't mean that everyone is the same. Indeed, Mrs. Dalwhinnie, said Logan. Sergeant Grant didn't mean to suggest that Miss Stewart would misbehave in any way. He was just exploring the possibility that there was another explanation for her disappearance. They were sitting in the living room in Mrs. Dalwhinnie's flat in Drummond Place. The room was tasteful, with expensive old-fashioned furniture, a piano in one corner, and a large desk covered with papers in another corner. You told Sergeant Grant that Miss Stewart went to a party last night, continued Logan. Yes, said Mrs. Dalwhinnie. She went with some of her friends from university. It was at the house of someone called Kenneth Henderson. He's her research supervisor. She's not a student, you see. She's a research assistant, a very clever girl. Cleverer than her supervisor, if you ask me. Logan smiled. Where was the party? She asked. Hope Terrace, said Mrs. Dalwhinnie, passing Logan a piece of paper. I've written the address down here for you. Thank you, said Logan, taking the paper. What's Miss Stewart researching? She asked. Something to do with computers, said Mrs. Dalwhinnie. But I don't know too much about it. Logan and Grant looked at each other. Has she ever mentioned someone called David Balfour, Dr. David Balfour? Asked Sergeant Grant. Mrs. Dalwhinnie thought for a moment. I don't think so, she started slowly. But it's possible. We don't talk a lot about what she does because, as I say, I don't really understand it. Logan was quiet for a moment, thinking how strange it was that both Rutherford and Stewart were researching similar areas. Was it possible they were part of the same research programme? "Did she know a girl called Claire Rutherford?" asked Grant. "You mean the girl who was found on Carlton Hill?" "Yes," said Grant, nodding. "No," said Mrs. Dalwhinnie. "We talked about that, of course. Fran knew who she was, but she didn't really know her." Grant had no more questions, so he looked across at Logan. "How did Miss Stewart go to the party?" asked Logan. "She walked," said Mrs. Dalwhinnie. "Even though Claire Rutherford had recently been murdered?" Mrs. Dalwhinnie seemed to sit up even straighter. "Inspector, we cannot hide ourselves away. We cannot let a handful of criminals stop us from going about our daily lives. Fran walked everywhere in Edinburgh. It's one of the nice things about Edinburgh, don't you think? Although it's a city, it's small enough to walk just about everywhere." Logan agreed, but she didn't say so. Instead, she asked, "And would she have walked home afterwards?" "Of course." "Even if it was very late?" asked Logan. "Yes," said Mrs. Dalwhinnie, looking away from Logan for the first time and out of the window. "We always said that the streets of Edinburgh were safer than in other cities, Inspector. I'm just hoping we were right." Her voice was not quite as strong as before. Before they left, Logan asked for a photograph of Fran Stewart from Mrs. Dalwhinnie. She also told her that they would make every effort to find the missing girl. On the pavement outside, Logan looked at her watch. It was already 7:30. "Let's go and talk to Kenneth Henderson," she said. "Then we might as well go home." Chapter 8. The Party at Hope Terrace. Late on Sunday evening, there wasn't much traffic on the way across town to Hope Terrace. A cold wind had started to blow in from the east, and most people were spending the evening inside, in the warm. Although Hope Terrace was in the Marchmont area, it was very different from the street where Claire Rutherford had lived. These were houses for the rich, not for students. "You can almost smell the money," said Grant, breathing in through his nose as he pushed the doorbell. Kenneth Henderson answered the door, wearing a light blue denim shirt and dark blue jeans with a light brown leather belt. He had bright blue eyes and dark brown hair that was quite long and combed back over his ears. He was in his early 30s and handsome, and he knew it. He opened the door wide, looked first at Logan, then at Grant, and then back at Logan. "Kenneth Henderson?" asked Logan. "Yes," said Henderson. "Inspector Logan and Sergeant Grant," said Logan. "We'd like to ask you a few questions." "Sure, of course." Come in," said Henderson. Logan and Grant walked through a large square hall into a bright room with a light wooden floor. The furniture was all light wood too, with bright blue and yellow covers on the chairs and the sofa. Logan noticed a photograph lying on one of the tables. It was of Henderson with an attractive young woman. They had their arms round each other and were laughing. Henderson waved towards the chairs. "Sit down," he said, sitting down in an armchair himself and looking at Logan. "What's this all about?" "I understand you had a party last night," said Logan. Yes, said Henderson. Oh, I hope the neighbours haven't been complaining about the noise again. Not that I know of, said Logan. But a young girl who came to the party hasn't been home since. Fran Stewart. Fran, said Henderson. Yes, she was here. She left fairly early, as I remember, about 1 o'clock. I happened to notice what the time was when she came to say goodbye. But nobody else left until about 4 in the morning. Henderson seemed quite relaxed. Did you know Claire Rutherford? Asked Logan suddenly. Oh, God! Henderson sat forward. You don't think the same thing has happened to Fran? We're keeping an open mind, said Logan, watching him carefully. But we're giving it our full attention. Well, yes, I can understand that, replied Henderson, getting comfortable in the armchair again. So, repeated Logan, did you know Claire Rutherford? Well, sure, I knew who she was. But we never had anything to do with each other, professionally or privately, said Henderson, giving Logan a big smile. Who else was at your party? Asked Logan. People from the university, said Henderson. Students, teachers. David Balfour? Asked Grant. Yes, David was here for a time. Henderson smiled again. But he's not really a party animal. He probably left early. What do you mean, probably? Asked Grant. Henderson looked at Grant. Grant was 60, with thick black hair and a large black moustache. His clothes, as always, looked rather old. A blue jacket and grey trousers. He did not look much of a party animal either. Well, I don't check when my guests arrive and leave, said Henderson. And some people just leave when they want to go home. They don't come and say goodbye. Anyway, sometimes I can be difficult to find. Again he looked at Logan, raised his eyebrows, and gave her a big smile. I sometimes end up in the bedroom. Logan looked at Henderson, but did not smile. She was attractive, and she knew it, but being attractive was not always a help to a police officer. Because she was good-looking, people did not always take her seriously. She did not like it when that happened. Your girlfriend? She pointed at the photograph on the table. Ex-girlfriend, said Henderson, stretching lazily and putting his hands behind his head. Still looking at Logan, he continued, The position of girlfriend is open at the moment. It's a great opportunity for the right woman. A difficult position to fill, I would think, she said rather sharply. Grant looked across. Logan never got angry, even when questioning difficult people, but there was always a first time. Henderson laughed and looked a little uncertain. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to give Sergeant Grant a list of everyone who was at your party, said Logan. Then she stood up and started looking at the pictures and the books in the room, her lips pressed tightly together. In a little pile she found 3 photographs. She picked the photos up and looked at them. Henderson with 3 different young women. Obviously the position of girlfriend wasn't so difficult to fill, even though Henderson was, in her opinion, far too pleased with himself. Silently, Logan warned herself to be careful. She must not allow any dislike of Henderson to affect the investigation. She heard Henderson finish the list of names. I understand Miss Stewart was a research assistant. What was she like? Asked Logan, looking down at Henderson. Hard-working, replied Henderson thoughtfully. Hard-working and not much fun. A bit too serious, really. Then he smiled at Logan. "I mean, I invited her because I work with her, but I was surprised when she turned up. She really needs someone to show her how to have a good time." Logan said nothing. She just placed the photos carefully on the table by Henderson's chair. "Thank you for your help," she said. "We'll be back if this becomes a murder investigation." Logan said nothing on the way back to the London Road police station. Neither did Grant. When they arrived there, it was almost 9 o'clock. As Logan turned off the car engine, she asked, "What have you found out about David Balfour?" "Only that he doesn't have a criminal record," said Grant. "But I've got a cousin who works in the university and I'm meeting him for a drink in half an hour." "Ask him about Henderson too," said Logan. Chapter 9. Another Talk with David Balfour. Monday morning started badly for Logan and soon got worse. Her kettle broke while she was making breakfast, so she couldn't make a cup of tea. She then found she'd set her video recorder wrongly and it had not recorded a programme that she wanted to watch. Things soon got much worse. When she arrived at the London Road police station, she was told that Francis Stewart had been found dead near Craig Miller Park golf course. Driving out to the golf course, Grant told Logan what he had discovered about David Balfour and Henderson. "Apparently there's a big question about Balfour's job at the moment. The university want to kick him out, but they're having to be very careful." "Why's that?" asked Logan. "Well, they want him out because he's not doing his job. He's okay at teaching and getting his students through their exams, but these days universities expect their staff to bring in money from research, especially the computer science staff. New technology makes good money." "And Balfour isn't bringing in good money?" "No," said Grant. "He isn't bringing in any money." "So why are they having to be careful?" asked Logan. "Well, his wife died last year after a long illness." "Ah," said Logan, wondering if that explained his strange behaviour and dirty clothes. "Everyone feels that his work has been poor because of that," explained Grant. "I see," said Logan. "A difficult situation. And what about Henderson?" "It seems he's the golden boy of the computer science department," said Grant. Logan made an impolite noise to show that she did not share his opinion. "He's popular with students and staff, and he gets good results. But more importantly, he manages to bring in a lot of money to the university." Grant said nothing for a moment, then looked at Logan and smiled. "But," he said. Logan smiled and waited for Grant to go on. She was pleased that there was a but about Kenneth Henderson. "Some people wonder if all the money that should go to the university from Henderson's work does actually go to the university." "You mean the big house?" suggested Logan. "Exactly," continued Grant. "Not many people can afford a big house in Hope Terrace on a university salary and a research percentage." "What's a research percentage?" asked Logan. "Well, if a researcher develops something that the university then sells, the university keeps a third of the money, the researcher's university department gets a third, and the final third goes to the researcher." "I see," said Logan. "Some people think Henderson is making too much money, that he must be keeping some back from the university. And," Grant paused again to let Logan enjoy the fact that there was more to come, "some people think he has not been completely honest about his research." "How do you mean?" asked Logan. Well, last year the university sold a computer program to an American company. There was some disagreement about who developed the program, Henderson or one of his students. In effect, people are saying he has stolen research from his students. Logan was quiet for a few minutes after Grant finished talking. Finally, she spoke. I need to find out more about what these girls were researching. It might be important. Also, we need to know where Balfour was when Claire Rutherford was murdered, and what time he left Henderson's party and where he went. We didn't ask him before, but then we didn't know Francis Stewart was dead. Right, said Grant. By the way, we've checked, and Katie Jardine was with her parents last Tuesday night. Logan and Grant arrived at the Craigmillar Park golf course shortly after Helen Robertson, the police doctor. The body was in a group of trees not far from the road. It was also not far from King's Buildings, thought Logan, and that might well be important. Robertson was bent over the body as Logan and Grant reached the trees. She heard them arrive, but did not look up. Eventually, she completed her examination and stood up. I'm afraid it looks very similar to the last one, she said. Off the record, I'd say you're looking for the same person who killed the girl at Calton Hill. I might be able to be certain later. The three of them stood looking out over Edinburgh for a moment. Arthur's Seat, with its mountainous parkland, was away to the left. Craigmillar Castle in the distance in front of them. Logan wondered who they were looking for. And why was this person killing? Was it to do with sex? Murder often was. Or was there another reason? Money, for example. Or could it be professional jealousy? She took a deep breath and turned to look at the body. She recognised the face from the photo that Mrs. Dalwhinnie had given her, even though the girl's tongue was sticking out and her face was blue round her mouth and lips. Like Claire Rutherford, Frances Stewart had been a pretty young woman, slim and with long, waist-length red hair. She lay now in a light green blouse and a long, dark green skirt, her beautiful hair falling over the green grass. Tell me about it, said Logan. She was strangled too, said Robertson. But this time it looks as if the killer didn't use their hands. They might have used a scarf or a belt or something like that. I'll tell you more when I've examined the body. Time of death? About midnight last night, give or take half an hour each way. OK, said Logan. Again, there are no scratches on the body and no signs of any sexual activity that I can see. Though, of course, that doesn't mean that sex wasn't a reason behind the murder. True, said Logan. It's always a possibility. Anyway, said Robertson, I'll get you my report as soon as I can. Oh, and, as before, her hands have been tied at some time. Thanks, Helen. Logan turned to Grant. Organise a search of the area. Then we'll go and see Dr. Balfour again. Logan and Grant found David Balfour in his office on West Mains Road. He appeared to be wearing the same clothes as the last time they had met. As at their earlier meeting, Logan preferred to stand, not giving Balfour the opportunity to look down at her. Also, as at their last meeting, she found his eyes odd. I'm afraid we've got some more questions for you, Dr. Balfour, she began. Never mind, Inspector, said Balfour. This time he had remained seated at his desk. I'm happy to help you if I can. Logan continued. First of all, we'd like to know where you were last Tuesday evening. And then we'd like to know where you were between 10 and midnight on Wednesday evening. Let me think, said Balfour, pushing his hair back with his hand. On Tuesday evening I went to the Usher Hall. There was an Irish band playing that I wanted to see. Grant and Logan looked at each other. Who did you go with? Asked Logan. No one, replied Balfour. I went on my own. What did you do after the concert? Asked Logan. I went home, said Balfour. On my own. Did you see Claire Rutherford at the concert? No, I didn't know she was interested in Irish music, said Balfour. Then suddenly he realised the importance of Logan's questions and his hand flew up to his mouth. Oh, God! Was she at that concert before she disappeared? He asked. How awful! You're sure you didn't see her there? Asked Grant. Balfour just shook his head and looked rather sadly at the desk in front of him. And what about between 10 and midnight on Wednesday evening? Asked Logan. Balfour thought for a moment. I was having a drink with some friends in Mathers. Mathers was a bar in the West End of Edinburgh. Till when? Asked Logan. About 11:30, said Balfour, still looking down at the desk. Names and addresses, said Logan. Balfour gave the names and addresses of 3 other university teachers, and Grant wrote them in his notebook. The other question, said Logan, is what time did you leave the party on Saturday night? Balfour looked up quickly. What party? He asked. Kenneth Henderson's party. You were there, weren't you? Asked Logan, but it wasn't a question. How do you know? Logan and Grant said nothing. They just looked at Balfour and waited. Balfour looked from one to the other and realised he wasn't going to get an answer to his question. I left about 12:30, said Balfour. I don't like parties much. And afterwards? Asked Grant. Afterwards, I went straight home. Do you know someone called Fran Stewart? Frances Stewart, asked Logan. I know the name because she's in the computer department, but I don't know her. She works for Kenneth. Why? So you didn't speak to her at the party on Saturday night? Asked Logan. Not that I know of, said Balfour. Logan took the photograph of Fran Stewart out of her pocket and passed it to Balfour. Balfour took the photo and gave it a quick look. Yes, that's her, he said. But I certainly didn't speak to her. To be honest, I don't even remember her being there. Logan took the photo back. Balfour looked up. Why are you asking these questions? He asked. Because Fran Stewart disappeared when she left that party, and we found her body this morning, said Logan. She's been murdered too. Logan looked hard at Balfour. He shook his head slowly from side to side, a look of disbelief on his face. Chapter 10. Crossing the City. Logan asked Grant to drive back to the London Road police station. She opened the car window and took some deep breaths, even though it was a cool autumn day. There are some things that need checking, she said to Grant. Find out where Balfour was sitting in the Usher Hall. I want to know if he could have seen Claire Rutherford while he was there. Find out who's interviewing the other guests at Henderson's party and make sure they ask if anyone saw Balfour and Fran Stewart in conversation at any time. And finally, get hold of Billy Marr again. Billy Marr? asked Grant in surprise. Yes, I get the feeling he must have seen Claire Rutherford's body on Calton Hill, said Logan. What I can't work out at the moment is why he thinks he killed her. Grant smiled. He had almost completely forgotten about Billy Marr, but it was no surprise to him that Logan hadn't. She often followed unusual lines of thought. And, said Logan, as ideas continued to hurry into her mind, let's get a list of all the researchers in the computer science department and their supervisors. I don't know what we're looking for, but it might be worth a try. They pulled into the car park at the police station and got out of the car. And get some lunch, said Logan. Then we'll go and see Henderson. I've got some more questions for Golden Boy. Grant smiled. He went off to do what Logan had asked him to, while she went upstairs to her office. At first, she just stood and looked out of the window. There was a park on the other side of the road, and children played in it at all times of the year, in sunshine, snow, or even rain. She looked at the children playing there today and wondered what type of adults they would become. Adults who worked, slept, and played, or adults who stole, fought, and killed. She had been investigating murder cases for 4 years now. The job didn't seem to get any easier. She still found it difficult to accept the idea that one person could take another person's life. But they did. She turned to look back into the room. On one wall was a large map of Edinburgh. She walked over to it and found the important places in the case: Calton Hill, the Craig Miller Park golf course. Her finger ran over the map. Where had the killer met these girls, she wondered. Was it at the same place? Still thinking about this question, she picked up a pencil from her desk. Claire Rutherford was walking back from the Usher Hall to her flat in Marchmont. Logan drew a line from the Usher Hall to Marchmont Road. Fran Stewart was walking back to Drummond Place from the party in Hope Terrace. Logan drew a line from Drummond Place to Hope Terrace. Where did the lines cross? The meadows. People did not walk in straight lines, though, thought Logan, and she looked again at the map, working out the way that each girl might have chosen to walk home. Would they both have walked through the meadows? Yes, they might. Was that where the killer met them? It was as likely as anywhere else, she thought. Just then, the phone rang. It was Helen Robertson. Exactly the same as on Calton Hill, said Robertson. Everything the same. The bang on the head, the hands tied. She was strangled, and there's that roof insulation material on the blouse and skirt. OK, thanks, said Logan. She picked the phone up again immediately to call Tam MacDonald. Tam, she said, I'm afraid I need your help again. OK, Jenny, he replied. And if there's a story for me at the end, that would be good too. Logan smiled to herself. Tam, ever the journalist. She told him a bit about the recent developments in the case and explained some of her thoughts to him. What I'd like you to do, she continued, is to chat to some people up at the university and find out what's going on in the computer science department. Both the dead girls were doing research up there. I'd be happy to, Jenny, said Tam. But why don't you do it yourself? It is a murder inquiry after all. You can ask anybody anything. True, said Logan, but first of all, I don't understand much about computers and you do. And secondly, people are not so free with information when they're talking to the police. But if a journalist was writing about how the university is at the cutting edge of developments in computer science, they might tell me all sorts of things they wouldn't tell you, finished Tam. At 3 o'clock, Logan checked that Henderson would be at home. On their way over to Hope Terrace, Logan explained to Grant her thoughts about the meadows. "It's quite well lit, the meadows," said Grant. "I mean, there aren't many dark corners where you can hit someone over the head, tie them up and take them away." "No," said Logan. "I don't think that's what happened. I think the killer must have picked the girls up there and taken them somewhere else. Either the killer is very good at persuading people to go with him, or else the killer knew both the girls, and the girls weren't afraid of him." "Or her," finished Grant. "Right," said Logan. "Now, Fran Stewart went missing on a Saturday night. I think it's very unlikely that there would be any sort of regular pattern of movement through the meadows on a Saturday night. You know, people who go through at the same time every Saturday. There's just people going out to pubs and clubs and restaurants, which they may or may not have done the week before." "But Rutherford went missing on a Tuesday night," said Grant. "Exactly," said Logan, "and it's Tuesday again tomorrow. Tuesdays are far less busy than Saturdays, and there may be regular traffic. People going to and from work, regular Tuesday activities, that sort of thing. So tomorrow evening from, let's say, 9:30 to 12:30, I want to stop everyone in the meadows and ask them if they saw anything unusual the week before." "OK," said Grant as they pulled in outside Henderson's house. "I'll get that organised for tomorrow evening." Chapter 11. A Slow Investigation. "Ah, the lovely Inspector Logan," said Henderson, smiling at her as he opened his front door. He was wearing a pink shirt, light brown trousers with a brown leather belt, and brown shoes. His teeth were a bright white. Logan did not smile back. "I said we'd be back if this became a murder investigation," she said. "It has." "Oh," said Henderson. The smile disappeared from his face, and he opened the door wider so that Logan and Grant could enter the house. The living room looked exactly the same as the last time Logan and Grant had been there, except for a copy of the Scottish Daily News on the table. Logan sat on the blue and yellow sofa. Henderson took an armchair near her. Grant stood by the door. "Mr. Henderson," began Logan. "Please call me Kenneth," said Henderson. Logan looked Henderson straight in the eye. Getting friendly with Henderson was the last thing on her mind. Keeping a professional distance seemed a much better idea. "Mr. Henderson," she continued, "what time did your party start?" Henderson said nothing for a moment. He looked a little disappointed that Logan had refused to use his first name. Out of the corner of her eye, Logan could see Grant smiling to himself. Henderson coughed. About 11 o'clock, he said. "A crowd of us went to the pub first. Then we came back here and a few more people arrived later." "When did Fran Stewart arrive?" "She got to the pub at 9:30, something like that," said Henderson. "I really can't remember." "And Balfour?" "I should think about 11:30. As I remember, he didn't come along to the pub first. He usually just comes for a short time so that people see him. Then he leaves." Like I said before, he doesn't like parties much. Did you see Balfour and Stewart talking to each other? No, I don't think so, replied Henderson, looking out of the window as he thought about his answer. Not that I remember, anyway. OK, said Logan. Who did speak to her then? Henderson opened his arms wide. Come on, Inspector. I can't remember that. I understand this is a murder investigation and I'm very sorry about Fran, but I really can't remember who talked to who on Saturday night. Logan said nothing, waiting. Henderson stood up and walked over to the window. He turned back to look at her. Down at the pub, everybody spoke to everybody. We were standing up and moving around all the time. When we came back here, I was too busy making sure everyone had a drink and something to eat and was looking happy. Henderson walked back to his armchair and sat down again. I spoke to Fran for about 5 minutes in the pub about her research and for about 2 minutes here when she came to say goodbye. Other than that, I really didn't notice her. Like I said, she was a bit too serious. Logan sat back on the sofa and crossed one knee over the other. She brushed the leg of her trousers with one hand. I understand you make a lot of money for the university, she said. Yes, replied Henderson, looking rather pleased with himself. You must make quite a bit for yourself too, said Logan, waving a hand to show that she was talking about the house. Oh, no, Henderson pointed at her. No. I know some people think I'm taking money that should really go to the university, but that's not true. The house and everything here used to belong to my parents. They're both dead and the house is mine. I get a university salary and a third of any money that my research makes for the university. That's the arrangement with the university and I'm happy with that. He moved forward to the edge of the chair. And while we're talking about my work, you will also find people who say that I have stolen research from students and told people it was mine. And that's not true either, I take it, said Logan. Of course not. Henderson was very certain. There are often grey areas about whose research is whose, especially when people are supervising researchers, but I always try to be extremely honest about it. Logan said nothing. She just looked at Henderson for a moment. It was impossible to know if he was telling the truth or not. Sometimes she knew when people were lying or telling the truth, but not always. Then she asked, What exactly are you and your team researching at the moment? Computer security. New ways of keeping information safe. Ways of stopping hackers. You know, people who get into computers to find out or steal information that they shouldn't have. Said Logan, hoping that Tam got back to her quickly about the research going on at the university. What about David Balfour? She continued. I understand he doesn't make as much money for the university as you do. Henderson took a deep breath. Poor David, he said, shaking his head. He's a nice enough guy, but he's had a bad few years. What with his wife being ill and then dying. To be honest, the university is not very happy with him at the moment. Logan was silent for a moment, thinking about Henderson's answer. Then, changing the subject, she asked, Now, what about last Wednesday between 10 and 12 in the evening? Where were you then? Last Wednesday, said Henderson, his eyes moving quickly from side to side as he thought about the question. I was here at home, preparing classes for the next day. Suddenly, he realised why Logan had asked the question. "Hey," he said, "is that when Claire Rutherford died?" His face started to go red. "You can't think I had anything to do with that." He stood up angrily. "That's crazy." "Anyone with you here on Wednesday night?" asked Logan, standing up herself. "No," replied Henderson. Logan said nothing, but just raised her eyebrows. Henderson's shoulders went down. No one was with me," he said more quietly. "But I had nothing to do with Claire Rutherford's death, I promise you." Back at London Road, Logan and Grant sat in her office drinking tea and thinking about the case. There was a knock at the door, and Sergeant Graham came in. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt under the same brown leather jacket he had been wearing when he had met Logan in Calton Hill. "We found out where Balfour was sitting in the Usher Hall," said Graham. He had a number of pieces of paper in his hand, which he looked at from time to time as he was speaking. "The ticket office keeps all its records on computer. He and Rutherford were in different parts of the hall and on different levels. She was at the top in the cheap seats, and he was at ground floor level near the back. It's possible they saw each other, but we can't say for certain." Graham paused, waiting to see if Logan or Grant had any questions. They didn't. "We've also talked to everyone who was at Kenneth Henderson's party," he continued, "and we've had no luck there. Quite a few people talked to Fran Stewart. Quite a few people saw her talking to other people. Nobody saw her talking to David Balfour. Everyone said she was nice, but serious. Nobody was seen trying to chat her up, and nobody left the party with her. We're quite sure about that. Some of the other girls were in the hall when she left." "Things aren't getting any easier, are they?" Logan said. Worse, actually," said Graham. "We can't find Billy Marr." "What?" said Grant and Logan at the same time, and sat forward in their chairs. "Well, he's not at home," said Graham, "and he hasn't been home all day. We've also had a look in some of the places where he usually spends time, but so far, no luck." Lines appeared on Logan's forehead as she thought about this development. Eventually, she shook her head as if clearing her brain and said, "OK, just keep looking for him. Give his description to all the police officers out on the streets tonight. Let them know that we're looking for him." "OK, madam," said Graham. "And finally, we have the list of researchers." He gave some papers to Logan and some to Grant. "I made copies for both of you." "Good," said Logan. "Both of you have a look through these." She looked at Grant and Graham. "Take them away and go through them. If you find anything interesting, let me know immediately. If not, I'll see you tomorrow morning." Grant and Graham left the room. Logan put the pile of papers on her desk and turned to look out of the window. Perhaps they would find out something useful at the meadows the following night. Logan certainly hoped so. It had been almost a week since Claire Rutherford had disappeared. Rutherford was now dead, and so was Frances Stewart. The longer an investigation continued, the less chance there was of finding the murderer. Chapter 12. An Evening on the Meadows. The Bruntsfield Hotel, not far from the Meadows, is a large, comfortable hotel in Bruntsfield Place, a kilometre or two south of Princes Street. The hotel bar, called the King's Bar, is on the lower ground floor and has an entrance down some steps from the small car park at the front of the hotel. At 8:30 on Tuesday evening, Logan and Grant were sitting in the bar. They had spent the morning sorting through the mountain of paper that the case was producing. Most of this was interview reports. There were interviews with people who were at the Usher Hall, interviews with friends of Claire Rutherford and Francis Stewart, and interviews with the guests at Kenneth Henderson's party. The two police officers had spent the afternoon making arrangements for the evening's activity. They intended to stop everyone who passed through the meadows that Tuesday and find out if they had been there the week before. Grant was dressed in his usual grey trousers and blue jacket. Logan was wearing a dark grey jacket and trousers and a peach-coloured blouse. She wore small earrings of a Scottish design, but no makeup. Logan didn't often wear makeup and never at work. In front of Grant was a large glass of orange juice. Logan was drinking tomato juice. Having spent the whole day discussing the case, they had now moved on to talking about Grant's garden, Grant's nephews and nieces, and what he and Mrs. Grant were going to do when he retired in 3 months' time. Grant was 60 years old and was stopping work at the end of the year. Logan picked up her drink and finished it. She looked at her watch. "OK," she said. "Let's go and see who can remember what they saw this time last week." There are a number of paths across the meadows with trees along them, and a road, Melville Drive, between the meadows and another green area of parkland called Bruntsfield Links. Police officers were stopping everyone, both in cars and on foot. They showed photos not just of Claire Rutherford, but also of Francis Stewart, and asked people if they had seen either of them. They asked especially if people had seen Claire Rutherford some time after the concert the week before. Logan and Grant spent their time moving between the different groups of officers and keeping up to date with what was happening. As Logan drew near one of these groups, she heard a voice she recognised. "I think you'll find that I don't need to answer these questions. I've already spoken to Inspector Logan at some length," the voice was saying. It was Kenneth Henderson, and he was wearing an expensive and very fashionable brown leather coat. He hadn't seen Logan arrive, but turned as soon as he heard her voice. "I think you'll find you do need to answer these questions, Mr. Henderson," she said. "We have discussed Wednesday evening, as I remember, but not Tuesday evening. Where were you then?" Henderson looked at Logan. "Inspector, on Tuesday evenings I always play squash at the Lothian Squash Club on Coates Crescent." "Until what time?" asked Logan. "It depends," said Henderson. "What time did you leave the club last week?" Henderson thought for a moment. "I stayed for a drink afterwards. I guess I left about 10:30. "And you walked back this way along Lothian Road, past the Usher Hall and up here across the meadows?" "Yes," said Henderson. "I always do." "Did you see Claire Rutherford as you were walking home last week?" As Logan asked the question, one of the police officers held forward a photograph of Claire Rutherford for Henderson to see. Henderson waved it away. "I know what she looks like," he said impatiently, and then corrected himself in a more gentle voice. "Looked like." He looked at Logan. "No," he said, "I didn't see her." Logan looked at Henderson for a long time without speaking. He had been walking past the Usher Hall at about the time that Claire Rutherford had disappeared. He might have been at home on his own when she was killed, but he might not. Francis Stewart had disappeared after leaving his party. He had certainly had the opportunity, but why would he have killed these two women? His love life seemed important to him. Had he asked both women out and they had refused him? It seemed unlikely. He had suggested that he was interested in Logan, but hadn't been especially worried when she had not shown similar interest in him. Was it something to do with research at the university? Was that really likely? She could take him down to London Road for further questioning, or she could make him sweat for a bit. She decided to make him sweat. "Mr. Henderson," she said, "you must admit it seems odd that Frances Stewart disappeared after your party and Claire Rutherford disappeared when you were both in approximately the same place. I'd like you to pop into London Road Police Station tomorrow sometime for a further chat about all this." Henderson took a deep breath. "At a time that suits you," said Logan. "Say 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." And Logan turned and walked on to the next group of police officers. The questioning continued through the evening, but they got no more information. At 12:30, Logan walked over to a group of people standing on Melville Drive. She intended to thank the police officers for giving up their evening and to tell them to go home. However, as she reached the group, she saw a face she recognised. "It's Katy Jardine, isn't it?" she asked. "Oh, Inspector Logan. Hello," said Jardine. Her hair was very wild today. "How are you? Have you got any further with your investigation?" "No, not yet. But we're still working on the case," said Logan. And then looked at the girl who was with Katy Jardine. Jardine noticed Logan's look. "Oh, this is Karen," she said. "Karen Ramsay. She's a friend of mine." Karen Ramsay was easily 185 centimetres tall, Logan thought, and she was big too. She looked older than Katy Jardine, probably in her late 20s. But, most noticeable of all, she had long blonde hair and an extraordinarily beautiful face. Logan smiled at Ramsay, then looked back at Jardine and said, "On your way home?" "Yes," she said. "We've just been to the cinema. We stopped for a drink on the way back." Jardine looked up at Ramsay as she spoke. "Oh, I see," said Logan, turning to Karen Ramsay. "Are you a research student at the university too?" "Yes. I work there part-time as well," she added. Ramsay's voice was deep with a West Coast accent. She looked Logan straight in the eye when she spoke to her. It was a look that made Logan feel a little uncomfortable, as if she shouldn't be asking Ramsay questions. "Oh yes," said Logan, asking for more information without actually making it a direct question. The fact that she felt uncomfortable didn't stop her questions. It made her more interested in searching for information. "Karen teaches at the university," said Katy. Logan noticed Grant look more closely at Ramsay and begin to take more interest in the conversation. "Just a few hours a week," said Ramsay. "I'm really doing research for a PhD, a doctorate." "You want to become a doctor?" asked Logan. "Yes," said Ramsay. "A doctor of computer science." "Oh," said Logan. "You work in the computer department?" "Yes," said Ramsay. "Right," said Logan thoughtfully. "So what's your research all about?" Ramsay looked down at Jardine and then back at Logan. She smiled. "How much do you know about computers, Inspector?" "Not much," replied Logan. "But I just wondered if your research was related in any way to what Claire Rutherford and Frances Stewart were doing." The effect of Ramsay's stare was almost physical to Logan. "Not really," said Ramsay. "I only knew a little about what they were doing. People don't talk too much about their research. Not until the research is finished, anyway." "Professional competition?" asked Logan. "Sort of," said Ramsay, her eyes not leaving Logan's. "It has been known for people to steal ideas. As a result, researchers don't usually talk too much about their work." "I imagine you knew Claire Rutherford, since she shared a flat with Miss Jardine." "Of course," said Ramsay. "You weren't by any chance in this part of town a week ago, were you?" asked Logan. She looked directly at Karen Ramsay as she spoke. "Actually, yes," said Ramsay. "I usually work at the Bruntsfield Hotel, in the restaurant, on Tuesday evenings. I've got a week off, which is why I'm not there this evening. I was probably coming home about this time." Again, Logan felt uncomfortable as Ramsay looked her in the eye. "And did you see Claire as you were going home?" asked Logan. "I'm afraid not," said Ramsay. Logan looked at her watch. "OK, thanks for your help," she said. "You'd better get off home." "Thanks, and good luck with the investigation," said Jardine as the two women set off towards Marchmont. Logan watched them walk away and then turned to Grant. "What did you think of Karen Ramsay?" she asked. "She's tall," said Grant, smiling. "You got interested at one point in the conversation, though," said Logan seriously. "Yes," said Grant. "That was when the university and the computer department were mentioned again. But I can't see how it could be important." "Nor can I," said Logan, pushing her fingers back through her hair. "And she was happy to tell us she was here last week. I just found her a little... well, I can't explain. Perhaps it's nothing to do with the case anyway." "Odd that she's working," said Grant. "Not really," replied Logan. "Students often have to work their way through university, even PhD students. A bit of teaching at the university, a bit of waitressing. It's quite normal, really." Logan looked round the meadows. There weren't many people still around at this time of night. "Right," she said. "I think we're finished here. Not that we've got any further. Send everyone home, and I'll see you in the morning." Chapter 13. Computer Technology. Wednesday morning was bright and sunny, but the weather did not make Logan feel any better. To try and make herself feel a bit happier, she wore a greeny-blue scarf Tam had given her last year. Eating her breakfast, Logan thought over everything that had happened during the last 9 days. She didn't seem to be getting anywhere. She still didn't know where the girls had been killed or why. The 3 hours spent at the meadows the evening before had seemed largely a waste of time. Kenneth Henderson was coming in for questioning, but even though she disliked him, she did not feel that he was the person she was looking for. Karen Ramsay was a strange new addition to the case, and Logan knew that she would have to find out more about the tall girl from the West Coast. But could Ramsay have killed the two young women? Was it really likely? Logan shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. When she arrived at the police station, Tam MacDonald was waiting in her office. He stood up and kissed her lightly on the cheek. He could see from the look on her face that she was not in the best of moods. "Don't ask," she said, seeing his questioning look, but not wanting to talk about her problems. "Just tell me what you found out." She put her jacket over the back of her chair and sat behind her desk. They were very helpful at the university when they heard what I wanted to write about, started Tam. They were especially interested when they heard there would be no dead women mentioned in the article. Logan smiled. Tam had a way of putting things which often made her smile. I spent a couple of hours with the head of computer science yesterday afternoon. Essentially, there are 3 main areas of research in the department at the moment. Computer languages is one area, the special languages that make a computer work. Security is another area, how to stop people breaking into your computer. And wireless technology is the third area. Tell me more about that, said Logan. Balfour mentioned it, and it was Claire Rutherford's area of research. Well, at the moment, if I want to, I can send information from my computer to yours. But the computers have to be joined by wires, either directly or indirectly, like over the internet. But with wireless technology, I can put my computer on the table next to yours and, with the right software, they can talk to each other without being joined. I see, said Logan. Just don't ask me exactly how it works, continued Tam. I know a bit about computers, but not that much. Anyway, he changed the subject. The university is apparently doing very well with its research into computer languages and into security. A lot of the research has been used in business and has made the university a lot of money. And wireless technology? Inquired Logan. Well, that too has been a really important area of research up until recently. However, the head of computer science seemed to think that unless someone comes up with some new ideas or a new direction fairly soon, they will think about cutting back in that area, at least for a while. That's interesting, said Logan, sitting back in her chair and wondering how David Balfour would feel about it. Did he need a new direction badly enough to kill someone for it? After a moment she asked, were Rutherford's research and Stewart's similar in any way at all? I thought you might want to know that, replied Tam. Since I'm not a police officer, it was a difficult question to ask without appearing very nosy. But after I'd spoken to the head, he got one of his researchers, a woman called Karen Ramsay, to give me a tour of the department. Karen Ramsay? Yes. Do you know her? I met her yesterday too, said Logan. Go on. Well, working so closely with the head, she knows what everyone is researching. So I just happened to mention the murders, and I just happened to wonder if they were researching similar areas. Apparently not. They worked for different people in different areas of research. That's interesting. That's more or less what she told me, said Logan. I wonder if it's true. She stared out of the window at the park over the road and became lost in thought. Tam sat quietly for a moment or two. Then he coughed. I'm off to work then, he said. Logan looked round suddenly. Oh, sorry, Tam. I was just thinking about something. Tam looked at her carefully. Are you okay, Jenny? Not really, she said. The case is over a week old and we're getting nowhere. It's beginning to get me down a bit. Tam put his hand on Logan's shoulder. But you never know when your luck might change, he said. Logan smiled at him as he left the room. A few minutes later, shortly after 10:30, Logan phoned to check that Katie Jardine would be at home, then picked up her jacket and left the office. On her way out of the building, she stopped at Sergeant Grant's desk. We need to find out more about Karen Ramsay, That woman we met last night, she told him. See what you can find out by lunchtime. I'm going to talk to Katie Jardine. I'll be back this afternoon to speak to Henderson. Logan could have driven to Marchmont Road, but as she came out into the fresh air, the sun was still shining. A good walk might clear her head and give her a fresh view of the case, she thought. The streets were busy with people shopping and enjoying the September sunshine. It was Edinburgh at its best. Half an hour later, Logan was walking past some of the university buildings. The shopping streets had been busy, but there were few people on the streets around the university. She heard a car slow beside her, and a voice she recognised called out, "If you're going up to Marchmont, I can easily give you a lift." Chapter 14. Where is Inspector Logan? Kenneth Henderson arrived at London Road Police Station at exactly 4 o'clock. The front desk let Sergeant Grant know that he had arrived, and Grant went to find Logan. Her office was empty and looked the same as it had that morning. Grant asked around in the offices near Logan's, but nobody had seen her since before lunch. Grant went back to Logan's office. It was unlike her to be late without letting him know. He picked up the phone in her office and tried her mobile number. It was switched off. That was strange. He searched through the papers on her desk and found Katie Jardine's phone number. The phone was answered after the third ring. "Hello? Miss Jardine?" asked Grant. "Yes," said Jardine. "It's Sergeant Grant here, madam, Edinburgh Police," Grant went on. "I was wondering if Inspector Logan was still with you." "I'm sorry, Sergeant," replied Jardine. "What do you mean, still with me? She never came. I thought she must have changed her mind." "Oh," said Sergeant Grant. He was worried. She must have done. OK, thanks anyway. I'm sorry to have bothered you." And he put the phone down slowly. For a couple of minutes, Grant stood there thinking. What was Logan doing? He had worked with her for 4 years now, and he knew how she worked. She didn't go off on her own. If she was going somewhere, she told him where, exactly as she had done that morning. He looked at his watch. It was 5 or 6 hours since she had left. Just then Sergeant Graham came into the office. "Oh," said Graham when he saw Grant. "I was looking for the inspector." "So was I," said Grant, and explained the situation. "Where else could she have gone?" asked Graham. "What was she working on at the time?" "She just asked me to find out everything I could about Karen Ramsay, Katie Jardine's friend we met the other night," said Grant, looking through Logan's list of phone numbers as he had another idea. Tam MacDonald answered his phone on the first ring. For the second time in as many minutes, Grant explained the situation. "She didn't say what she was going to do," said Tam, "but yes, she was interested in Karen Ramsay. I'd found out that Ramsay was one of the few people in the computer science department who knew what all the researchers were doing. Jenny seemed to think that was interesting." "OK. Well, thanks anyway," said Grant. "I'm sure there's a natural explanation for all this. It's too early to start worrying yet." But Grant's feelings did not match his words. "I'm sure you're right," said Tam. "Listen, will you ask her to call me when she comes in? Just to let me know she's OK." "Sure." Grant put the phone down slowly. Thinking fast, he turned to Graham. "Kenneth Henderson, the guy who had the party. He's down at the front desk. The inspector wanted to interview him this afternoon. Let's ask him about Karen Ramsay. 5 minutes later, Grant, Graham and Henderson were sitting in an interview room. A cassette recorder was on the desk, recording their conversation. "Mr. Henderson," Grant was saying, "I understand that since she was the head of department's research assistant, Ms. Ramsay would know something about each researcher's work." "That's right," said Henderson. "We know that both the murdered girls worked in the computer science department, and we know that they both knew Karen Ramsay. We're trying to decide how important this information is." Henderson sat and thought for a moment. "I can't see how it could be," he began. "Unless—" "Yes?" Graham and Grant spoke together. "Well, it's very unlikely," said Henderson. "But if she had seen how the research of the two women might be used together, perhaps something which no one else had noticed, then, well..." Henderson opened his arms wide. "What?" asked Graham impatiently. "It would depend," said Henderson. "Possibly two pieces of research put together might be a great opportunity to make money. It might even make her famous, I suppose." There was silence for a moment. Then Grant spoke. "Mr. Henderson, I'd like to know if there is any possible connection between the research these two women were doing. Would you be able to look into that?" "Certainly," said Henderson. "I'll tell my boss to call you if he needs any further explanation." "No problem," replied Grant. Once Henderson had left, Grant spoke to Graham. "Ring the university, find out where Ramsay is and meet me down in the car park. We need to talk to her." Grant went back to his office to collect his jacket. As he walked from there down to the car park, he kept wondering what might have happened to Logan. He knew she was a very good police officer. She was intelligent. She was a good detective. She could look after herself. Grant didn't have any children, but if he had had, he would have liked a daughter like her. He knew as well as anyone that police work could be dangerous. He hoped that she was all right. Grant and Graham reached the car park at the same time. "Ramsay's not at the university," said Graham. "I've got her home address, Mayfield Gardens." He started the engine and turned the car out onto London Road. Grant switched on the blue light. He did not want to waste time stuck in traffic. Chapter 15. Grant and Graham investigate. Jenny Logan woke up in the dark. She had a terrible headache and her wrists hurt. She tried to move them, but couldn't. They were tied together behind her. Was it day or night? And where was she? She turned her head and looked up. She could see bits of light above her. Little by little, her eyes became used to the dark, and she realised she was in the roof space of a building. It was obviously an oldish building because of the light coming through the small holes in the roof. If she could see light, it must be day. She wondered if it was still Wednesday. Under her, there were long pieces of wood going in one direction along the floor of the roof space. Between each of these was the kind of roof insulation material Helen Robertson had spoken about that kept heat in buildings. Logan could not see if it was orange or not. She had a feeling it probably was. This must be the place where the two murdered women had been kept. Was hers to be the third dead body found in one of Edinburgh's green areas? Perhaps it hadn't been a good idea to accept a lift from someone who was part of a murder investigation, but it had seemed like a good opportunity to talk. Anyway, it was no use worrying about the past. She needed to think about the present. She needed to get out of here, fast. Logan tried to open her mouth, but there was a piece of parcel tape stuck over it. She tried making a noise. It was possible, but the sound was not very loud. Her feet were not tied, so she started to move them round so she could get to her knees. The police car pulled up outside a tall building in Mayfield Gardens. Grant and Graham got out quickly and entered the building through the front door. Just inside, on the left, was a row of post boxes, the name of the owner and the number of the flat on the front of each box. "Here," said Graham, pointing at the last in the row. "Flat 8, top floor." There was no lift, so they ran up the stairs. Graham took the lead. Grant, still healthy at 60, was not far behind. There were 2 flats on each floor. Flats 7 and 8 were at the top. Flat 7 at the back of the building, Flat 8 at the front. As they arrived at the door, Grant spoke. "I'll ask the questions. You look out for anything unusual. If you get the chance, look around a bit." Graham nodded. Grant knocked at the door. A few moments later, it opened. "I'm Sergeant Grant, madam," said Grant, holding up his ID card. "We met the other night at the Meadows. And this is Sergeant Graham. I wonder if we could come in and ask you a few questions." "Of course." Karen Ramsay opened the door wide to let the police officers into the flat. The short hall led off to the left into a large, comfortable living room. There were 2 closed doors on the right and 1 open door straight ahead, leading into a small kitchen. Ramsay closed the front door and followed them into the living room. "Please sit down," she said. Grant and Graham sat, both of them looking round the room. There was a round dining table piled high with books and 4 chairs, a couple of armchairs and a sofa covered in a dark blue material, shelves full of books on computing, a desk with a computer on it, and another door that looked as if it led into a cupboard. A dark brown jacket hung over the back of one of the dining chairs, a greeny blue scarf over the back of another. "Miss Ramsay," began Grant, "perhaps you could tell us something about the research that Claire Rutherford and Frances Stewart were—" The doorbell rang. "Excuse me," said Ramsay, going into the hall to answer the door. Graham immediately stood up and started wandering around the room. He put his head round the door into the kitchen. They heard voices at the front door, and then Karen Ramsay saying, "Well, the police are here." And then, "Sergeant Grant," and I can't remember the other one's name. And then, "Well, come in and ask them if you want." The front door closed, and Karen Ramsay came back into the room, followed by Tam MacDonald. "Sorry to interrupt you, Sergeant Grant," said MacDonald, "but I was hoping to ask Miss Ramsay a few questions. I just wanted to know how long—" Suddenly he stopped, as his eyes fell on the scarf over the back of one of the dining chairs. "That's Jenny's," he said. Chapter 16. Catching a Murderer. Inside the roof space, Jenny Logan had managed to move her legs round underneath her. Her eyes now used to the dark, she could just see a thin line of light around what seemed to be a doorway. Near it, there was a small space where there was a proper floor. Logan stood up and began moving carefully across the space towards the floored area. Her legs felt shaky, and it was difficult to balance with her hands behind her back, but Keeping close to the wall, she moved slowly and quietly towards the doorway. There was the low sound of voices coming through. Logan held her breath and listened. There were both male and female voices, but she could not hear what was being said. Now that she was standing, Logan felt the strength returning to her legs. She felt there was a decision to make. She could stay quietly where she was and wait, or she could run against the door or kick it and see what happened. Usually, Logan preferred to take action rather than wait for developments. She took 3 steps back, bending down where the roof came down towards the floor. She took a deep breath. Then she pushed off hard, taking 3 short steps and throwing herself at the door in front of her. In the dark, Logan had been unable to examine the door closely. Had she been able to see, she would have noticed that while the door was wooden, quite thick and well made, the lock was small, cheap, and easily breakable. Her shoulder hit the wood hard. The door flew open into Karen Ramsay's living room at exactly the moment that Tam MacDonald noticed the greeny-blue scarf over the back of the chair. Logan fell into the room, hands behind her back, parcel tape over her mouth, dirt from the roof space over her clothes and hair. Karen Ramsay had been prepared for trouble since Grant and Graham arrived at her flat. She was the first to act. Tam MacDonald stood between her and the freedom of her front door. Her elbow flew back hard into MacDonald's stomach. He made a strange cry as the air left his body and, his hands holding his stomach, he fell to his knees and then sideways to the floor. Ramsay raced for the door. Graham, who had been standing in the kitchen doorway, moved next. Jumping over MacDonald, he reached Ramsay as she was pulling the door open. There are times when the police try to do the minimum possible in order to hold or stop someone. Graham did not think that this was one of those situations. Ramsay was not only tall, but strong. Graham took a handful of Ramsay's long, blonde hair and pulled it back hard. Her head came back, her hands left the door, she screamed. She tried to turn, her hands reaching out, her fingernails like the feet of a wild eagle. But Graham was ready. His foot shot out, the kick landing on the side of Ramsay's knee. Her legs went from under her, and she fell to the floor. Graham went down with her, still holding her hair, his other hand reaching for one of her arms. Ramsay started to fight back, but Graham caught an arm and, turning it quickly, he let go of her hair, put his knee in the centre of her back and pushed her wrist up between her shoulders. Ramsay cried out again. "Don't move," said Graham, breathing heavily and continuing to hold Ramsay's wrist tightly so that she would not move. Grant, realising that there was little he could immediately do to help from where he was sitting on the far side of the room, had bent down to help Logan. He carefully tore the parcel tape away from her mouth and started to untie her hands. Tam MacDonald had managed to get himself into a sitting position. His back was against the wall by the kitchen door, but he was still trying to catch his breath. With her hands finally free, Logan stood up and moved quickly across the room to Tam. "Are you okay, Tam?" she asked, kneeling down to put a hand on his shoulder and looking him in the eye. Tam nodded rather than try to speak. Logan stood up and brushed some of the dirt off her clothes. She looked at Sergeant Graham. "Good work, Sergeant," she said. "Get her down to London Road with Sergeant Grant. I'll be along in a while." Turning, she put out a hand to help Tam to his feet. Chapter 17. What Billy Marr Really Did. The following morning, Logan and Grant were sitting in Logan's office on the second floor. Logan still had red marks around her wrists where she had been tied up. There was a knock and the door opened. It was Helen Robertson. "Hi, Jenny. I heard you were back at work already," she said. "How are you?" "Not too bad, thanks," said Logan. "I was just passing," went on Robertson, "and I thought you'd like to know that the insulation material we found on the two murdered women is a match with the material found in the roof space at Karen Ramsay's flat." "Good," said Logan. "It all helps to make sure we have the right person and that she goes to prison." "Better still," continued Robertson, "they found some more material in the roof space at Ramsay's flat, which is an exact match with Fran Stewart's skirt." "Excellent," said Logan. "So, what was it all about?" asked Robertson. "Why did she do it?" Logan sat back in her chair, holding a cup of coffee. "It seems that it was all to do with research in the computer science department at the university," she began. "I don't understand it completely, but Kenneth Henderson explained the main ideas to me. Essentially, it's like this. Two of the areas of research at the university are new wireless technology and computer security. And one of the main problems with wireless technology is security. For example, as I understand it, if I have the right equipment, I can park outside your office, log on to your computer, and then help myself to information without you knowing anything about it. So why don't computer scientists just help each other find the answer to the problem?" asked Robertson. "Well, apparently some researchers get very worried about other people stealing their ideas," explained Logan. "So they keep all their research very secret. However, there were a few people at the university who knew what all the researchers were doing. And Karen Ramsay was one of them," finished Robertson. "Exactly," said Logan. "She saw how two different pieces of research could work together to provide an answer. A brilliant idea that would not only get her a PhD, but also make her rich. The problem was the two people who had actually done the research." "So she decided to kill them," said Robertson. "Right again," said Logan. She looked across at Grant, for him to finish the story for Helen Robertson. "She knew both the women," said Grant. "So it was easy enough to offer them a lift. Presumably she followed them, waiting for a suitable opportunity. Late at night, both of them would probably have been happy to accept the offer of a lift from someone they knew. After that, it was easy." There was silence in the room as they thought about what Ramsay had done. There was another knock at the door. Sergeant Graham looked into the room. "Sorry to interrupt you," he said, "but do you still want to see Billy Marr? He's just been brought in downstairs." To Grant's surprise, Logan said, "Actually, yes. Bring him up." "I'll leave," said Robertson. No, Helen, wait. Come and sit down." And Logan pointed to a chair beside her desk. Robertson sat down, looking a little confused. As a police doctor, she wasn't usually present at interviews. A few minutes later, Sergeant Graham showed Billy Marr into the room. "Sit down, Billy," said Logan. "Now then, I want you to tell me exactly what happened 2 weeks ago when you found the woman's body on Carlton Hill." Marr was about to open his mouth to speak when Logan said, "And no, don't tell me you killed her, because we know who killed her, and it wasn't you. Just tell me what you saw and did." Well, I was up in the park there on Wednesday night. Well, Thursday morning, he began. Like I told you before. What time? Asked Logan. I guess about 2 or 3 in the morning. I'd been out for a meal at an Indian restaurant. I'd had a few drinks and I was sitting against the wall close to the road and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, there was someone sitting further along the wall. I thought she was watching me. I sat there for a time, and so did she. I told her to stop watching me, but she didn't. Mar's voice got louder. Was that a problem? Asked Logan. Sure it was, said Mar. I didn't like her staring at me. So what did you do? Asked Logan. I ran over towards her. I was really angry. What did you do? Repeated Logan. I put my hands round her throat. I was so angry, said Mar. I didn't mean to kill her, he continued, but I did. She made this horrible noise. I let go and jumped back, but it was too late. She fell sideways and she was dead. Really, I didn't mean to kill her. It just happened like that. Logan looked at Helen Robertson. Billy, said Robertson. She paused and waited until Mar looked up at her, and she was sure she had his attention. She was dead when you found her. I'm absolutely certain of that. But she made an awful dying noise when I put my hands round her throat, said Mar. Robertson thought for a moment. Then she spoke. Billy, dead bodies often make strange noises. They do strange things. Sometimes dead bodies even sit up. It can be very frightening if you don't know that it happens. Mar was quiet for a few moments as he thought about what Robertson had said. So you mean she could have made the noise even if she was dead? He said eventually. Yes, said Robertson. Mar was quiet for a little longer. Then he looked at Logan. Thank you, he said. I really thought I'd killed her. I really thought it was my fault. I didn't know why you wouldn't believe me. OK, I understand, Billy, said Logan. Now off you go. Sergeant Grant will see you out. Grant and Billy Marr left Logan's office. Helen Robertson went too, closing the door behind her. Logan stood up, stretched a little, and looked out of her office window at the park over the road. There was a knock at the door. Logan turned round as Tam's red hair and glasses appeared round the door. Hi, Jenny, he said, coming in and letting the door close behind him. Tam! He took her in his arms and held her tight for a moment. Then he stood back, still holding her hands, and looked her up and down. How are you? He asked. OK, she nodded. I was worried, he said. Logan looked out of the window. So was I. I don't suppose it's worth suggesting you do a different job. Logan looked at Tam and smiled. What do you think? She asked. I think it's too important to you. You're too good at it, and you're too lucky, he said. Logan took him in her arms and held him tight again. You're absolutely right, she said, especially that bit about being lucky.
Story 1. 3 is a lucky number, by Margery Allingham. This was the difficult bit. The The discovery of the body must be made, but not too soon. At 5 o'clock on a September afternoon, Ronald Torbay was making preparations for his third murder. He was being very careful. He realised that murdering people becomes more dangerous if you do it often. He was in the bathroom of the house that he had recently rented. For a moment, he paused to look in the mirror. The face that looked back at him was thin, middle-aged and pale. Dark hair, a high forehead and well-shaped blue eyes. Only the mouth was unusual, narrow and quite straight. Even Ronald Torbay did not like his own mouth. A sound in the kitchen below worried him. Was Edith coming up to have her bath before he had prepared it for her? No, it was all right. She was going out of the back door. From the window, he saw her disappearing round the side of the house into the small square garden. It was exactly like all the other gardens in the long street. He didn't like her to be alone there. She was a shy person, but now new people had moved into the house next door, and there was a danger of some silly woman making friends with her. He didn't want that just now. Each of his 3 marriages had followed the same pattern. Using a false name, he had gone on holiday to a place where no one knew him. There, he had found a middle-aged, unattractive woman with some money of her own and no family. He had talked her into marrying him, and she had then agreed to make a will which left him all her money. Both his other wives had been shy too. He was very careful to choose the right type of woman, someone who would not make friends quickly in a new place. Mary, the first of them, had had her deadly accident almost unnoticed in the bathroom of the house he had rented. A house very like this one, but in the north of England instead of the south. The police had not found anything wrong. The only person who was interested was a young reporter on the local newspaper. He had written something about death in the middle of happiness and had printed photographs of Mary's wedding and her funeral, which took place only 3 weeks after the wedding. Dorothy had given him a little more trouble. It was not true that she was completely alone in the world, as she had told him. Her brother had appeared at the funeral and asked difficult questions about her money. There had been a court case, but Ronald had won it, and the insurance company had paid him the money. All that was 4 years ago. Now, with a new name, a newly invented background, and a different area to work in, he felt quite safe. From the moment he saw Edith, sitting alone at a little table in the restaurant of a seaside hotel, he knew she was his next subject. He could see from her face that she was not happy, and he could also see that she was wearing a valuable ring. After dinner, he spoke to her. She did not want to talk at first, but in the end, he managed to start a conversation. After that, everything went as he expected. His methods were old-fashioned and romantic, and by the end of a week, she was in love with him. Her background was very suitable for Ronald's purpose. After teaching at a girls' school for 10 years, she had gone home to look after her sick father and had stayed with him until he died. Now, aged 43, she was alone, with a lot of money, and she didn't know what to do with herself. 5 weeks after they met, Ronald married her, in the town where they were both strangers. The same afternoon, they both made a will, leaving all their property to each other. Then they moved into the house which he had rented cheaply because the holiday season was at an end. It was the most pleasant of his marriages. He found Edith a cheerful person, and even quite sensible. except that it was stupid of her to believe that a man would fall in love with her at first sight. Ronald knew he must not make the mistake of feeling sorry for her. He began to make plans for her future, as he called it. 2 things made him do this earlier than he intended. One was the way she refused to talk about her money. She kept all her business papers locked in a desk drawer and refused to discuss them. His other worry was her unnecessary interest in his job. Ronald had told Edith that he was a partner in an engineering company, which was giving him a long period of absence. Edith accepted the story, but she asked a lot of questions and wanted to visit his office and the factory. So Ronald had decided that it was time to act. He turned from the window and began to run water into the bath. His heart was beating loudly, he noticed. He didn't like that. He needed to keep very calm. The bathroom was the only room they had painted. He had done it himself soon after they arrived. He had also put up the little shelf over the bath, which held their bottles and creams, and a small electric heater. It was a cheap one, with 2 bars, and it was white, like the walls, and not too noticeable. There was no electric point in the bathroom, but he was able to connect the heater to a point just outside the door. He turned on the heater now and watched the bars become red and hot. Then he went out of the room. The controls for all the electricity in the house were inside a cupboard at the top of the stairs. Ronald opened the door carefully and pulled up the handle which turned off the electricity. He had a cloth over his hand so that he would not leave fingerprints. Back in the bathroom, the bars of the heater were turning black again. Still using the cloth, he lifted the heater from the shelf and put it into the bath water at the bottom end of the bath. Of course, you could still see it. It looked as if it had fallen off the shelf by accident. Edith was coming back from the garden. He could hear her moving something outside the kitchen door. He pulled a small plastic bottle out of his pocket and began to read again the directions on the back. A small sound behind him made him turn suddenly. There was Edith's head, only 2 meters away, appearing above the flat roof of the kitchen which was below the bathroom window. She was clearing the dead leaves from the edge of the roof. She must be standing on the ladder which was kept outside the kitchen door. He stayed calm. "What are you doing there, dear?" Edith was so surprised that she nearly fell off the ladder. "Oh, you frightened me. I thought I'd just do this little job before I came to get ready." "But I'm preparing your beauty bath for you." "It's kind of you to take all this trouble, Ronald." "Not at all. I'm taking you out tonight, and I want you to look as nice as, possible. Hurry up, dear. The bubbles don't last very long, and like all these beauty treatments, this one's expensive. Go and undress now and come straight here." "Very well, dear." She began to climb down the ladder. Ronald opened the little bottle and poured the liquid into the bath. He turned on the water again, and in a moment the bath was full of bubbles, smelling strongly of roses. They covered the little heater completely. They even covered the sides of the bath. Edith was at the door. "Oh, Ronald, it's all over everything, even on the floor." "That doesn't matter. You get in quickly before it loses its strength. I'll go and change now. Get straight in and lie down. It will give your skin a bit of colour." He went out and paused, listening. She locked the door, as he expected. He walked slowly to the electricity box and forced himself to wait another minute. "How is it?" he shouted. "I don't know yet. I've only just got into the bath. It smells nice." His hand, covered with the cloth, was on the controls. 1, 2, 3, he said, and pulled the handle down. A small explosion from the electric point behind him told him that the electricity had gone off. Then, everything was silent. After a time, he went and knocked on the bathroom door. "Edith?" There was no answer, no sound, nothing. Now he had to prepare the second stage. As he knew well, this was the difficult bit. The discovery of the body must be made, but not too soon. He had made that mistake with Dorothy's accident, and the police had asked him why he had got worried so soon. This time, he decided to wait half an hour before he began to knock loudly on the bathroom door, then to shout for a neighbour, and finally to force the lock. There was something he wanted to do now. Edith's leather writing case, which contained all her private papers, was in the drawer where she kept her blouses. He had discovered it some time ago, but he had not forced the lock open because that would frighten her. Now there was nothing to stop him. He went softly into the bedroom and opened the drawer. The case was there. The lock was more difficult than he expected, but he finally managed to open the case. Inside, there were some financial documents, 1 or 2 thick envelopes, and on top of these, her post office savings book. He opened it with shaking fingers and began reading the figures. £17,000, £18,600, £21,940. He turned over a page, and his heart jumped wildly. On the 4th of September, she had taken almost all the money out of her savings account. Perhaps it was here, in these thick envelopes. He opened one of them. Papers, letters, documents fell on the floor. Suddenly, he saw an envelope with his own name on it, in Edith's writing. He pulled it open and saw in surprise that the date on the letter was only 2 days ago. Dear Ronald, if you ever read this, I am afraid it will be a terrible shock to you. I hoped it would not be necessary to write it, but now your behaviour has forced me to face some very unpleasant possibilities. Did you not realise, Ronald, that any middle-aged woman who has been rushed into marriage to a stranger will ask herself about her husband's reason for marrying her? At first, I thought I was in love with you. But when you asked me to make my will on our wedding day, I began to worry. And then, when you started making changes to the bathroom in this house, I decided to act quickly. So I went to the police. Have you noticed that the people who have moved into the house next door have never spoken to you? Well, they are not a husband and wife, but a police inspector and a policewoman. The policewoman showed me 2 pieces from old newspapers, both about women who had died from accidents in their baths soon after their marriages. Both pieces included a photograph of the husband at the funeral. They were not very clear, but I was able to recognize you. So, I realized that it was my duty to agree to do what the inspector asked me to do. The police have been looking for the man since the photographs were given to them by your second wife's brother. The inspector said the police needed to be sure that you were guilty. You must be given the opportunity to try the crime again. That's why I am forcing myself to be brave and to play my part. I want to tell you something, Ronald. If one day you lose me, out of the bathroom, I mean, you will find that I have gone out over the kitchen roof and am sitting in the kitchen next door. I was stupid to marry you, but not quite as stupid as you thought. Yours, Edith. Ronald's mouth was uglier than ever when he finished reading the letter. The house was still quiet. But in the silence, he heard the back door open suddenly, and heavy footsteps rushed up the stairs towards him. Story 2. Full Circle by Sue Grafton. While I was looking in the mirror, I heard a loud noise, a bit like a gunshot. The accident happened on a Friday afternoon as I was driving home. The traffic was moving quickly along the Santa Teresa freeway, and my own little Volkswagen was running well, although it's 15 years old. I was feeling good. I'd just solved a difficult case, and I had a check in my handbag for $4,000. That's good money for a female private detective working for herself. The sun shone down on the freeway out of a cloudless California sky. I was driving in the middle lane. Looking into the driving mirror, I saw a young woman in a small white car coming up behind me in the fast lane. A bright red Porsche was close behind her, and I guessed she wanted to move into the middle lane in front of me to let it pass, so I reduced my speed. Coming up on my right was a dark blue Toyota. While I was looking in the mirror, I heard a loud noise, a bit like a gunshot. I turned my attention back to the road in front of me. Suddenly, the small white car moved back into the fast lane. It seemed to be out of control. It hit the back of the red Porsche, ran into the fence in the centre of the freeway, and then back again into the road in front of me. I put my foot down hard to bring the Volkswagen to a stop. At that moment, a green Mercedes suddenly appeared from nowhere and hit the side of the girl's car, sending it right off the road. Behind me, all the cars were trying to stop. I could hear them crashing into each other. It was all over in a moment. A cloud of dust from the side of the road showed where the girl's car had come to rest. It had hit one of the posts of a road sign, and the broken sign was now hanging across her car roof. I left my car at the side of the road and ran towards the white car, with the man from the blue Toyota close behind me. The girl's head had gone through the front window. She was unconscious, and her face was covered in blood. I couldn't open the car door, but the man from the Toyota forced it open and reached inside. "Don't move her," I said. "Let the ambulance people do it." I took off my coat, and we used it to stop the blood from the worst of her cuts. He was a man of 24 or 25, with dark hair and anxious dark eyes. Someone behind me was asking for help, and I realised that other people had been hurt in the accident as well. The driver from the green Mercedes was already using the telephone at the roadside to call the ambulance and police, I guessed. The driver of the red Porsche just stood there, unable to move from shock. I looked back at the young man from the Toyota, who was pressing the girl's neck. "She seems to be alive," he said. I left him with the girl and went to help a man with a broken leg. By the time the police and the ambulance arrived, a small crowd of drivers had stopped their cars to look, as if a road accident was some kind of sports event. I noticed my friend, John Burkett, a photographer from the local newspaper. I watched as the girl was carried into the ambulance. Then, with some of the other drivers, I had to tell a policeman what I had seen. When I read in the newspaper next morning that the girl had died, I was so upset that I felt sick. There was a short piece about her. Caroline Spurrier was 22, a student in her final year at the University of California, Santa Teresa. She came from Denver, Colorado. The photograph showed shoulder-length fair hair, bright eyes, and a happy smile. I could feel the young woman's death like a heavy weight on my chest. My office in town was being painted, so I worked at home that next week. On Thursday morning, there was a knock at the door. I opened it. At first, I thought the dead girl was alive again and standing on my doorstep. But then I realised that this was a woman in her 40s. "I'm Michelle Spurrier," she said. "I understand you saw my daughter's accident. Please come in. I'm so sorry about what happened." She couldn't speak at first. Then the words came slowly. "The police examined Caroline's car and found a bullet hole in the window on the passenger side. My daughter was shot." She began to cry. When she was calmer, I asked, "What did the police say about it?" "They're calling it murder now. The officer I talked to thinks it's one of those freeway killings, a crazy man shooting at a passing car for no special reason." "They've had enough of those in Los Angeles," I said. "Well, I can't accept that. Why was she on the freeway instead of at work? She had a job in the afternoons. They tell me she left suddenly, without a word to anyone." "Where did she work?" "At a restaurant near the university. She'd been working there for a year. The manager told me a man had been annoying her. Perhaps she left to get away from him." "Did he know who the man was?" "Not really. They had been out together. He kept coming to see her in the restaurant, calling her at all hours, causing a lot of trouble. Lieutenant Dolan tells me you're a private detective. I want you to find out who's responsible for her death." "Mrs. Spurrier, the police here are very good at their job. I'm sure they're doing everything possible." "I'm not so sure. But I have to fly back to Denver now. My husband is very ill, and I need to get home. I can't go until I know someone here is looking into this. Please." I said I would do it. After all, I already had a strong interest in the case. "I'll need a few names," I said. She gave me the names of the girl who shared Caroline's room and the restaurant where she'd worked. Usually, I try to keep out of cases that the police are working on. Lieutenant Dolan, the officer responsible for murder cases, is not fond of private detectives. So I was surprised that he'd sent Mrs. Spurrier to me. As soon as she left, I drove over to the police station, where I paid $6 for a copy of the police report. Lieutenant Dolan wasn't in, so I spoke to Emerald, the secretary who works in the records department. "I'd like a bit of information on the Spurrier accident. Did anybody see where the shot was fired from?" "No, they didn't." I thought about the man in the red Porsche. He'd been in the lane to my left, just a few metres ahead of me when the accident happened. The man in the Toyota might be a help as well. What about the other witnesses? There were 5 or 6 of us there. Who's been questioned? Emerald looked angry. You know I'm not allowed to give out information like that. Come on, Emerald. Dolan knows I'm doing this. He told Mrs. Spurrier about me. Just give me one name. Well, which one? Slowly, she got out some papers. I described the young man in the Toyota, thinking she could find him in the list of witnesses by his age. She looked down the list. Uh-oh, the man in the Toyota gave a false name and address. Benny Seco was the name, but I guess he invented that. Perhaps he's already wanted by the police. I heard a voice behind me. Well, well, Kinsey Mulhone. Hard at work, I see. I turned to find Lieutenant Dolan standing there, his hands in his pockets. I smiled brightly. Mrs. Spurrier got in touch with me and asked me to find out more about her daughter's death. I feel bad about the girl. What's the story on the missing witness? I'm sure he had a reason for giving a false name, said Dolan. Did you talk to him yourself? Just for a few moments, but I'd know him if I saw him again. Do you think he could help us? I'd certainly like to hear what he has to say. The other witnesses didn't realise that the girl was shot. I understand he was close enough to do it himself. There must be a way to find him, don't you think? No one remembers much about the man except the car he drove. Toyota, dark blue, 4 or 5 years old. Would you mind if I talked to the other witnesses? I might get more out of them because I was there. He looked at me for a moment and then gave me the list. Thanks. This is great. I'll tell you what I find out. I drove to the restaurant where Caroline Spurrier had worked. I introduced myself to the manager and told him I was looking into Caroline's death. Oh, yes, that was terrible. I talked to her mother. She told me you said something about a man who was annoying Caroline. What else can you tell me? That's about all I know. I never saw the man myself. She was working nights for the last 2 months. She just went back to working days to try to get away from him. Did she ever tell you his name? Terry, I think. She really thought he was crazy. Why did she go out with him? She said he seemed really nice at first, but then he got very jealous. He used to follow her around all the time, in a green Ford car. In the end, I guess he was completely crazy. He probably came to find her at the restaurant on Friday afternoon, and that's why she left. I thanked him and drove over to the university houses where Caroline had lived. The girl who had shared her room was busy packing things in boxes. Her name was Judy Layton. She was 22, a history student whose family lived in the town. When I asked why she didn't live at home, she explained that she had a difficult relationship with her mother. How long did you know Caroline? About a year. I didn't know her well. I looked at the boxes. So you're moving out? I'm going back to my parents' house. It's near the end of the school year now, and my parents are away for a month in Canada. My brother's coming to help me move. Did Caroline have a boyfriend? She went out with lots of boys. But no one special? She shook her head, not looking at me. I tried again. She told her mother about a man who annoyed her at work. They'd been going out together. They'd just finished a relationship. I expect she told you about him? No, she didn't. She and I were not close. She went her way and I went mine. Judy, people get murdered for a reason. There was something going on. Can't you help me? You don't know it was murder. The policeman I talked to said perhaps it was a crazy man in a passing car. Her mother doesn't agree. Well, I can't help. I've told you everything I know. I spent the next 2 days talking to Caroline's teachers and friends. She seemed to be a sweet girl, well liked by everyone. But I didn't get any useful information. I went back to the list of witnesses to the accident, talking to each in turn. I was still interested in the man with the Toyota. What reason could he have for giving a false name? I didn't seem to be making any progress. Then an idea came to me as I was looking at the newspaper picture of the crashed car. I suddenly remembered John Burkett at the scene of the crash, taking pictures. Perhaps he had one of the man in the Toyota. 20 minutes later, I was in Burkett's office at the Santa Teresa News, looking at the photographs. No good, John said. No clear pictures of him. What about his car? John pulled out another photo of Caroline's car, with the Toyota some distance behind. Can you make it bigger? Are you looking for anything special? The number plate, I said. When we had made the photograph bigger, we were able to read the 7 numbers and letters on the California number plate. I knew I should inform Lieutenant Dolan, but I wanted to work on this myself. So I telephoned a friend of mine at the Department of Motor Vehicles. The number belonged to a 1984 Toyota, dark blue, and the owner was Ron Cagle, with an address on McClatchy Way. My heart was beating loudly as I rang the bell of the house. When the door was finally opened, I just stood there with my mouth open. Wrong man. This man was tall and fat, with blue eyes and red hair. Yes, he said. I'm looking for Ron Cagle. I'm Ron Cagle. You are? You're the owner of a dark blue Toyota. I read out the number of the car. He gave me a strange look. Yes. Is something wrong? Well, I don't know. Has someone else been driving it? Not for the last 6 months. See for yourself. He led me round the side of the house. There sat a dark blue Toyota, without wheels and without an engine. What's this about? He asked. This car was at the scene of a recent accident where a girl was killed. Not this one, he said. This has been right here in this condition for 6 months. He looked at it again in sudden surprise. What's this? He pointed to the number plate, and I saw that it had completely different numbers. After a moment, I realised what had happened. Somebody stole your plates and put these in their place. Why would they do that? Perhaps they stole a Toyota like this and wanted new number plates for it so the police wouldn't catch them. You could see Cagle's car from the road, I noticed. I called Lieutenant Dolan and told him what I'd found. He checked the list of stolen cars and found that the number, which was now on Kegel's car, belonged to a vehicle reported stolen 2 weeks before. But Dolan thought that even if we found the man, he might not be connected with the shooting. I didn't believe him. I had to find that young man with the dark hair and the dark eyes. I looked through the list of witnesses and called everybody on the list. Most tried to be helpful, but there was nothing new to add. I drove back to the university area to look for Judy Layton. She must know something more. The apartment was locked, and looking through the window, I saw that all the furniture was gone. I spoke to the manager of the apartments and got the address of her parents' house in Colgate, the area to the north of town. It was a pleasant house in a nice street. I rang the bell and waited. I rang the bell again. It appeared that no one was at home. As I was returning to my car, I noticed the 3-car garage at the side of the house. In the detective business, sometimes you get a feeling, a little voice inside you telling you there's something wrong. I looked through the garage window. Inside, I saw a car, with all the paint taken off it. The side door of the garage was unlocked, and I went in. Yes, the car was a Toyota, and its number plates were missing. This must be the same car, and the driver must be someone in the Layton family. But why hadn't he driven it away somewhere and left it? Perhaps he thought it was too dangerous. I did a quick search of the inside of the car. Under the front seat, I saw a handgun, a .45. I left it where it was and ran back to my car. I had to find a telephone and call the police. As I was getting into my car, I saw a dark green Ford coming towards the Layton entrance. The driver was the man I'd seen at the accident. Judy's brother? He looked rather like her. Of course she hadn't wanted to talk about him. Suddenly, he noticed me, and I saw the terror in his face as he recognized me. The Ford sped past me, and I chased after it. I guessed he was going towards the freeway. He wasn't far in front of me when he turned onto the freeway, heading south, and soon I was right behind him. He turned off the road onto the rough ground beside it to pass the slow-moving traffic. I followed him. He was watching me in his driving mirror. Perhaps that was why he didn't see the workmen and their heavy vehicle right in front of him. Not until it was too late. He ran straight into the vehicle with a crash that made my blood turn cold as I brought the Volkswagen to a safe stop. It was like the first accident all over again, with police and ambulance men everywhere. Now I realised where I was. The workmen in their orange coats were putting up a new green freeway sign in place of the one that Caroline's car had broken. Terry Layton died at the exact spot where he had killed her. But why did he do it? I guess the restaurant manager was right, and jealousy had made him crazy. Not too crazy, though, to carry out that careful plan with the stolen car and number plates. And now he was dead. CD 2. Story 3. How's Your Mother? By Simon Brett. Humphrey Partridge stood by the open door of the second bedroom. There was a smile on his lips as he looked at the empty bed. "It's all right, Mother. Just the post." Humphrey Partridge called from the bottom of the stairs as he opened the door to the village postman. "There's a package for you, Mr. Partridge," said Reg Carter, putting his hand on the door. "From a garden centre, it says on it. Roses, I think." "Yes," said Partridge, trying to close the door. "It's the right time of year for planting roses, is it? November?" "Yes." "How's your mother?" Reg went on. He was in no hurry to leave. "Not so bad." "She never seems to get any letters, does she?" "No. Well, when you reach that age, most of your friends are dead." "Oh, how old is she now?" "She was 86 last July." "That's a good age. She doesn't go out much, does she?" "No, not at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to leave to catch my train to work." Partridge closed the door and called up the stairs. "Goodbye, Mother. I'm off to work." On his way to the station, he stopped at the village shop to get his newspaper. "Good morning," said Mr. Denton, the shopkeeper. "How's the old lady?" "Oh, not too bad, thank you. For her age, that is." "Oh, Mr. Partridge," said Mrs. Denton. "There's going to be a meeting in the village hall on Sunday about—" "I'm sorry, Mrs. Denton. I don't like to leave my mother at weekends. I'm at work all week, you see." He hurried away. "He lives for his old mother," said Mr. Denton. "Well," said his wife, "she probably won't live much longer. She's been in bed ever since they moved here. And how long ago was that? 3 years?" "3 or 4. "I don't know what he'll do when she dies." "Someone told me that he was talking about going to live in Canada." "Well, I expect she'll leave him some money." When Mrs. Denton expected something, everyone in the village soon heard about it. In his office that afternoon, Partridge was getting ready to go home when the telephone rang. Mr. Brownlow wanted to see him. He hurried to his employer's office. "Humphrey, come in and sit down." Partridge sat on the edge of a chair. He was going to miss his train. Mr. Brownlow said, "You know I intended to go to Antwerp next week for the meeting." "Yes." "Well, I've just heard that I must go to Rome tomorrow. Parsons is ill, and I'm taking his place, so I'd like you to go to Antwerp on Monday." "Me? But what about Mr. Potter? He has a more responsible position in the company." "He's too busy. It will be good experience for you. So I'll ask my secretary to change the tickets." "No, Mr. Brownlow. You see, it's rather difficult." "What's the problem?" "It's my mother. She's very old, and I look after her." "Oh, it's only for 3 days, Humphrey, and this is important." "I'm sorry. It's not possible. My mother—" There was a pause. Mr. Brownlow was looking annoyed. "Ugh, all right then. You can go now, or you'll be late for your train." Partridge looked at his watch. "I think I can just catch it if I hurry." "Oh, that's great." His employer gave a cold smile. "Mother, I'm home. It's exactly 6:35. I had to run for the train. but I caught it." Humphrey Partridge hurried up the stairs, went past his own bedroom, and stood by the open door of the second bedroom. There was a smile on his lips as he looked at the empty bed. It was Monday morning, and Partridge was making his breakfast. He turned on his cooker and prepared to boil an egg. It was an old cooker, but it still worked well. He looked out of the kitchen window with satisfaction. During the weekend, he had dug the garden and planted all the roses. The doorbell rang. It was Reg Carter, the postman, with a big package in his hand. "Sorry, I couldn't get this through the letterbox." Partridge could see that it contained more information about Canada. He would enjoy reading that on the train. "Oh, and there's this letter too, but nothing for the old lady. Is she all right today?" "Fine, thank you." Partridge managed to shut the door behind the postman. He opened the letter. When he saw what was in it, he sat down at the bottom of the stairs, feeling weak with shock. He had won a large sum of money in a competition. "You wanted to see me, Partridge?" "Yes, Mr. Brownlow." "Well, be quick then. I've just flown back from Rome." "I've come to tell you I'm leaving." "You mean you want to leave the company? This is sudden." "Yes, I'm going abroad, to Canada, with my mother." "Well, you can go in a month. I need a month's notice." "Is it possible for me to go sooner?" Mr. Brownlow suddenly lost his temper. Yes, go today." Partridge got home before lunch, feeling pleased. He had telephoned a man who had agreed to sell the house for him, and he had completed the forms necessary for living in Canada. He opened his front door and called out, "Hello, Mother, I'm home." He stopped suddenly as he saw Reg Carter coming out of his kitchen. "Good God! What are you doing here?" "I was passing the house and I saw the smoke." "How did you get in?" "I had to break a window. I've called the police. I explained it all to Sergeant Wallace." Partridge's face was white. "Explained what?" "About the fire. There was a fire in your kitchen. You left the cooker on, and the curtains were on fire. I was thinking of your mother upstairs, not able to move, so I put the fire out." "Oh, thank you. That was very good of you." "Then I wanted to see if she was all right. I went upstairs. All the doors were closed. I opened one, your room, I think. Then I opened another. There was a bed there, but there was no one in it." "No." "There was no one anywhere. The house was empty." "Yes." The postman stood there, looking at him. "I thought that was rather strange, Mr. Partridge. You told us your mother lived here." "She does. She did. She died." "Died? When?" "You said this morning when I asked." "She died 2 days ago." His face was red now. "I'm sorry. I can't think straight. It's the shock, you know." "I see," Reg Carter said quietly. "Well, I must go now." It was about a week after the fire. Of course, Reg Carter had talked to Mr. and Mrs. Denton, and they had talked to almost everyone who came into the shop. Sergeant Wallace, the village policeman, had heard a lot of strange stories about Humphrey Partridge, so now he had decided to go and talk to him himself. Partridge opened the door slowly, and the sergeant went straight into the sitting room. It was full of boxes. "You're packing your books, I see, Mr. Partridge. When are you going to Canada?" "In about a month." "And you're going to buy a house there, I hear." "Yes." "You're going alone. Your mother's not with you now." "No, she died." "Yes, that's what I want to discuss. As you know, this is a small place, and most people take an interest in other people's business. I've been hearing some strange things about you. People are saying you killed your mother to get her money." "That's stupid. It's not true." "Perhaps. Let me ask you a few questions. First, when did your mother die?" 10 days ago. The 11th. "Are you sure? The 11th was the day you had the fire." Sorry. 2 days before that. It was such a shock." "Of course. And so the funeral was on the 10th? "Sometime about then, yes." "It's strange that none of the local funeral directors know anything about it." I use someone from town." "I see. And was it a doctor from town who signed the document saying that she was dead?" Yes." "Do you perhaps have a copy of the document?" Partridge looked unhappy. "You know, I don't." "I'm afraid," the sergeant said, that suggests there may be something unusual about your mother's death. Now, if a crime has taken place—" "No crime has taken place," Partridge cried. "I haven't got a mother. I never saw my mother. She left me when I was 6 months old, and I grew up in a children's home." "Then who was living upstairs?" "Nobody. I live alone. I always have lived alone. I hate people. People are always asking you questions. They want to come into your house, take you out for drinks. I can't stand it. I just want to be alone." Sergeant Wallace tried to stop him, but now Partridge couldn't stop. "But people don't allow you to be alone. You have to have a reason. So, I invented my mother. I couldn't do things. I couldn't see people because I had to get back to my mother. I even began to believe in her and talk to her. She never asked questions. She just loved me and was kind and beautiful. Now you've all killed her." Sergeant Wallace took a moment to organise this new information. "So, you're telling me there never was any mother. You didn't kill her because she wasn't here. And how do you explain that you suddenly have enough money to go to Canada and buy property?" "I won a competition. I got the letter on the morning of the fire. That's why I forgot to turn the cooker off. I was so excited." "I see." Sergeant Wallace got up and moved across to the window. "You've been digging the garden, I notice." "Yes, I put those roses in." "You plant roses when you're going away, A few days later, there was exciting news in the village. Partridge had been put in prison, and the police had dug up his garden and taken up part of the floor in his house, but they hadn't found a body. Then the news came that he had been freed. It seemed that his strange story to Sergeant Wallace was true. There had been no one else living in the house. He had won a large amount of money. And Partridge's mother was living in Liverpool and had been in trouble with the police on several occasions. Partridge came back to his house and continued preparing for his move to Canada. 2 days before he was going to leave, in the early evening, someone rang his doorbell. It was December, dark and cold. All the villagers were inside their houses. He did not recognize the woman standing on the doorstep. She was dressed in the clothes of a young woman, but her face was old. "Hello, Humphrey," she said. "Who are you?" He held the door, ready to close it. The woman laughed. "No, I don't expect you to recognize me. You were very young when we last met." "You're not?" "Yes, I am." "Don't you want to give your mother a kiss?" She pushed her painted face towards him, and Partridge stepped back into the hall. The woman followed him in. She looked at the packing cases. "Of course, you're going away. Canada, is it? I read about it in the paper. I read about the money too." "What do you want?" said Partridge. "I've just come to see my little boy. I was thinking, perhaps you should help your poor old mother now. You never did anything for me. You left me. That was a long time ago. Now I want you to look after me in my old age. Why don't you take your old mother to Canada with you?" "But you aren't my mother," he spoke quietly. "Oh, yes, I am, Humphrey. My mother is beautiful and kind. She is nothing like you. You are not my mother." His hands were on her shoulders, shaking her. "I'm your mother, Humphrey." She was laughing at him. His hands moved to her neck to stop her words. They became tighter and tighter as he shook her. He opened his hands, and the woman's body fell to the floor. Her mouth opened, and her false teeth dropped out. Next morning, Humphrey Partridge went to the police station to see Sergeant Wallace. "Good morning, Mr. Partridge. What can I do for you?" "Sergeant, about my mother, I just wanted to tell you that I did kill her." "Oh, yes. And then you buried her in the garden?" "Yes, I did." "Fine." "I'm telling you, I murdered someone," Partridge said. "Listen, Mr. Partridge," said the sergeant. "I'm very sorry about what happened. and you can have a little joke if you like. But now I have other things to do, so... You mean I can just go? Do, please. To Canada? Anywhere you like. All right then, I'll go. He left the police station. Outside, Humphrey Partridge took a deep breath of air and smiled. Right, Mother. We're going to Canada, he said. CD 3. Story 5. Slowly, Slowly in the Wind, by Patricia Highsmith. At that moment, Skip realised how much he hated Frosby. His blood boiled with anger. Edward Skipperton spent most of his life feeling angry. It was his nature. When he was a boy, he had a bad temper. Now, as a man, he was impatient with people who were slow or stupid. He often met such people in his work, which was to give advice on managing companies. He was good at his job. He could see when people were doing something the wrong way, and he told them in a loud, clear voice how to do it better. The company directors always followed his advice. Now Skipperton was 52. His wife had left him 2 years ago because she couldn't live with his bad temper. She had met a quiet university teacher in Boston, ended her marriage with Skip, and married the teacher. Skip wanted very much to keep their daughter, Maggie, who was then 15. With the help of clever lawyers, he succeeded. A few months after he separated from his wife, Skip had a heart attack. He was better again in 6 months, but his doctor gave him some strong advice. Stop smoking and drinking now, or you're a dead man, Skip. And I think you should leave the world of business too. You've got enough money. Why don't you buy a small farm and live quietly in the country? So Skip looked around and bought a small farm in Maine with a comfortable farmhouse. A little river, the Coldstream, ran along the bottom of the garden, and the house was called Coldstream Heights. He found a local man, Andy Humbert, to live on the farm and work for him. Maggie was moved from her private school in New York to one in Switzerland. She would come home for the holidays. Skip did stop smoking and drinking. When he decided to do something, he always did it immediately. There was work for him on the farm. He helped Andy to plant corn in the field behind the house. He bought 2 sheep to keep the grass short, and a pig, which soon gave birth to 12 more. There was only one thing that annoyed him: his neighbour. Peter Frosby owned the land next to his, including the banks of the Coldstream and the right to catch fish in it. Skip wanted to be able to fish a little. He also wanted to feel that the part of the river which he could see from the house belonged to him. But when he offered to buy the fishing rights, he was told that Frosby refused to sell. Skip did not give up easily. The next week, he telephoned Frosby, inviting him to his house for a drink. Frosby arrived in a new Cadillac, driven by a young man. He introduced the young man as his son, also called Peter. Frosby was a rather small, thin man with cold grey eyes. "The Frosbys don't sell their land," he said. "We've had the same land for nearly 300 years, and the river's always been ours. I can't understand why you want it." "I'd just like to do a little fishing in the summer," said Skip. "And I think you'll agree that the price I offer isn't bad. $20,000 for about 200 metres of fishing rights. You won't get such a good offer again in your lifetime." "I'm not interested in my lifetime," Frosby said with a little smile. "I've got a son here." The son was a good-looking boy with dark hair and strong shoulders, taller than his father. He sat there with his arms across his chest and appeared to share his father's negative attitude. Still, he smiled as they were leaving and said, "You've made this house look very nice, Mr. Skipperton." Skip was pleased. He had tried hard to choose the most suitable furniture for the sitting room. "I see you like old-fashioned things," said Frosby. "That scarecrow in your field, we haven't seen one of those around here for many years." "I'm trying to grow corn out there," Skip said. "I think you need a scarecrow in a cornfield." Young Peter was looking at a photograph of Maggie, which stood on the hall table. "Pretty girl," he said. Skip said nothing. The meeting had failed. Skip wasn't used to failing. He looked into Frosby's cold grey eyes and said, "I've one more idea. I could rent the land by the river for the rest of my life, and then it goes to you, or your son. I'll give you $5,000 a year." "I don't think so, Mr. Skipperton. Thank you for the drink, and goodbye." "Stupid man," said Skip to Andy as the Cadillac moved off. But he smiled. Life was a game, after all. You won sometimes, you lost sometimes. It was early May. The corn which they had planted was beginning to come up through the earth. Skip and Andy had made a scarecrow from sticks joined together. One stick for the body and head, another for the arms, and two more for the legs. They had dressed it in an old coat and trousers that Andy had found, and had put an old hat of Skip's on its head. The weeks passed, and the corn grew high. Skip tried to think of ways to annoy Frosby, to force him to rent part of the river to him. But he forgot about Frosby when Maggie came home for the summer holidays. Skip met her at the airport in New York, and they drove up to Maine. Skip thought she looked taller. She was certainly more beautiful. "I've got a surprise for you at home," Skip said. "Oh, a horse, perhaps?" Skip had forgotten she was learning to ride. "No, not a horse." The surprise was a red Toyota. He had remembered, at least, that Maggie's school had taught her to drive. She was very excited and threw her arms round Skip's neck. "Oh, Father, you're so sweet, and you're looking very well." Skip and Maggie went for a drive in the new car the next morning. In the afternoon, Maggie asked her father if she could go fishing in the stream. He had to tell her that she couldn't, and he explained the reason. "Well, never mind. There are a lot of other things to do." Maggie enjoyed going for walks, reading, and doing little jobs in the house. Skip was surprised one evening when Maggie arrived home in her Toyota carrying 3 fish. He was afraid she had been fishing in the stream, against his instructions. "Where did you get those?" "I met the boy who lives there. We were both buying petrol, and he introduced himself. He said he'd seen my photograph in your house. Then we had coffee together." The Frosby boy. Yes, he's very nice. Perhaps it's only the father who's not nice. Well, Pete said, come and fish with me this afternoon. So I did. It was fun. Please, Maggie, I don't want you to mix with the Frosbys. Maggie was surprised, but said nothing. The next day, Maggie said she wanted to go to the village to buy some shoes. She was away for nearly 3 hours. With a great effort, Skip didn't question her. Then on Saturday morning, Maggie said there was a dance in the nearest town, and she was going. I can guess who you're going with, Skip said angrily. I'm going alone, I promise you. Girls don't need a boy to take them to dances now. Skip realised that he couldn't order her not to go to a dance, but he knew the Frosby boy would be there, and he knew what was going to happen. His daughter was falling in love with Pete Frosby. Maggie got home very late that night, after Skip had gone to bed. At breakfast, she looked fresh and happy. I expect the Frosby boy was at the dance, said Skip. I don't know what you've got against him, Father. I don't want you to fall in love with an uneducated country boy. I sent you to a good school. Pete had 3 years at Harvard University. Maggie stood up. I'm almost 18, Father. I don't want to be told who I can and can't see. Skip shouted at her. They're not our kind of people. Maggie left the room. During the next week, Skip was in a terrible state. In his business life, he had always been able to force people to do what he wanted, but he couldn't think of a way to do that with his daughter. The following Saturday evening, Maggie said she was going to a party. It was at the house of a boy called Wilmers, who she had met at the dance. By Sunday morning, Maggie hadn't come home. Skip telephoned the Wilmers' house. A boy's voice said that Maggie had left the party early. Was she alone? No, she was with Pete Frosby. She left her car here. Skip felt the blood rush to his face. His hand was shaking as he picked up the telephone to call the Frosby house. Old Frosby answered. He said Maggie was not there, and his son was out at the moment. What do you mean? Do you mean he was there earlier and he went out? Mr. Skipperton, my son has his own ways, his own room, his own key, his own life. I'm not going to... Skip put the telephone down. Maggie was not home by Sunday evening or Monday morning. Skip didn't want to inform the police. On Tuesday, there was a letter from Maggie, written from Boston. It said that she and Pete had run away to be married. You may think this is sudden, but we do love each other, and we know what we're doing. I didn't really want to go back to school. Please don't try to find me. You'll hear from me next week. I was sorry to leave my nice new car. Love always, Maggie. For 2 days, Skip didn't go out of the house, and he ate almost nothing. He felt 3/4 dead. Andy was very worried about him. When he needed to go to the village to buy some food, he asked Skip to go with him. While Andy did the shopping, Skip sat in the car, looking at nothing. But then a figure coming down the street caught his eye. Old Frosby. He hoped Frosby wouldn't see him in the car, but Frosby did. He didn't pause, but he smiled his unpleasant little smile as he went past. At that moment, Skip realised how much he hated Frosby. His blood boiled with anger, and he felt much better. He was himself again. Frosby must be punished. He began to make a plan. That evening, Skip suggested to Andy that he should go away for the weekend and enjoy himself. "You've earned a holiday," he said, and gave him $300. Andy left on Saturday evening in the car. Skip then telephoned old Frosby and said it was time they became friends. He asked Frosby to come to Coldstream Heights again. Frosby was surprised, but he agreed to come on Sunday morning at about 11 for a talk. He arrived in the Cadillac alone. Skip acted quickly. He had his heavy gun ready, and as soon as Frosby was inside the door, he hit him on the head several times with the end of the gun, until Frosby was dead. He then took off his clothes and tied an old cloth round the body. He burned Frosby's clothes in the fireplace and hid his watch and rings in a drawer. Then Skip put one arm around Frosby's body and pulled him out of the house and up the field to the scarecrow. The corn had already been cut. He pulled down the old scarecrow and took the clothes off the sticks. He dressed Frosby in the old coat and trousers, tied a small cloth round his face, and pushed the hat onto his head. When he stood the scarecrow up again, it looked almost the same as before. As Skip went back to the house, he turned round many times to admire his work. He had solved the problem of what to do with the body. Next, he buried Frosby's watch and rings under a big plant in the garden. It was now 12:30, and he had to do something with the Cadillac. He drove it to some woods a few kilometres away and left it there, after cleaning off all his fingerprints. He hadn't seen anybody. Soon after he got home, a woman telephoned from Frosby's house, his housekeeper, Skip guessed, to ask if Frosby was with him. He told her that Frosby had left his house at about 12, and he hadn't said where he was going. He said the same thing to the policeman who came to see him in the evening, and to Maggie when she telephoned from Boston. He found it easy to lie about Frosby. Andy arrived back the next morning, Monday. He had already heard the story in the village, and also knew that the police had found Frosby's car not far away in the woods. He didn't ask any questions. In the next week, Skip spent a lot of time watching the scarecrow from his upstairs bedroom window. He thought with pleasure of old Frosby's body there, drying, slowly, slowly in the wind. After 10 days, the policeman came back, with a detective. They looked over Skip's house and land, and they looked at his 2 guns. They didn't find anything. That evening, Maggie came to see him. She and Pete were at the Frosby house. It was hard for Skip to believe she was married. It had all happened so fast. "Pete's very worried and upset," she said. "Was Mr. Frosby unhappy when he visited you?" Skip laughed. "No, very cheerful and pleased with the marriage. Are you going to live at the Frosby house?" "Yes, I'll take some things back with me." She seemed cold and sad, which made Skip unhappy. "I know what's in that scarecrow," said Andy one day. "Do you? What are you going to do about it?" Skip asked. Nothing. Nothing, Andy answered with a smile. Perhaps you would like some money, Andy. A little present for keeping quiet? No, sir, Andy said quietly. I'm not that kind of man. Skip didn't understand. He was used to men who liked money, more and more of it. Andy was different. He was a good man. The leaves were falling from the trees, and winter was coming. The children in the area were getting ready to celebrate the evening of the 31st of October, when people wore special clothes and had special things to eat, and lit great fires outside and danced around them singing songs. No one came to Skip's house that evening. There was a party at the Frosbys' house. He could hear the music in the distance. He thought of his daughter dancing, having a good time. Skip was lonely, for the first time in his life. Lonely. He very much wanted a drink, but he decided to keep his promise to himself. At that moment, he saw a spot of light moving outside the window. He looked out. There was a line of figures crossing his field, carrying lights. Anger and fear rushed through him. They were on his land. They had no right. And they were children, he realised. The figures were small. He ran downstairs and out into the field. "What do you think you're doing?" he shouted. "Get off my property!" The children didn't hear him. They were singing a song. "We're going to burn the scarecrow!" "Get off my land!" Skip fell and hurt his knee. Now the children had heard him, he was sure, but they weren't stopping. They were going to reach the scarecrow before him. He heard a cry. They had got there. There were more cries, of terror mixed with pleasure. Perhaps their hands had touched the body. Skip made his way back to his house. It was worse than the police. Every child was going to tell his parents what he had found. Skip knew he had reached the end. He had seen a lot of men in business reach the end. He had known men who had jumped out of windows. Skip went straight to his gun. He put the end in his mouth and fired. When the children came running back across the field to the road, Skip was dead. Andy heard the shot from his room over the garage. He had also seen the children crossing the field and heard Skip shouting. He understood what had happened. He began walking towards the house. He would have to call the police. Andy decided to say that he didn't know anything about the body in the scarecrow's clothes. He had been away that weekend, after all. Story 6. Woodrow Wilson's Tie by Patricia Highsmith. Suddenly, a woman cried out in terror, and at the same time a man shouted, "My God, it's real!" Madame Thibault's Hall of Waxworks attracted a lot of visitors. The front of the building was bright with red and yellow lights, even during the day. Inside the hall were scenes of murders and other famous historical events, with lifelike figures made out of wax. Clive Wilkes loved the place, both the outside and the inside. He was a delivery boy for a small supermarket, so he was often able to find some free time during the day to stop and visit the waxworks. At the entrance to the hall, there was a man sitting at a desk selling tickets. Then, after passing through a dark area, you came to the main hall. There in front of you was a bloody murder scene. A girl with long fair hair was pushing a knife into the neck of an old man, who sat at a table eating his dinner. His dinner was a plate of wax meat and wax potatoes. Next, there was the 18th century Frenchman, Murat, who was killed as he sat in his bath. Then the murder of President Kennedy. And then a scene in a Nazi prison camp. Clive loved every scene, and he never got tired of looking at them. But they didn't frighten him as they frightened other people. They made him smile, or even laugh. They were funny. Why not laugh? One thing which Clive wanted to do very much was to spend a night in the hall. It wouldn't be too difficult. Clive knew that 3 people worked there, as well as the ticket seller at the door. There was a rather fat woman with brown hair and glasses who took the tickets as you went in. There was a man who gave little talks about the different scenes, though not more than half the people listened to him. And there was another man, small, with black hair, who walked around watching people to make sure they didn't damage anything. So one night, in November, Clive went in half an hour before the hall closed, with a cheese sandwich in his pocket. He hid himself in the shadows and listened to the 3 people as they got ready to leave. The woman, whose name was Mildred, got the money box from Fred, the ticket seller, and took it into a room at the back of the hall. Fred left by the front door, the others by the back. First Mildred, then the taller man, then the small one. When Clive heard the door shut and the key turn in the lock, he waited for a moment in the beautiful silence. Then he went to look at the room at the back where they kept their coats, because he had never seen it. They seemed to use it as an office. There was an old desk there. Next to the room was a toilet. In a drawer in the desk was the wooden money box, but he wasn't interested in the money. Clive started to enjoy himself. He found the lights and put them on, so that the scenes were all lit up. Now he was alone, so he could touch things as well as look at them. He stood next to the figures and touched their faces. He ate his sandwich and sang a few songs. By 2 a.m, he was bored and tried to get out, but both the front door and the back door were locked, and there were no keys anywhere. He used the toilet and went to sleep on the floor. He woke up early and had another look around. He wanted to find something to take home with him. He stopped by a waxwork of President Woodrow Wilson signing a document in 1918, at the end of the First World War. Yes, he would have Woodrow Wilson's tie. When the hall opened at 9:30, Clive was hiding behind a screen. Members of the public began to come in, but Clive waited until 10 o'clock before he felt it was safe to join them. He left, with Woodrow Wilson's tie in his pocket. He was half an hour late for work. There was a job waiting for him, so he went off on his bicycle. Clive lived alone with his mother, who worked in a dress shop. She had no other children, and her husband had left her when Clive was 5. He was 18 now. He had left school early, without completing his education. Then he had spent a year doing nothing much. His mother worried about him, and so she was pleased when he got the job at the supermarket. When Clive came home that evening, he had a story ready for his mother. Last night, he said, he had met a friend and gone back to his house, and his parents had invited him to spend the night there. She accepted this story. Clive put Woodrow Wilson's tie in the cupboard with his own. It was a beautiful tie, pale grey and expensive. He imagined someone, Mildred perhaps, looking at the figure of the president and saying, "Just a minute, what happened to Woodrow Wilson's tie?" He felt very proud of his adventure and wanted to tell someone about it, but he had no close friends who he could talk to. By the next day, it didn't seem exciting any more. One afternoon the following week, Clive had another idea. It was a really amusing idea, one that would certainly make the public take notice. When should he do it? Tonight? No, he needed time to plan it. 2 nights later, Clive went to the hall at 9 o'clock and bought a ticket. Luckily, the ticket seller didn't really look at people. He was too busy. Clive went straight to Woodrow Wilson and saw that he was still without a tie. The murder scenes didn't interest him as much as usual. Some real murder scenes would be so much better. He laughed. He would kill the woman first. As the visitors went out, Clive hid in a dark corner near the office. When Mildred walked past him, in her hat and coat, he stepped forward and put his arm around her neck. She made only a small sound. Clive pressed her neck with his hands until her body fell to the floor. Then he pulled her to the dark corner. "Has Mildred gone?" said one of the men. "Yes, she's not in the office. Well, I'm going too." Clive jumped on him as he passed and attacked him in the same way. The job was more difficult because the man fought hard, but Clive managed to knock his head against the wall. It was the taller man who gave the talks. "What's happening?" The small, dark man appeared. This time, Clive tried to hit him on the chin. He missed and hit him in the neck. The man was unconscious now, so Clive was able to knock his head against the wall too. They all seemed to be dead. Blood was pouring from the heads of the 2 men, and the woman was bleeding a little from the mouth. Clive found the keys in the second man's pocket. There was a pocket knife there, which he took too. Then the taller man moved a little. Clive opened the pocket knife and pushed it into his neck 4 times. They were all dead now, and that was certainly real blood coming out, not the red paint of the wax figures. Clive turned on the lights, which lit up the scenes, and began the interesting job of choosing the right places to put the bodies. The woman should certainly go in Marat's bath. Clive thought of taking off her clothes, but decided against it, because she would look much funnier sitting in a bath with a coat and hat on. He took the figure of Marat out of the bath, carried it into the office, and placed it on the desk. Then he carried Mildred to the bath and put her in. God, she looked funny. Now for the men. He decided that the man whose neck was cut would look good in the place of the old man who was having dinner. After all, the girl with the long fair hair was pushing a knife into his neck. The figure of the old man was in a sitting position, so Clive put him on the toilet. He looked so funny there, with a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, waiting for something to eat. Clive laughed and laughed. Last, the little man. Clive looked around and noticed the Woodrow Wilson scene. The figure of the president was sitting at a large desk, signing a paper. That was an excellent place, Clive thought, for a man whose head was cut open and bleeding. He managed to take the wax pen out of Wilson's fingers, carry him into the office, and put him on the chair at the desk. His arms were in a position for writing, so Clive found a pen on the desk to put into his right hand. Now he could put the little man in Woodrow Wilson's place. He lifted him up onto the chair, but his head fell forward onto the desk, and Clive could not make his hand hold the pen. At last, it was done. Clive smiled. Then he realised that every part of his body was tired. Now that he had the keys, he could get out, go home, and sleep well in his own bed. He wanted to be ready to enjoy tomorrow. There was some blood on his coat, so he must throw it away somewhere. But he needed a coat. He took one off a wax figure, which was about his size, and put that on. Then he used the inside of his own coat to clean off any possible fingerprints from places he had touched. He turned off the lights and found his way to the back door. He locked it behind him and dropped the keys on the ground. In the street was a box with some old newspapers, empty cans and plastic bags in it, where he hid the coat. Clive slept very well that night. The next morning, he was standing across the street from the hall when the ticket seller arrived just before 9:30. By 9:35, only 3 people had gone in, but Clive could not wait any longer, so he crossed the street and bought a ticket. The ticket seller was telling people, "Just go in. Everybody is late this morning." He went inside to put on the lights, and Clive followed him. There were 4 other customers now. They looked at Mildred in her hat and coat, sitting in Marat's bath, without noticing anything strange about her. 2 more people came in. At last, by the Woodrow Wilson scene, a woman said to the man with her, "Was someone shot when they signed that document at the end of the war?" There was blood, real blood, on the papers on the desk. By now, they were dark red. "I don't know. I don't think so," the man answered. Clive wanted very much to laugh, but he managed not to. Suddenly, a woman cried out in terror, and at the same time a man shouted, "My God, it's real!" Another man was examining the body with its face in the meat and potatoes. "The blood's real! It's a dead man!" The ticket seller, Fred, came in. "What's the trouble?" "There are 2 dead bodies here, real ones." Now Fred looked at Marat's bath. "Good God! Good God! Mildred! And this one! And this one here!" "I must call the police," said Fred. "Could you all, please, just leave?" He ran into the office, where the telephone was, and Clive heard him cry out. He had seen Woodrow Wilson at the desk, of course, and Marat. Clive thought it was time to leave, so he did. No one looked at him as he made his way out. That was all right, he thought. That was good. He decided to go to work and to ask for the day off. He told his employer he felt ill and put his hand on his stomach. Old Mr. Simmons had to let him go. Clive wanted to take a long bus ride somewhere. He didn't know why he wanted to do this, but the need was very strong. He had brought all his cash with him, about $23, and now he bought a ticket for a bus going west for $7 one way. This took him, by the evening, to a town in Indiana. There was a cafe here where the bus stopped. As he went in, he saw newspapers on sale. There it was, in big letters. Mystery Killer. 3 dead in Waxworks Hall. He bought a paper and read it at the bar drinking beer. This morning at 9:30, ticket man Fred Keating and several visitors to Madame Thibault's waxworks discovered 3 real dead bodies. They were the bodies of Mrs. Mildred Veery, aged 41, George Hartley, 43, and Richard McFadden, 37, all employed at the hall. Police believe the murders happened at about 10 yesterday evening. Because the bodies were put in place of wax figures, police are looking for a killer with a sick mind. Clive laughed over that. Sick mind? But he was sorry that there were no details about the really amusing things: the old man sitting on the toilet, the man signing the document with his head broken and bleeding. 2 men were standing at the bar beside him. "Did you read about the murders at the waxworks?" he asked one of them. "Not really." He didn't seem interested. "You see, I did them," said Clive. He pointed to a picture of the bodies. "That's my work." "Listen, boy," said the man. "We're not troubling you, and don't you trouble us." They moved away from Clive. Clive slept in the street that night. On the road the next day, he waved at a passing car, which took him to another town, nearer his hometown. That day's newspapers did not have any more news about the murders. In another cafe that evening, he had a similar conversation, this time with 2 young men. They didn't believe him either. Next day, he stopped a few more cars and finally reached his hometown. He went straight to the police station. "I have something important to say about a murder," he told the policeman, sitting at a desk. He was sent to the office of a police officer who had grey hair and a fat face. Clive told his story. "Where do you go to school, Clive?" "I don't. I'm 18. He told him about his job. "Clive, you've got troubles, but they're not the ones you're talking about," said the officer. Clive had to wait in a small room in the police station, and nearly an hour later, a doctor was brought in. Then his mother. They didn't believe him. They said he was just telling this story to attract attention to himself. "Clive needs a man around the house," his mother told them. "Someone who can teach him how to behave like a man. Since he was 14, he's been asking me questions like, 'Who am I?' and 'Am I a person?'" The policeman told Clive he must see the doctor twice a week for treatment. Clive was very angry. He refused to go back to the supermarket, but found another delivery job. "They haven't found the murderer, have they?" Clive said to the doctor on one of his visits. "You're all stupid. Stupid!" The doctor only laughed at him. There was one thing which might help to prove his story. Woodrow Wilson's tie, which was still in his cupboard. But he wasn't going to show it to these stupid people. As he delivered things on his bicycle, as he had supper with his mother, he was planning. Next time, he would do something really big. He would take a gun up to the top of a high building and shoot at the people in the street. kill 100 people at least. Then they would take notice of him. Then they would realise that he was a person. Story 7. The Absence of Emily by Jack Ritchie. I had worked for nearly 5 minutes when I heard a shout, and suddenly there were people all around me. When I married my second wife, Emily, I went to live in her house in Northern California. It's a big house with a lot of land around it, just outside a small town. The next house is almost exactly the same, and that belongs to Emily's sister, Mezzotint. Mezzotint and Emily. Sisters, but completely different in looks and in character. Mezzotint is tall and rather thin. She is very strong-minded and likes to control everyone around her, including Emily. She wasn't at all pleased when I came and took Emily away from her influence. Emily is rather short and, well, fat. As she says, she weighs 11 or 12 kilos too much. She doesn't claim to be very clever, and usually she does what other people want. Not always, though. For 3 weeks now, Emily had been away, but Mezzotint had been watching me closely. She was with me now, drinking coffee in our sitting room. The telephone rang, and I answered it. Yes?
Hello, dear. This is Emily.
Emily, what is your surname?
Oh, really, dear? Emily, your wife.
I'm sorry, you must have a wrong number. I put the telephone down. Mezzotint was watching me.
You look as white as a sheet. You seem frightened, shocked. Who telephoned?
It was a wrong number. Mezzotint drank some coffee.
Oh, Albert, I thought I saw Emily in town yesterday, but that's not possible.
Of course it's not. Emily is in San Francisco.
Yes, but where in San Francisco?
She didn't say. She's visiting friends.
Emily doesn't have any friends in San Francisco. I know all her friends. When will she be back?
She wasn't sure when it would be.
I've heard, Albert, that your first wife died in a boating accident. She fell out of the boat and died in the water?
I'm afraid so. She couldn't swim.
And you were the only witness to the accident?
I believe so. No one else ever came forward.
Did she leave you any money, Albert?
That's nothing to do with you, Mezzotint. In fact, Cynthia had $50,000 of life insurance and one sailing boat. Poor Cynthia. She had taken her boat out alone that day. I had seen the accident from the boat club and rushed out in another boat, but it was too late to save her. Mezzotint finished her coffee and left. When she had gone, I went for a walk through the woods behind the house. I walked to an open space between the trees, which had a little stream running through it. How peaceful it was here. Quiet. A place to rest. I had been coming here often in the last few days. I sat down on a fallen tree near the stream and thought about Emily and Mezzotint. Their houses and land were very similar, so you would expect them to be equally rich. But this was not the situation, as I discovered after my marriage. Emily owned her house and the land around it, but she could not afford to employ people to look after them. Millicent, on the other hand, employed a lot of people in her house, and even a lawyer to look after her money. She must have $1 million at least. On Tuesday afternoons, I usually go to the supermarket in town. Today, in the car park, I saw a small, rather fat woman across the street walking away from me. She wore a purple dress and a brown hat. It was the 4th time I'd seen her in the last 10 days. I hurried across the street. She turned the corner and I started to run. When I reached the corner, she was nowhere in sight. I was standing there when a car stopped beside me. It was Millicent.
"What are you doing, Albert? I saw you running. I've never seen you run before."
"Oh, I was just taking a little exercise." I was still breathing hard as I walked back to the supermarket. The next morning, when I returned from my walk to the stream, I found Millicent in the sitting room, pouring some coffee for herself.
"I've been in the bedroom, looking at Emily's clothes," Millicent said. "I didn't see anything missing."
"Why should anything be missing? Has there been a thief in the house?"
"Don't tell me that Emily went off to stay with friends in San Francisco without any luggage."
She had luggage, though not very much.
"What was she wearing when she left?"
"I don't remember," I said. That evening, as I prepared for bed, I looked inside Emily's cupboard. What could be done with her clothes? Perhaps I should give some away. I woke up at 2 in the morning. Bright moonlight was shining on my face. I dressed and went out to the hut in the garden. I needed something for digging a hole. I chose a spade with a long handle, put it on my shoulder, and began walking towards the stream. I was nearly there when I stopped. I shook my head slowly and returned to the hut. I put the spade away and went to bed. The next morning, Millicent came to see me while I was having breakfast. She brought in the Morning Post, which had just come. It included one small blue envelope addressed to me. The writing seemed familiar. The postmark was our local town. I opened the envelope and pulled out a sheet of paper.
"Dear Albert, I miss you so very much. I shall return home soon, Albert. Soon. Emily."
I put the letter and the envelope into my pocket.
"Well?" Millicent asked. "I thought I recognised Emily's writing on the envelope. Did she say when she'll be back?"
"That is not Emily's writing. It's a letter from my aunt in Chicago."
"I didn't know you had an aunt in Chicago."
"Don't worry, Millicent. I do have an aunt in Chicago." That night, I was in bed, but awake, when the telephone beside my bed rang.
"Hello, my sweet. This is Emily."
"You are not Emily. You are someone else."
"Don't be silly, Albert. Of course this is me, Emily."
"You can't be Emily. I know where she is, and she couldn't telephone at this time of night."
"You think you know where I am?" "No, I'm not there now. It was too uncomfortable. So I left, Albert."
I got out of bed and dressed. I went downstairs to the study and made myself a drink. I drank it slowly. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning when I went to the garden hut again and took out the spade. This time I went all the way to the space between the trees. I stopped beside the highest tree of all. I began taking big steps, counting at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4. I stopped at 16. Then I began digging. I had been digging for nearly 5 minutes when I heard a shout, and suddenly there were people all around me, shining lights in my face. I recognised some of the people who worked for Millicent, including her lawyer. Now Millicent herself stepped forward.
So, you wanted to be sure she was really dead, Albert. And the only way to do that was to return to the place where you buried her.
I am looking for old Indian knives, I said. There's a belief that if you find one in the light of the moon, it will bring you good luck. Millicent took no notice of this. She pointed to some people I didn't know.
These are private detectives, she said. They have been watching you 24 hours a day ever since I guessed what really happened to Emily.
She pointed at a small, rather fat woman.
That's Mrs. Macmillan. She was the woman in the purple dress, and she copied Emily's writing. And this is Miss Peters. She is good at copying voices, and she was the voice of Emily you heard on the telephone.
There were also 2 detectives, who had brought their own spades. Now they began digging in the hole which I had started.
We knew you were getting worried, Albert, said Millicent. You almost dug her up last night, didn't you? But then you changed your mind. That was lucky, because last night I didn't have so many people to watch you. Tonight we were ready and waiting.
The detectives dug for about 15 minutes and then paused for a rest.
This ground is very hard, said one.
They went on digging until the hole was 2 meters deep.
Nothing has been buried here, said the other. The only thing we found was an old Indian knife.
I smiled at Millicent. What makes you think I buried Emily? I left them and returned to the house. I had guessed from the beginning that Millicent was responsible for the false Emily that had appeared to me in different forms. It was all part of her plan. What had been her aim? Well, she believed that I had killed her sister. So she wanted to frighten me until I broke down and said, Yes, I killed her. I had been playing a game too. I wanted her to think I was frightened. And of course, I wanted her to think I had buried the body in that place in the woods. Now I was in a strong position. She had called me a murderer in front of all those witnesses. I could take the matter to a court of law and demand a large sum of money from her. But she wouldn't want to let that happen. She wouldn't want the world to know she had been stupid. She would prefer to pay those people to keep silent. Would that be possible? Well, it would help if I supported her story and said that nothing had happened at all. And I would do that for Millicent, if she gave me some money, a large amount of money. At the end of the week, my telephone rang.
This is Emily. I'm coming home now, dear.
Oh, great.
Did anyone miss me?
They certainly did.
You haven't told anyone where I've been these last 4 weeks, have you, Albert? Especially not Millicent.
I told her you were visiting friends in San Francisco.
Oh dear, I don't know anybody in San Francisco. Did she believe you?
I don't think so.
Well, I couldn't tell her I was going to a health farm to lose weight. I would be ashamed. And I wasn't sure that I would manage it. But I have, Albert. I have. I've lost 14 kilos. My figure must be as good as Cynthia's now.
Well done, Emily. That's great. Why is Emily jealous of my first wife? They each have their place in my heart.
Yes, but now none of my clothes will fit me. I'll have to get a lot of new clothes. Do you think we can afford it, Albert?
Ah, we can now, with some help from Millicent.
Fair Extension. Streeter only saw the sign because he had to pull over and puke. He puked a lot now, and there was very little warning. Sometimes a flutter of nausea, sometimes a brassy taste in the back of his mouth, and sometimes nothing at all, just "Urk," and out it came. Howdy do. It made driving a risky proposition. Yet he also drove a lot now, partly because he wouldn't be able to by late fall, and partly because he had a lot to think about. He had always done his best thinking behind the wheel. He was out on the Harris Avenue Extension, a broad thoroughfare that ran for 2 miles beside the Derry County Airport and the attendant businesses, mostly motels and warehouses. The extension was busy during the daytime because it connected Derry's west and east sides, as well as servicing the airport, but in the evening it was nearly deserted. Streeter pulled over into the bike lane, snatched one of his plastic barf bags from the pile of them on the passenger seat, dropped his face into it, and let fly. Dinner made an encore appearance. Or would have, if he'd had his eyes open. He didn't. Once you'd seen one bellyful of puke, you'd seen them all. When the puking phase started, there hadn't been pain. Dr. Henderson had warned him that would change, and over the last week it had. Not agony as yet, just a quick lightning stroke up from the gut and into the throat, like acid indigestion. It came, then faded. But it would get worse. Dr. Henderson had told him that, too. He raised his head from the bag, opened the glove compartment, took out a wire bread tie, and secured his dinner before the smell could permeate the car. He looked to his right and saw a providential litter basket with a cheerful lop-eared hound on the side, and a stenciled message reading, "Derry dog says, put litter in its place." Streeter got out, went to the dog basket, and disposed of the latest ejecta from his failing body. The summer sun was setting red over the airport's flat and currently deserted acreage, and the shadow tacked to his heels was long and grotesquely thin. It was as if it were 4 months ahead of his body, and already fully ravaged by the cancer that would soon be eating him alive. He turned back to his car and saw the sign across the road. At first, probably because his eyes were still watering, he thought it said Hare Extension. Then he blinked and saw it actually said Fair Extension. Below that, in smaller letters, Fair Price. Fair Extension, Fair Price. It sounded good, and almost made sense. There was a gravel area on the far side of the extension, outside the cyclone fence marking the county airport's property. Lots of people set up roadside stands there during the busy hours of the day because it was possible for customers to pull in without getting tailgated, if you were quick and remembered to use your blinker, that was. Streeter had lived his whole life in the little Maine city of Derry, and over the years he'd seen people selling fresh fiddleheads there in the spring, fresh berries and corn on the cob in the summer, and lobsters almost year-round. In mud season, a crazy old guy known as the Snowman took over the spot, selling scavenged knickknacks that had been lost in the winter and were revealed by the melting snow. Many years ago, Streeter had bought a good-looking rag dolly from this man, intending to give it to his daughter, May, who had been 2 or 3 back then. He made the mistake of telling Janet that he'd gotten it from the Snowman, and she made him throw it away. "Do you think we can boil a rag doll to kill the germs?" she asked. "Sometimes I wonder how a smart man can be so stupid." Well, cancer didn't discriminate when it came to brains. Smart or stupid, he was about ready to leave the game and take off his uniform. There was a card table set up where the Snowman had once displayed his wares. The pudgy man sitting behind it was shaded from the red rays of the lowering sun by a large yellow umbrella that was cocked at a rakish angle. Streeter stood in front of his car for a minute, almost got in. The pudgy man had taken no notice of him. He appeared to be watching a small portable TV. And then curiosity got the better of him. He checked for traffic, saw none. The extension was predictably dead at this hour, all the commuters at home eating dinner and taking their non-cancerous states for granted, and crossed the 4 empty lanes. His scrawny shadow, the ghost of Streeter yet to come, trailed out behind him. The pudgy man looked up. "Hello there," he said. Before he turned the TV off, Streeter had time to see the guy was watching Inside Edition. "How are we tonight?" "Well, I don't know about you, but I've been better," Streeter said. "Kind of late to be selling, isn't it? Very little traffic out here after rush hour. It's the back side of the airport, you know. Nothing but freight deliveries. Passengers go in on Witcham Street." "Yes," the pudgy man said, "but unfortunately the zoning goes against little roadside businesses like mine on the busy side of the airport." He shook his head at the unfairness of the world. "I was going to close up and go home at 7, but I had a feeling one more prospect might come by." Streeter looked at the table, saw no items for sale, unless the TV was, and smiled. "I can't really be a prospect, Mr. George Elvid," the pudgy man said, standing and extending an equally pudgy hand. Streeter shook with him. "Dave Streeter. And I can't really be a prospect, because I have no idea what you're selling. At first I thought the sign said hair extension." "Do you want a hair extension?" Elvid asked, giving him a critical once-over. "I ask because yours seems to be thinning." "And will soon be gone," Streeter said. "I'm on chemo." "Oh, my. Sorry." "Thanks. Although, what the point of chemo can be." He shrugged. He marveled at how easy it was to say these things to a stranger. He hadn't even told his kids, although Janet knew, of course. "Not much chance?" Elvid asked. There was simple sympathy in his voice, no more and no less, and Streeter felt his eyes fill with tears. Crying in front of Janet embarrassed him terribly, and he'd done it only twice. Here, with this stranger, it seemed all right. Nonetheless, he took his handkerchief from his back pocket and swiped his eyes with it. A small plane was coming in for a landing. Silhouetted against the red sun, it looked like a moving crucifix. "No chance is what I'm hearing," Streeter said. "So I guess the chemo is just, I don't know." "Knee-jerk triage?" Streeter laughed. "That's it exactly. Maybe you ought to consider trading the chemo for extra painkillers, or you could do a little business with me. As I started to say, I can't really be a prospect until I know what you're selling." "Oh, well, most people would call it snake oil," Elvid said, smiling and bouncing on the balls of his feet behind his table. Streeter noted with some fascination that although George Elvid was pudgy, his shadow was as thin and sick-looking as Streeter's own. He supposed everyone's shadow started to look sick as sunset approached, especially in August, when the end of the day was long and lingering and somehow not quite pleasant. "I don't see the bottles," Streeter said. Elvid tented his fingers on the table and leaned over them, looking suddenly businesslike. "I sell extensions," he said. "Which makes the name of this particular road fortuitous. Never thought of it that way, but I suppose you're right. Although sometimes a cigar is just a smoke, and a coincidence is just a coincidence. Everyone wants an extension, Mr. Streeter. If you were a young woman with a love of shopping, I'd offer you a credit extension. If you were a man with a small penis, genetics can be so cruel, I'd offer you a dick extension." Streeter was amazed and amused by the baldness of it. For the first time in a month since the diagnosis, he forgot he was suffering from an aggressive and extremely fast-moving form of cancer. "You're kidding." "Oh, I'm a great kidder, but I never joke about business. I've sold dozens of dick extensions in my time, and was for a while known in Arizona as El Pene Grande. I'm being totally honest, but fortunately for me, I neither require nor expect you to believe it. Short men frequently want a height extension. If you did want more hair, Mr. Streeter, I'd be happy to sell you a hair extension." "Could a man with a big nose, like Jimmy Durante, get a smaller one?" Elvid shook his head, smiling. "Now you're the one who's kidding. The answer is no. If you need a reduction, you have to go somewhere else. I specialize only in extensions, a very American product. I've sold love extensions, sometimes called potions, to the lovelorn, loan extensions to the cash-strapped, plenty of those in this economy, time extensions to those under some sort of deadline, and once an eye extension to a fellow who wanted to become an Air Force pilot and knew he couldn't pass the vision test." Streeter was grinning, having fun. He would have said having fun was now out of reach, but life was full of surprises. Elvid was also grinning, as if they were sharing an excellent joke. "And once," he said, "I swung a reality extension for a painter. Very talented man who was slipping into paranoid schizophrenia. That was expensive." "How much, dare I ask?" "One of the fellow's paintings which now graces my home. You'd know the name. Famous in the Italian Renaissance. You probably studied him if you took an art appreciation course in college." Streeter continued to grin, but he took a step back just to be on the safe side. He had accepted the fact that he was going to die, but that didn't mean he wanted to do so today at the hands of a possible escapee from the Juniper Hill Asylum for the criminally insane in Augusta. "So what are we saying? That you're kind of, immortal?" "Very long-lived, certainly," Elvid said. "Which brings us to what I can do for you, I believe. You'd probably like a life extension." "Can't be done, I suppose?" Streeter asked. Mentally, he was calculating the distance back to his car and how long it would take him to get there. "Of course it can, for a price." Streeter, who had played his share of Scrabble in his time, had already imagined the letters of Elvid's name on tiles and rearranged them. "Money? Or are we talking about my soul?" Elvid flapped his hand and accompanied the gesture with a roguish roll of his eyes. "I wouldn't, as the saying goes, know a soul if it bit me on the buttocks. No, money's the answer, as it usually is. 15% of your income over the next 15 years should do it. An agenting fee, you could call it." "That's the length of my extension?" Streeter contemplated the idea of 15 years with wistful greed. It seemed like a very long time, especially when he stacked it next to what actually lay ahead: 6 months of vomiting, increasing pain, coma, death. Plus an obituary that would undoubtedly include the phrase, "after a long and courageous battle with cancer." Yada yada, as they said on Seinfeld. Elvid lifted his hands to his shoulders in an expansive who-knows gesture. "Might be 20. Can't say for sure. This is not rocket science. But if you're expecting immortality, Forget about it. All I sell is fair extension. Best I can do. Works for me, Streeter said. The guy had cheered him up, and if he needed a straight man, Streeter was willing to oblige. Up to a point, anyway. Still smiling, he extended his hand across the card table. 15%, 15 years. Although I have to tell you, 15% of an assistant bank manager's salary won't exactly put you behind the wheel of a Rolls-Royce. A Geo, maybe, but that's not quite all, Elliott said. Of course it isn't, Streeter said. He sighed and withdrew his hand. Mr. Elliott, it's been very nice talking to you. You've put a shine on my evening, which I would have thought was impossible. And I hope you get help with your mental prob. Hush, you stupid man, Elliott said, and although he was still smiling, there was nothing pleasant about it now. He suddenly seemed taller, at least 3 inches taller, and not so pudgy. It's the light, Streeter thought. Sunset light is tricky. And the unpleasant smell he suddenly noticed was probably nothing but burnt aviation fuel, carried to this little gravelled square outside the cyclone fence by an errant puff of wind. It all made sense, but he hushed, as instructed. Why does a man or woman need an extension? Have you ever asked yourself that? Of course I have, Streeter said with a touch of asperity. I work in a bank, Mr. Elliott. Dairy savings. People ask me for loan extensions all the time. Then you know that people need extensions to compensate for shortfalls, short credit, short deck, short sight, etc. Yeah, it's a short-ass world, Streeter said. Just so. But even things not there have weight, negative weight, which is the worst kind. Weight lifted from you must go somewhere else. It's simple physics. Psychic physics, we could say. Streeter studied Elliott with fascination. That momentary impression that the man was taller and that there were too many teeth inside his smile had gone. This was just a short, rotund fellow who probably had a green outpatient card in his wallet, if not from Juniper Hill, then from Acadia Mental Health in Bangor, if he had a wallet. He certainly had an extremely well-developed delusional geography, and that made him a fascinating study. Can I cut to the chase, Mr. Streeter? Please. You have to transfer the weight. In words of one syllable, you have to do the dirty to someone else if the dirty is to be lifted from you. I see. And he did. Elliott was back on message, and the message was a classic. But it can't be just anyone. The old anonymous sacrifice has been tried, and it doesn't work. It has to be someone you hate. Is there someone you hate, Mr. Streeter? I'm not too crazy about Kim Jong-il, Streeter said, and I think jail's way too good for the evil bastards who blew up the USS Cole, but I don't suppose they'll ever. Be serious or be gone, Elliott said, and once again he seemed taller. Streeter wondered if this could be some peculiar side effect of the medications he was taking. If you mean in my personal life, I don't hate anyone. There are people I don't like. Mrs. Denbrough next door puts out her garbage cans without the lids, and if a wind is blowing, crap ends up all over my lawn. If I may misquote the late Dino Martino, Mr. Streeter, everybody hates somebody sometime. Will Rogers said, he was a rope-twirling fabricator who wore his hat down around his eyes like a little kid playing cowboy. Besides, if you really hate nobody, we can't do business. Streeter thought it over. He looked down at his shoes and spoke in a small voice he hardly recognized as his own. I suppose I hate Tom Goodhue. Who is he in your life? Streeter sighed. My best friend since grammar school. There was a moment of silence before Elliott began bellowing laughter. He strode around his card table, clapped Streeter on the back with a hand that felt cold and fingers that felt long and thin, rather than short and pudgy, then strode back to his folding chair. He collapsed into it, still snorting and roaring. His face was red, and the tears streaming down his face also looked red, bloody, actually, in the sunset light. "You're best," said Scrib. Oh, that's... Elvid could manage no more. He went into gales and howls and gut-shaking spasms, his chin strangely sharp for such a chubby face, nodding and dipping at the innocent but darkening summer sky. At last he got himself under control. Streeter thought about offering his handkerchief and decided he didn't want it on the extension salesman's skin. "This is excellent, Mr. Streeter," he said. "We can do business." "Gee, that's great," Streeter said, taking another step back. "I'm enjoying my extra 15 years already, but I'm parked in the bike lane, and that's a traffic violation. I could get a ticket." "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that," Elvid said. "As you may have noticed, not even a single civilian car has come along since we started dickering, let alone a minion of the Derry PD. Traffic never interferes when I get down to serious dealing with a serious man or woman. I see to it." Streeter looked around uneasily. It was true. He could hear traffic over on Witcham Street, headed for Up Mile Hill, but here Derry was utterly deserted. Of course, he reminded himself, traffic's always light over here when the working day is done. But absent? Completely absent? You might expect that at midnight, but not at 7:30 p.m. "Tell me why you hate your best friend," Elvid invited. Streeter reminded himself again that this man was crazy. Anything Elvid passed on wouldn't be believed. It was a liberating idea. "Tom was better looking when we were kids, and he's far better looking now. He lettered in 3 sports. The only one I'm even halfway good at is miniature golf." "I don't think they have a cheerleading squad for that one," Elvid said. Streeter smiled grimly, warming to his subject. Tom's plenty smart, but he lazed his way through Derry High. His college ambitions were nil. But when his grades fell enough to put his athletic eligibility at risk, he'd panic, and then who got the call? "You did," Elvid cried. "Old Mr. Responsible. Tutored him, did you? Maybe wrote a few papers as well, making sure to misspell the words Tom's teachers get used to him misspelling?" "Guilty as charged. In fact, when we were seniors, the year Tom got the State of Maine Sportsman Award, I was really 2 students, Dave Streeter and Tom Goodhue." "Tough." "Do you know what's tougher? I had a girlfriend, beautiful girl, named Norma Whitten. Dark brown hair and eyes, flawless skin, beautiful cheekbones. Tits that wouldn't quit." "Yes, indeed. But sex appeal aside." "Not that you ever did put it aside." "I loved that girl. You know what Tom did?" "Stole her from you," Elvid said indignantly. "Correct. The 2 of them came to me, you know, made a clean breast of it." "Noble." "Claimed they couldn't help it." "Claimed they were in love, L-U-V. Yes, force of nature, this thing is bigger than both of us, and so on. Let me guess, he knocked her up." "Indeed, he did." Streeter was looking at his shoes again, remembering a certain skirt Norma had worn when she was a sophomore or a junior. It was cut to show just a flirt of the slip beneath. That had been almost 30 years ago, but sometimes he still summoned that image to mind when he and Janet made love. He had never made love with Norma, not the full Monty sort anyway. She wouldn't allow it. Although she had been eager enough to drop her pants for Tom Goodhue, probably the first time he asked her. "And left her with a bun in the oven." "No," Streeter sighed. "He married her." then divorced her, possibly after beating her silly. They're still married, 3 kids. When you see them walking in Bassey Park, they're usually holding hands. That's about the crappiest thing I've ever heard. Not much could make it worse unless— Elvid looked shrewdly at Streeter from beneath bushy brows. Unless you're the one who finds himself frozen in the iceberg of a loveless marriage. Not at all, Streeter said, surprised by the idea. I love Janet very much, and she loves me. The way she stood by me during this cancer thing has been just extraordinary. If there's such a thing as harmony in the universe, then Tom and I ended up with the right partners, absolutely, but— Elvid looked at him with delighted eagerness. Streeter became aware that his fingernails were sinking into his palms. Instead of easing up, he bore down harder, bore down until he felt trickles of blood. But he fucking stole her! This had been eating him for years, and it felt good to shout the news. Indeed he did, and we never cease wanting what we want, whether it's good for us or not. Wouldn't you say so, Mr. Streeter? Streeter made no reply. He was breathing hard, like a man who had just dashed 50 yards or engaged in a street scuffle. Hard little balls of color had surfaced in his formerly pale cheeks. And is that all? Elvid spoke in the tones of a kindly parish priest. No. Get it all out, then. Drain that blister. He's a millionaire. He shouldn't be, but he is. In the late 80s, not long after the flood that damn near wiped this town out, he started up a garbage company. Only he called it Dairy Waste Removal and Recycling. Nicer name, you know. Less germy. He came to me for the loan, and although the proposition looked shaky to everyone at the bank, I pushed it through. Do you know why I pushed it through, Elvid? Of course, because he's your friend. Guess again. Because you thought he'd crash and burn. Right. He sank all his savings into 4 garbage trucks and mortgaged his house to buy a piece of land out by the Newport town line for a landfill, the kind of thing New Jersey gangsters own to wash their dope and whore money and use as body dumps. I thought it was crazy, and I couldn't wait to write the loan. He still loves me like a brother for it, never fails to tell people how I stood up to the bank and put my job on the line. Dave carried me, just like in high school, he says. Do you know what the kids in town call his landfill now? Tell me. Mount Trashmore. It's huge. I wouldn't be surprised if it was radioactive. It's covered with sod, but there are keep-out signs all around it. And there's probably a rat Manhattan under that nice green grass. They're probably radioactive as well. He stopped, aware that he sounded ridiculous, not caring. Elvid was insane, but, surprise! Streeter had turned out to be insane too, at least on the subject of his old friend. Plus, in Cancer Veritas, Streeter thought. So, let's recap. Elvid began ticking off the points on his fingers, which were not long at all, but as short, pudgy, and inoffensive as the rest of him. Tom Goodhue was better looking than you, even when you were children. He was gifted with athletic skills you could only dream of. The girl who kept her smooth white thighs closed in the back seat of your car opened them for Tom. He married her. They're still in love. Children okay, I suppose? Healthy and beautiful, Streeter spat. One getting married, one in college, one in high school. That one's captain of the football team. Chip off the old fucking block. Right. And, the cherry on the chocolate sundae, he's rich, and you're knocking on through life at a salary of $60,000 or so a year. I got a bonus for writing his loan, Streeter muttered, for showing vision. But what you actually wanted was a promotion. How do you know that? I'm a businessman now, but at one time I was a humble salaryman. Got fired before striking out on my own. Best thing that ever happened to me. I know how these things go. Anything else? Might as well get it all off your chest. He drinks Spotted Hen Microbrew, Streeter shouted. Nobody in Derry drinks that pretentious shit. Just him. Just Tom Goodhue, the garbage king. Does he have a sports car? Elwood spoke quietly, the words lined with silk. No, if he did, I could at least joke with Janet about sports car menopause. He drives a goddamn Range Rover. I think there might be one more thing, Elwood said. If so, you might as well get that off your chest, too. He doesn't have cancer. Streeter almost whispered it. He's 51, just like me, and he's as healthy as a fucking horse. So are you, Elwood said. What? It's done, Mr. Streeter. Or, since I've cured your cancer, at least temporarily, may I call you Dave? You're a very crazy man, Streeter said, not without admiration. No, sir, I'm as sane as a straight line. But notice I said temporarily. We're now in the try it, you'll buy it stage of our relationship. It will last a week at least, maybe 10 days. I urge you to visit your doctor. I think he'll find remarkable improvement in your condition. But it won't last, unless... Unless? Elwood leaned forward, smiling chummily. His teeth again seemed too many and too big for his inoffensive mouth. I come out here from time to time, he said, usually at this time of day, just before sunset. Exactly. Most people don't notice me. They look through me as if I wasn't there. But you'll be looking, won't you? If I'm better, I certainly will, Streeter said. And you'll bring me something. Elwood's smile widened, and Streeter saw a wonderful, terrible thing. The man's teeth weren't just too big or too many. They were sharp. Janet was folding clothes in the laundry room when he got back. There you are, she said. I was starting to worry. Did you have a nice drive? Yes, he said. He surveyed his kitchen. It looked different. It looked like a kitchen in a dream. Then he turned on a light, and that was better. Elwood was the dream, Elwood and his promises. Just a loony on a day pass from Acadia Mental. She came to him and kissed his cheek. She was flushed from the heat of the dryer, and very pretty. She was 50 herself, but looked years younger. Streeter thought she would probably have a fine life after he died. He guessed May and Justin might have a stepdaddy in their future. You look good, she said. You've actually got some color. Do I? You do. She gave him an encouraging smile that was troubled just beneath. Come, talk to me while I fold the rest of these things. It's so boring. He followed her and stood in the door of the laundry room. He knew better than to offer help. She said he even folded dishwipers the wrong way. Justin called, she said. He and Carl are in Venice, at a youth hostel. He said their cab driver spoke very good English. He's having a ball. Great. You were right to keep the diagnosis to yourself, she said. You were right, and I was wrong. A first in our marriage. She wrinkled her nose at him. Just has so looked forward to this trip. But you'll have to fess up when he gets back. May's coming up from Searsport for Gracie's wedding, and that would be the right time. Gracie was Gracie Goodhue, Tom and Norma's oldest child. Carl Goodhue, Justin's traveling companion, was the one in the middle. We'll see, Streeter said. He had one of his puke bags in his back pocket, but he had never felt less like upchucking. Something he did feel like was eating, for the first time in days. Nothing happened out there, you know that, right? This is just a little psychosomatic elevation. It'll recede. Like my hairline, he said. What, honey? Nothing. Oh, and speaking of Gracie, Norma called. She reminded me it was their turn to have us to dinner at their place Thursday night. I said I'd ask you, but that you were awfully busy at the bank, working late hours, all this bad mortgage stuff. I didn't think you'd want to see them. Her voice was as normal and as calm as ever, but all at once she began crying, big storybook tears that welled in her eyes and then went rolling down her cheeks. Love grew humdrum in the later years of a marriage, but now his swelled up as fresh as it had been in the early days, the two of them living in a crappy apartment on Cosset Street and sometimes making love on the living room rug. He stepped into the laundry room, took the shirt she was folding out of her hands, and hugged her. She hugged him back fiercely. "This is just so hard and unfair," she said. "We'll get through it. I don't know how, but we will." "That's right, and we'll start by having dinner on Thursday night with Tom and Norma, just like we always do." She drew back, looking at him with her eyes wet. "Are you going to tell them? And spoil dinner?" "Nope." "Will you even be able to eat without—" She put 2 fingers to her closed lips, puffed her cheeks, and crossed her eyes, a comic puke pantomime that made Streeter grin. "I don't know about Thursday, but I could eat something now," he said. "Would you mind if I rustled myself up a hamburger? Or I could go out to McDonald's, maybe bring you back a chocolate shake?" "My God," she said, and wiped her eyes. "It's a miracle." "I wouldn't call it a miracle exactly," Dr. Henderson told Streeter on Wednesday afternoon. "But—" It was 2 days since Streeter had discussed matters of life and death under Mr. Elwood's yellow umbrella, and a day before the Streeters' weekly dinner with the Goodhues, this time to take place at the sprawling residence Streeter sometimes thought of as the house that Trash built. The conversation was taking place not in Dr. Henderson's office, but in a small consultation room at Derry Home Hospital. Henderson had tried to discourage the MRI, telling Streeter that his insurance wouldn't cover it, and the results were sure to be disappointing. Streeter had insisted. "But what, Roddy?" "The tumors appear to have shrunk, and your lungs seem clear. I've never seen such a result, and neither have the 2 other docs I brought in to look at the images. More important, this is just between you and me. The MRI tech has never seen anything like it, and those are the guys I really trust. He thinks it's probably a computer malfunction in the machine itself." "I feel good, though," Streeter said, "which is why I asked for the test. Is that a malfunction?" "Are you vomiting?" "I have, a couple of times," Streeter admitted, "but I think that's the chemo. I'm calling a halt to it, by the way." Roddy Henderson frowned. "That's very unwise." "The unwise thing was starting it in the first place, my friend. You say, 'Sorry, Dave, the chances of you dying before you get a chance to say Happy Valentine's Day are in the 90th percentile, so we're going to fuck up the time you have left by filling you full of poison. You might feel worse if I injected you with sludge from Tom Goodhue's landfill, but probably not.' And like a fool, I said, 'Okay.'" Henderson looked offended. "Chemo is the last best hope for—" "Don't bullshit a bullshitter," Streeter said with a good-natured grin. He drew a deep breath that went all the way down to the bottom of his lungs. It felt wonderful. "When the cancer's aggressive, chemo isn't for the patient. It's just an agony surcharge the patient pays so that when he's dead, the doctors and relatives can each hug each other over the coffin and say, 'We did everything we could.'" "That's harsh," Henderson said. "You know you're apt to relapse, don't you?" "Tell that to the tumors," Streeter said. "The ones that are no longer there." Henderson looked at the images of deepest, darkest Streeter that were still flicking past at 20-second intervals on the conference room's monitor and sighed. They were good pictures. Even Streeter knew that. But they seemed to make his doctor unhappy. "Relax, Roddy." Streeter spoke gently, as he might once have spoken to May or Justin when a favorite toy got lost or broken. "Shit happens. Sometimes miracles happen, too. I read it in the Reader's Digest. In my experience, one has never happened in an MRI tube." Henderson picked up a pen and tapped it against Streeter's file, which had fattened considerably over the last 3 months. "There's a first time for everything," Streeter said. Thursday evening in Derry, dusk of a summer night, the declining sun casting its red and dreamy rays over the 3 perfectly clipped, watered, and landscaped acres Tom Goodhue had the temerity to call the old backyard. Streeter sat in a lawn chair on the patio, listening to the rattle of plates and the laughter of Janet and Norma as they loaded the dishwasher. Yard? It's not a yard, it's a shopping channel fan's idea of heaven. There was even a fountain, with a marble child standing in the middle of it. Somehow it was the bare-ass cherub, pissing of course, that offended Streeter the most. He was sure it had been Norma's idea. She had gone back to college to get a liberal arts degree and had half-assed classical pretensions. But still, to see such a thing here in the dying glow of a perfect Maine evening and know its presence was a result of Tom's garbage monopoly. And, speak of the devil, or the Elvid, if you like that better, Streeter thought, enter the garbage king himself, with the necks of 2 sweating bottles of Spotted Hen microbrew caught between the fingers of his left hand. Slim and erect, in his open-throated Oxford shirt and faded jeans, his lean face perfectly lit by the sunset glow, Tom Goodhue looked like a model in a magazine beer ad. Streeter could even see the copy. "Live the good life. Reach for a spotted hen. Thought you might like a fresh one, since your beautiful wife says she's driving." "Thanks." Streeter took one of the bottles, tipped it to his lips, and drank. Pretentious or not, it was good. As Goodhue sat down, Jacob, the football player, came out with a plate of cheese and crackers. He was as broad-shouldered and handsome as Tom had been back in the day. Probably has cheerleaders crawling all over him, Streeter thought. Probably has to beat them off with a damn stick. "Mom thought you might like these," Jacob said. "Thanks, Jake. You going out?" "Just for a little while. Throw the frisbee with some guys down in the barrens until it gets dark, then study. Stay on this side. There's poison ivy down there since the crap grew back." "Yeah, we know. Denny caught it when we were in junior high, and it was so bad his mother thought he had cancer." "Ouch," Streeter said. "Drive home carefully, son. No hot dogging." "You bet." The boy put an arm around his father and kissed his cheek with a lack of self-consciousness that Streeter found depressing. Tom not only had his health, a still gorgeous wife, and a ridiculous pissing cherub, he had a handsome 18-year-old son who still felt all right about kissing his dad goodbye before going out with his best buds. "He's a good boy," Goodhue said fondly, watching Jacob mount the stairs to the house and disappear inside. "Studies hard and makes his grades, unlike his old man. Luckily for me, I had you." "Lucky for both of us," Streeter said, smiling and putting a goo of brie on a Triscuit. He popped it into his mouth. "Does me good to see you eating, chum," Goodhue said. "Me and Norma were starting to wonder if there was something wrong with you." "Never better," Streeter said, and drank some more of the tasty and no doubt expensive beer. "I've been losing my hair in front, though. Jen says it makes me look thinner." "That's the one thing the ladies don't have to worry about," Goodhue said, and stroked a hand back through his own locks, which were as full and rich as they had been at 18. Not a touch of gray in them, either. Janet Streeter could still look 40, on a good day, but in the red light of the declining sun, the garbage king looked 35. He didn't smoke, he didn't drink to excess, and he worked out at a health club that did business with Streeter's bank, but which Streeter could not afford himself. His middle child, Carl, was currently doing the European thing with Justin Streeter, the two of them traveling on Carl Goodhue's dime, which was, of course, actually the garbage king's dime. "O man who has everything, thy name is Goodhue," Streeter thought, and smiled at his old friend. His old friend smiled back and touched the neck of his beer bottle to Streeter's. "Life is good, wouldn't you say?" "Very good," Streeter agreed. "Long days and pleasant nights." Goodhue raised his eyebrows. "Where'd you get that?" "Made it up, I guess," Streeter said. "But it's true, isn't it?" "If it is, I owe a lot of my pleasant nights to you," Goodhue said. "It has crossed my mind, old buddy, that I owe you my life." He toasted his insane backyard. "The tenderloin part of it, anyway." "Nah, you're a self-made man." Goodhue lowered his voice and spoke confidentially. "Want the truth? The woman made this man. The Bible says, 'Who can find a good woman? For her price is above rubies,' or something like that anyway. And you introduced us. Don't know if you remember that." Streeter felt a sudden and almost irresistible urge to smash his beer bottle on the patio bricks and shove the jagged and still foaming neck into his old friend's eyes. He smiled instead, sipped a little more beer, then stood up. "Think I need to pay a little visit to the facility." "You don't buy beer, you only rent it," Goodhue said, then burst out laughing, as if he had invented this himself right on the spot. "Truer words, etc.," Streeter said. "Excuse me." "You really are looking better," Goodhue called after him as Streeter mounted the steps. "Thanks," Streeter said. "Old buddy." He closed the bathroom door, pushed in the locking button, turned on the lights, and for the first time in his life, swung open the medicine cabinet door in another person's house. The first thing his eye lighted on cheered him immensely. A tube of Just for Men shampoo. There were also a few prescription bottles. Streeter thought, people who leave their drugs in a bathroom the guests use are just asking for trouble. Not that there was anything sensational. Norma had asthma medicine. Tom was taking blood pressure medicine, atenolol, and using some sort of skin cream. The atenolol bottle was half full. Streeter took one of the tablets, tucked it into the watch pocket of his jeans, and flushed the toilet. Then he left the bathroom feeling like a man who has just snuck across the border of a strange country. The following evening was overcast, but George Elliott was still sitting beneath the yellow umbrella and once again watching Inside Edition on his portable TV. The lead story had to do with Whitney Houston, who had lost a suspicious amount of weight shortly after signing a huge new recording contract. Elliott disposed of this rumor with a twist of his pudgy fingers and regarded Streeter with a smile. "How have you been feeling, Dave?" "Better." "Yes?" "Yes." "Vomiting?" "Not today." "Eating?" "Like a horse. And I'll bet you've had some medical tests." "How did you know?" "I'd expect no less of a successful bank official. Did you bring me something?" For a moment Streeter considered walking away. He really did. Then he reached into the pocket of the light jacket he was wearing. The evening was chilly for August, and he was still on the thin side, and brought out a tiny square of Kleenex. He hesitated, then handed it across the table to Elliott, who unwrapped it. "Oh, atenolol," Elliott said. He popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed. Streeter's mouth opened, then closed slowly. "Don't look so shocked," Elliott said. "If you had a high-stress job like mine, you'd have blood pressure problems too. And the reflux I suffer from. Oi! You don't want to know. What happens now? Streeter asked. Even in the jacket, he felt cold. Now? Elliott looked surprised. Now, you start enjoying your 15 years of good health. Possibly 20 or even 25, who knows? And happiness? Elliott favored him with the roguish look. It would have been amusing, if not for the coldness Streeter saw just beneath. And the age. In that moment, he felt certain that George Elliott had been doing business for a very long time. Reflux or no reflux. The happiness part is up to you, Dave. And your family, of course. Janet, May, and Justin. Had he told Elliott their names? Streeter couldn't remember. Perhaps the children most of all. There's an old saying to the effect that children are our hostages to fortune. But in fact, it's the children who take the parents hostage. That's what I think. One of them could have a fatal or disabling accident on a deserted country road, fall prey to a debilitating disease. Are you saying, No. This isn't some half-assed morality tale. I'm a businessman, not a character out of The Devil and Daniel Webster. All I'm saying is that your happiness is in your hands and those of your nearest and dearest. And if you think I'm going to show up 2 decades or so down the line to collect your soul in my moldy old pocketbook, you'd better think again. The souls of humans have become poor and transparent things. He spoke, Streeter thought, as the fox might have done after repeated leaps had proved to it that the grapes were really and truly out of reach. But Streeter had no intention of saying such a thing. Now that the deal was done, all he wanted to do was get out of here. But still he lingered, not wanting to ask the question that was on his mind, but knowing he had to. Because there was no gift-giving going on here. Streeter had been making deals in the bank for most of his life, and he knew a horse trade when he saw one. Or when he smelled it, a faint, unpleasant stink, like burned aviation fuel. In words of one syllable, you have to do the dirty to someone else if the dirty is to be lifted from you. But stealing a single hypertension pill wasn't exactly doing the dirty, was it? Elliott, meanwhile, was yanking his big umbrella closed, and when it was furled, Streeter observed an amazing and disheartening fact. It wasn't yellow at all. It was as gray as the sky. Summer was almost over. Most of my clients are perfectly satisfied, perfectly happy. Is that what you want to hear? It was, and wasn't. I sense you have a more pertinent question, Elliott said. If you want an answer, quit beating around the bush and ask it. It's going to rain, and I want to get under cover before it does. The last thing I need at my age is bronchitis. Where's your car? Oh, was that your question? Elliott sneered openly at him. His cheeks were lean, not in the least pudgy, and his eyes turned up at the corners where the whites shaded to an unpleasant and, yes, it was true, cancerous black. He looked like the world's least pleasant clown, with half his makeup removed. Your teeth, Streeter said stupidly. They have points. Your question, Mr. Streeter. Is Tom Goodhue going to get cancer? Elliott gaped for a moment, then started to giggle. The sound was wheezy, dusty, and unpleasant, like a dying calliope. No, Dave, he said. Tom Goodhue isn't going to get cancer. Not him. What then? What? The contempt with which Elliott surveyed him made Streeter's bones feel weak, as if holes had been eaten in them by some painless but terribly corrosive acid. Why would you care? You hate him. You said so yourself. But watch, wait, enjoy, and take this. He handed Streeter a business card. Written on it was, the Non-Sectarian Children's Fund and the address of a bank in the Cayman Islands. "Tax haven," Elvid said. "You'll send my 15% there. If you short me, I'll know, and then woe is you, kiddo." "What if my wife finds out and asks questions?" "Your wife has a personal checkbook. Beyond that, she never looks at a thing. She trusts you. Am I right?" "Well?" Streeter observed with no surprise that the raindrops striking Elvid's hands and arms smoked and sizzled. "Yes." "Of course I am. Our dealing is done. Get out of here and go back to your wife. I'm sure she'll welcome you with open arms. Take her to bed, stick your mortal penis in her, and pretend she's your best friend's wife. You don't deserve her, but lucky you." "What if I want to take it back?" Streeter whispered. Elvid favored him with a stony smile that revealed a jutting ring of cannibal teeth. "You can't," he said. That was in August of 2001, less than a month before the fall of the towers. In December, on the same day Winona Ryder was busted for shoplifting, in fact, Dr. Roderick Henderson proclaimed Dave Streeter cancer-free, and, in addition, a bona fide miracle of the modern age. "I have no explanation for this," Henderson said. Streeter did, but kept his silence. Their consultation took place in Henderson's office. At Derry Home Hospital, in the conference room where Streeter had looked at the first pictures of his miraculously cured body, Norma Goodhue sat in the same chair where Streeter had sat, looking at less pleasant MRI scans. She listened numbly as her doctor told her, as gently as possible, that the lump in her left breast was indeed cancer, and it had spread to her lymph nodes. "The situation is bad, but not hopeless," the doctor said, reaching across the table to take Norma's cold hand. He smiled. "We'll want to start you on chemotherapy immediately." In June of the following year, Streeter finally got his promotion. May Streeter was admitted to the Columbia School of Journalism grad school. Streeter and his wife took a long-deferred Hawaii vacation to celebrate. They made love many times. On their last day in Maui, Tom Goodhue called. The connection was bad, and he could hardly talk, but the message got through. Norma had died. "We'll be there for you," Streeter promised. When he told Janet the news, she collapsed on the hotel bed, weeping with her hands over her face. Streeter lay down beside her, held her close, and thought, well, we were going home anyway. And although he felt bad about Norma, and sort of bad for Tom, there was an upside. They had missed bug season, which could be a bitch in Derry. In December, Streeter sent a check for just over $15,000 to the Non-Sectarian Children's Fund. He took it as a deduction on his tax return. In 2003, Justin Streeter made the Dean's List at Brown, and as a lark invented a video game called Walk Fido Home. The object of the game was to get your leashed dog back from the mall while avoiding bad drivers, objects falling from 10th-story balconies, and a pack of crazed old ladies who called themselves the canine-killing grannies. To Streeter it sounded like a joke, and Justin assured them it was meant as a satire. But Games, Inc. took one look and paid their handsome, good-humored son $750,000 for the rights, plus royalties. Just bought his parents matching Toyota Pathfinder SUVs, pink for the lady, blue for the gentleman. Janet wept and hugged him and called him a foolish, impetuous, generous, and altogether splendid boy. Streeter took him to Roxy's Tavern and bought him a Spotted Hen microbrew. In October, Carl Goodhue's roommate at Emerson came back from class to find Carl face down on the kitchen floor of their apartment with the grilled cheese sandwich he'd been making for himself still smoking in the fry pan. Although only 22 years of age, Carl had suffered a heart attack. The doctors attending the case pinpointed a congenital heart defect, something about a thin atrial wall, that had gone undetected. Carl didn't die. His roommate got to him just in time and knew CPR, but he suffered oxygen deprivation, and the bright, handsome, physically agile young man who had not long before toured Europe with Justin Streeter became a shuffling shadow of his former self. He was not always continent. He got lost if he wandered more than a block or two from home. He'd moved back with his still-grieving father, and his speech had become a blurred blare that only Tom could understand. Goodhue hired a companion for him. The companion administered physical therapy and saw that Carl changed his clothes. He also took Carl on biweekly outings. The most common outing was to Wishful Dishful ice cream, where Carl would always get a pistachio cone and smear it all over his face. Afterward, the companion would clean him up patiently with wet naps. Janet stopped going with Streeter to dinner at Tom's. "I can't bear it," she confessed. "It's not the way Carl shuffles, or how he sometimes wets his pants. It's the look in his eyes, as if he remembers how he was, and can't quite remember how he got to where he is now. And I don't know, there's always something hopeful in his face that makes me feel like everything in life is a joke." Streeter knew what she meant, and often considered the idea during his dinners with his old friend. Without Norma to cook, it was now mostly takeout. He enjoyed watching Tom feed his damaged son, and he enjoyed the hopeful look on Carl's face, the one that said, "This is all a dream I'm having, and soon I'll wake up." Jan was right. It was a joke. But it was sort of a good joke, if you really thought about it. In 2004, May Streeter got a job with the Boston Globe and declared herself the happiest girl in the USA. Justin Streeter created Rock the House, which would be a perennial bestseller until the advent of Guitar Hero made it obsolete. By then, Joss had moved on to a music composition computer program called You Moog Me, Baby. Streeter himself was appointed manager of his bank branch, and there were rumors of a regional post in his future. He took Janet to Cancun, and they had a fabulous time. She began calling him my nuzzle bunny. Tom's accountant at Goodhue Waste Removal embezzled $2 million and departed for parts unknown. The subsequent accounting review revealed that the business was on very shaky ground. That bad old accountant had been nibbling away for years, it seemed. Nibbling, Streeter thought, reading the story in the Dairy News. Taking it a chomp at a time is more like it. Tom no longer looked 35. He looked 60, and must have known it because he stopped dyeing his hair. Streeter was delighted to see that it hadn't gone white underneath the artificial color. Goodhue's hair was the dull and listless gray of Elvid's umbrella when he had furled it. The hair color, Streeter decided, of the old men you see sitting on park benches and feeding the pigeons. Call it just for losers. In 2005, Jacob, the football player, who had gone to work in his father's dyeing company instead of to college, which he could have attended on a full-boat athletics scholarship, met a girl and got married. Bubbly little brunette named Cammie Dorrington. Streeter and his wife agreed it was a beautiful ceremony, even though Carl Streeter hooted, gurgled, and burbled all the way through it, and even though Goodhue's oldest child, Gracie, tripped over the hem of her dress on the church steps as she was leaving, fell down, and broke her leg in 2 places. Until that happened, Tom Goodhue had looked almost like his former self, happy, in other words. Streeter did not begrudge him a little happiness. He supposed that even in hell people got an occasional sip of water, if only so they could appreciate the full horror of unrequited thirst when it set in again. The honeymooning couple went to Belize. I'll bet it rains the whole time, Streeter thought. It didn't, but Jacob spent most of the week in a run-down hospital, suffering from violent gastroenteritis and pooping into paper tidies. He had only drunk bottled water, but then forgot and brushed his teeth from the tap. "My own darn fault," he said. Over 800 U.S. troops died in Iraq. Bad luck for those boys and girls. Tom Goodhue began to suffer from gout, developed a limp, started using a cane. That year's check to the Non-Sectarian Children's Fund was of an extremely good size, but Streeter didn't begrudge it. It was more blessed to give than to receive. All the best people said so. In 2006, Tom's daughter Gracie fell victim to pyorrhea and lost all her teeth. She also lost her sense of smell. One night shortly thereafter, at Goodhue and Streeter's weekly dinner, it was just the two men. Carl's attendant had taken Carl on an outing. Tom Goodhue broke down in tears. He had given up microbrews in favor of Bombay Sapphire gin, and he was very drunk. "I don't understand what's happened to me," he sobbed. "I feel like, I don't know, fucking Job." Streeter took him in his arms and comforted him. He told his old friend that clouds always roll in, and sooner or later they always roll out. "Well, these clouds have been here a fuck of a long time," Goodhue cried, and thumped Streeter on the back with a closed fist. Streeter didn't mind. His old friend wasn't as strong as he used to be. Charlie Sheen, Tori Spelling, and David Hasselhoff got divorces, but in Derry, David and Janet Streeter celebrated their 30th wedding anniversary. There was a party. Toward the end of it, Streeter escorted his wife out back. He had arranged fireworks. Everybody applauded, except for Carl Goodhue. He tried, but kept missing his hands. Finally, the former Emerson student gave up on the clapping thing and pointed at the sky, hooting. In 2007, Kiefer Sutherland went to jail, not for the first time, on DUI charges, and Gracie Goodhue Dickerson's husband was killed in a car crash. A drunk driver veered into his lane while Andy Dickerson was on his way home from work. The good news was that the drunk wasn't Kiefer Sutherland. The bad news was that Gracie Dickerson was 4 months pregnant and broke. Her husband had let his life insurance lapse to save on expenses. Gracie moved back in with her father and her brother Carl. "With their luck, that baby will be born deformed," Streeter said one night as he and his wife lay in bed after making love. "Hush!" Janet cried, shocked. "If you say it, it won't come true," Streeter explained, and soon the two nuzzle bunnies were asleep in each other's arms. That year's check to the Children's Fund was for $30,000. Streeter wrote it without a qualm. Gracie's baby came at the height of a February snowstorm in 2008. The good news was that it wasn't deformed. The bad news was that it was born dead. That damned family heart defect. Gracie, toothless, husbandless, and unable to smell anything, dropped into a deep depression. Streeter thought that demonstrated her basic sanity. If she'd gone around whistling "Don't Worry, Be Happy," he would have advised Tom to lock up all the sharp objects in the house. A plane carrying 2 members of the rock band Blink-182 crashed. Bad news, 4 people died. Good news? The rockers actually survived for a change, although one of them would die not much later. "I have offended God," Tom said at one of the dinners the two men now called their bachelor nights. Streeter had brought spaghetti from Karamama and cleaned his plate. Tom Goodhue barely touched his. In the other room, Gracie and Carl were watching American Idol. Gracie in silence, the former Emerson student hooting and gabbling. "I don't know how, but I have." "Don't say that, because it isn't true." "You don't know that." "I do," Streeter said emphatically. "It's foolish talk." "If you say so, buddy." Tom's eyes filled with tears. They rolled down his cheeks. One clung to the line of his unshaven jaw. dangled there for a moment, then plinked into his uneaten spaghetti. Thank God for Jacob. He's all right, working for a TV station in Boston these days, and his wife's in accounting at Brigham and Women's. They see May once in a while. Great news, Streeter said heartily, hoping Jake wouldn't somehow contaminate his daughter with his company. And you still come and see me. I understand why Jan doesn't, and I don't hold it against her, but I look forward to these nights. They're like a link to the old days. Yes, Streeter thought, the old days when you had everything and I had cancer. You'll always have me, he said, and clasped one of Goodhue's slightly trembling hands in both of his own. Friends to the end. 2008? What a year! Holy fuck! China hosted the Olympics. Chris Brown and Rihanna became nuzzle bunnies. Banks collapsed, the stock market tanked, and in November, the EPA closed Mount Trashmore, Tom Goodhue's last source of income. The government stated its intention to bring suit in matters having to do with groundwater pollution and illegal dumping of medical wastes. The Derry News hinted that there might even be criminal action. Streeter often drove out along the Harris Avenue extension in the evenings, looking for a certain yellow umbrella. He didn't want to dicker, he only wanted to shoot the shit. But he never saw the umbrella or its owner. He was disappointed, but not surprised. Dealmakers were like sharks. They had to keep moving, or they'd die. He wrote a check and sent it to the bank in the Caymans. In 2009, Chris Brown beat the hell out of his #1 nuzzle bunny after the Grammy Awards. And a few weeks later, Jacob Goodhue, the ex-football player, beat the hell out of his bubbly wife, Cammie, after Cammie found a certain lady's undergarment and half a gram of cocaine in Jacob's jacket pocket. Lying on the floor, crying, she called him a son of a bitch. Jacob responded by stabbing her in the abdomen with a meat fork. He regretted it at once and called 911, but the damage was done. He'd punctured her stomach in 2 places. He told the police later that he remembered none of this. He was in a blackout, he said. His court-appointed lawyer was too dumb to get a bail reduction. Jake Goodhue appealed to his father, who was hardly able to pay his heating bills, let alone provide high-priced Boston legal talent for his spouse-abusing son. Goodhue turned to Streeter, who didn't let his old friend get a dozen words into his painfully rehearsed speech before saying, "You bet." He still remembered the way Jacob had so unselfconsciously kissed his old man's cheek. Also, paying the legal fees allowed him to question the lawyer about Jake's mental state, which wasn't good. He was racked with guilt and deeply depressed. The lawyer told Streeter that the boy would probably get 5 years, hopefully with 3 of them suspended. When he gets out, he can come home, Streeter thought. He can watch American Idol with Gracie and Carl. If it's still on, it probably will be. "I've got my insurance," Tom Goodhue said one night. He had lost a lot of weight, and his clothes bagged on him. His eyes were bleary. He had developed psoriasis and scratched restlessly at his arms, leaving long red marks on the white skin. "I'd kill myself if I thought I could get away with making it look like an accident." "I don't want to hear talk like that," Streeter said. "Things will turn around." In June, Michael Jackson kicked the bucket. In August, Carl Goodhue went and did him likewise, choking to death on a piece of apple. The companion might have performed the Heimlich maneuver and saved him, but the companion had been let go due to lack of funds 16 months before. Gracie heard Carl gurgling, but said she thought it was just his usual bullshit. The good news was Carl also had life insurance. Just a small policy, but enough to bury him. After the funeral, Tom Goodhue sobbed all the way through it, holding on to his old friend for support. Streeter had a generous impulse. He found Kiefer Sutherland's studio address and sent him an AA Big Book. It would probably go right in the trash, he knew, along with the countless other big books fans had sent him over the years, but you never knew. Sometimes miracles happened. In early September of 2009, on a hot summer evening, Streeter and Janet rode out to the road that runs along the back end of Derry's airport. No one was doing business on the gravelled square outside the cyclone fence, so he parked his fine blue Pathfinder there and put his arm around his wife, whom he loved more deeply and completely than ever. The sun was going down in a red ball. He turned to Janet and saw that she was crying. He tilted her chin toward him and solemnly kissed the tears away. That made her smile. "What is it, honey?" "I was thinking about the Goodhues. I've never known a family to have such a run of bad luck." "Bad luck," she laughed. "Black luck is more like it." "I haven't either," he said, "but it happens all the time. One of the women killed in the Mumbai attacks was pregnant. Did you know that? Her 2-year-old lived, but the kid was beaten within an inch of his life. And," she put 2 fingers to her lips, "hush, no more. Life's not fair. We know that. But it is." Streeter spoke more earnestly. In the sunset light, his face was ruddy and healthy. "Just look at me. There was a time when you never thought I'd live to see 2009. Isn't that true?" "Yes, but—" "And the marriage? Still as strong as an oak door. Or am I wrong?" She shook her head. He wasn't wrong. "You've started selling freelance pieces to the Derry News. May's going great guns with the Globe. And our son, the geek, is a media mogul at 25. She began to smile again. Streeter was glad. He hated to see her blue. "Life is fair. We all get the same 9-month shake in the box and then the dice roll. Some people get a run of 7s. Some people, unfortunately, get snake eyes. It's just how the world is." She put her arms around him. "I love you, sweetie. You always look on the bright side." Streeter shrugged modestly. "The law of averages favors optimists. Any banker would tell you that. Things have a way of balancing out in the end." Venus came into view above the airport, glimmering against the darkening blue. "Wish," Streeter commanded. Janet laughed and shook her head. "What would I wish for? I have everything I want." "Me too," Streeter said, and then, with his eyes fixed firmly on Venus, he wished for more.